Merhaba.
Se
Okay, good morning. Welcome to the COP29 Turkish Pavilion. Yesterday when I was asking for this place, the volunteers pointed out as the best pavilion in the COP. So congratulations for the design and congratulations for the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change and Directorate of Climate Change for the reports, for the vision change shared by the international media in the opening day. It really gives us hope for the future, and it's a substantial report that we would like to congratulate them. When you read it in its entirety, it is a piece that you appreciate, but when you also read the other reports, it substantially comes forward and it gives us hope. So today, for the first day of the Finance, Investment and Trade Day, we are going to have our first session on the finance, investment and trade. All parties are going to be here today, so we really arranged a good setup. And our host is the Presidency Investment Office of Turkey. As you know, today we are going to set the link between FDI and Sustainable Development Goals. How FDI companies approach to this topic, what is their vision, how they address it at global scale and Turkey's scale, and also how our government institution position FDI as the source of innovation and transformation in sustainable development goals, and how they position them in the policies, in the investment and trade policies. Yesterday there was a wide participation UN session focusing on investment and trade, and stating that the government should focus more on investment and trade policies to speed up the green transition efforts. So it really gives us quite guidance. I also suggest you to read the reports and the draft policy papers as the outputs of those sessions. So without further ado, we have a diverse set of participants, distinguished participants in here. Let us introduce them as the beginning. And the first one is Muhittin Aslan. Thank you, Muhittin. The unit manager of the Investment Office of the Presidency of Turkey. Thank you for coming. Mr. Selim Güven, Country Manager of Aqua Power, or Turkey and Azerbaijan. Mr. Oğuz Algan, Business Development and Strategic Partnership Director at Honeywell. And Mr. Çağrı Güven, Vice President of KfW, Apex Bank of Turkey Representation Office. So welcome, and also welcome for this lovely panel. Let us begin with our investment policies. So we have the FDI strategy of Turkey, freshly prepared for this year, for the next 5 years. And its main focus, one of the main focus, is sustainable development and green transformation. So, Muhittin Bey, how do you address this transition in your strategy paper, and how do you position FDI strategies and sustainable development strategies? And welcome to Aylin Hanım from Ministry of Trade. Thank you, thank you. You won the battle with the bucket traffic.
I think you can hear me. Yes. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for these very good words. And on behalf of Investment Office of Turkey, and thank you very much for all these our guests, panelists, Serkan Bey, the moderator, and all our guests here. Welcome to our panel. As Serkan Bey said, I'd like to give you some brief information about our brand new FDI strategy, which has been published in July, and which will cover for the next 5 years of Turkey's FDI attraction policies. Now, I am working as a unit manager for investment supports. I'm responsible from the investment facilitation in the Ankara. But when we talk about FDI investment policies, let's say all around the world, a very huge study has been made for the last 2 years for the preparing of this FDI strategy. And today there is Samet Bey, our other unit manager here, is with me. He was the head of the preparation team. And after these issues, the preparation studies, there are 3 main trends, FDI trends all around the world that will affect and let's say shape this FDI strategy. These are sustainability, green transformation, and reshaping of supply chains is very important. And in that sense, by taking all these into account, 8 different FDI profiles has been detected in this strategy, and all the action plans and other issues has been designed according to that. And in this manner, climate FDI and green transformation is very important in that sense. So, maybe I would like to give you some brief, what are these FDI profiles? These are climate FDI, digital FDI, and value chain transposition, value chain reshaping is very important in that sense. So, for the next 5 years, what I am trying to say is Turkey's investment policies will be mainly focused on green transformation and FDI investment attraction. Renewable energy investments, green tech, know-how transfer would be very important, because we know that in order to, let's say, create an healthy economic growth, and the green transformation would be very important and very crucial. Also, investment office has a very huge portfolio from different bunch of sectors, and we, let's say, disseminate it into 2. There are prospective investments and already decided investments. And now, in our office portfolio, we can say that it is about more than 350 projects. We can say that more than 100 projects, which is about, if I'm not wrong, more than $2 billion US dollars, is, let's say, in line with the grand transformation. How can I say that? Last year we have adapted an SDG scoring mechanism in our inner, let's say, mechanism, while assessing, evaluating the FDI profile in project-based, in project-wise. We are applying this SDG scoring mechanism, and we have 5 different categories, which is beginning with the diamond, and which is the gold, silver, and so forth. So why we are applying this? Because we are trying to understand our projects are in line with the SDGs or not. Not only the green transformation or directly climate FDI, also we are trying to cover out all the SDG policies by using this SDG scoring mechanism. And we know that all around the world, for the different international other countries' investment promotion agencies, this SDG scoring mechanism creates very important attention. We are maybe the first, if I'm not wrong, the investment promotion agency applying this issue. Also, because of that, we have awarded an award by UNCTAD last year by applying this SDG scoring mechanism, and by this scoring mechanism by facilitating the renewable energy investments. So, in general, to sum up, by taking into account the time, for the next 5 years, the investment office will closely and very hardly work on attracting the climate FDI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And our FDI strategy of Turkey directly coincides with the priorities of the FDI companies, like digital transformation, green transformation, better introduction to the global supply chains, and improving the human resources of the country. So thank you for that overlapping as well. And if you would like to continue with the policy side of this event, Aylin Hanım, in this setting, the importance of the trade ministries is kindly increasing. We are feeling that. And your institution played a crucial role in awakening all the shareholders about the Green Deal process. And you took the initiative to kick that process and prepared an action plan with all your shareholders. How would you position this process, and how we look towards the next policies in that sense?
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I apologize for being a little bit late. So, we have on the agenda twin transition, green and digital transition. So, it's changed the world, and it's also relevant for Turkey. So, we have to adopt relevant policies. In that sense, Ministry of Trade is at the center of these policies, because we are always together with the companies. So as the policymakers, we have to adopt relevant policies and facilitate the life of the companies as well, and then give relevant orientation, guidance to the companies, and also support them in a way to create a suitable environment for investments as well. So we have a very unique position in the formulation of all policies. I have to say this twin transition process is a priority issue for Turkey. And Turkey is committed to green, sustainable, and also resource-efficient policies, investments. And the EU, our relations with EU is very important, because EU is a kind of engine for Turkey also, because we have very close ties, and it gives us also some big orientation. And as we have also adopted the acquis of the EU, it facilitates also our life, and also for the future give us some orientation as well. We are just following very closely the EU market and EU policies as well, because they are our major partner, and they're also pioneer in the formulation in the global era, this kind of all policies related to Green Deal. In 2021, you know that we ratified the Paris Agreement, and then we adopted net zero emissions target by 2053, and we launched the Green Deal Action Plan in the same year. And this plans cover broad-based sectors. It covers many areas, such clean energy transition, energy transition, industrial restructuring, sustainable transport, agriculture. We just established a working group, a high-level working group, and also we have 20 specialized subgroups. This is important because within the context of these subgroups, we are working together with public sector, all the stakeholders, the public, private, academia, representative from the academicians also we have, and we are also, Turkey is working also to establish an emission trading system, ETC, which is important. This is important because if we can generate revenue, it will help us to transfer also realize the green transition, to support the companies as well. Additionally, we have low carbon transition roadmaps included in, it is very connected to the action plan, which have been prepared for energy intensive sectors, including steel, aluminum, cement, and fertilizers. And on the other hand, we are also observing the sectors. We are just getting some findings from different analyses. Two of them is important, which was, first one is with the EBRD, and the second one with the World Bank. And these findings of these studies say that with the CBAM, some sectors will be much more impacted. One of them is, for example, steel, cement, chemicals, refining, and electricity, which is important. And of course, this is directly linked also the climate law, which is supposed to be adopted in 2025, and I hope that it will also give some impetus to the all work that we are involved directly. And as a last point, maybe I have to say that Turkey is also working to establish a circular economy model through circular economy action plan also. So we have many things to do, and we are very well placed to give relevant guidance to the companies, which is important. And as the Ministry of Trade, we are adopting also some support incentives measures, which is not disturbing market, but to give, for example, some support for their consultancy to the companies, to make a diagnostic for the companies how they are standing vis-a-vis the green transition, to make an inventory of their needs, and then give some guidance for the relevant measures to the companies. So for the first time.
Thank you very much, Aylin Hanım, for all those efforts. We are in this together, and for the CBAM mechanism especially. The industries are working, and all international companies are bringing their best practices. Before coming here, we were just talking about zero-emission cement that is being produced, one of our members, and it's being going to introduce in Turkey also. And we had the good news about our climate law that is going to introduce the emission trading system soon, Turkey. And we hope that we are going to have it before the end of this year, and it's going to be a real improvement. If you move to the private sector, Selim Bey, your company is one of the leaders of the industry, and you have many investments in Turkey and also in Azerbaijan. How would you say that, how do you position SDGs in your global company strategy, and how does it reflect to the operations in Turkey?
Thank you, Serkan Bey, and thank you for all the panel, and thank you for the participants. And also I would like to thank the Ministry and the Directorate for inviting and hosting us for the panel. For COP29, if we look at the main themes of COP29 are, if I can name two most important themes, is establishing the financial to make the climate finance, and the second one is the private investor engagement, and the third could be the technology. So those are the main identified enablers of tackling the climate finance. So recognizing that you need finance, you need technology, and you need private sector, because per the expectation forecast, this expected transition should be handled 70% by the private sector, of course, with the policymakers, with the contribution of the private and public participation projects. So from that angle, if I may quickly summarize what ACWA Power does is, actually we are the provider of sustainable and innovative technology solutions for the climate change. ACWA Power is a company who is in energy, renewable energy. Our portfolio currently, we are in transition as well. Now reach out to up to 45 to 50% from the mostly natural gas to renewable energy. And we are the biggest water desalination company in the world. We generate about 8 million cubic meters of water per day, so to provide. So if you look at the climate change related issues as well, you see energy, water, and then hydrogen is also the first project, commercial project under construction in NEOM, is one of the investors of ACWA Power. So if I may summarize, from the sustainability development goals and the main themes of COP29, we are at the verge of it, and we are trying to enable the transition as ACWA Power. So if I go back and summarize what we need to do as the private company in a country, of course, per the 2035, recently by the minister announced our energy policy, we have to put together 120,000 megawatt of renewable energy to make this enabled. This is only in generation, by the way. I'm not talking about the industry on the and also on the other aspects of this supply chain. So we know the fact this takes 120 billion with the rule of thumb at minimum $100 billion investment required in terms of equity and in terms of finance and the rest of it. So it's good that we have also financing institutions here So that requires a proper risk allocation between the government, policy makers, financing institutions, and the investors. If this distorts, nothing happens. So if I recently read this article, so in Germany, you have sun, but where is the most sun? In Turkey, in Azerbaijan, if you go Sahara, you have more sun. But when you look at the installed power of solar, Germany far more exceeds developments. Why? The policy and the financing availability. There are risks that are not aligned. Then investment goes to the places where it is properly distributed and aligned. So going back to what we do, we try to enter into a market, create a platform. We work with the policymakers. And most of the markets, to be honest, we have to say, we work in Global South. In Uzbekistan, we invest $15 billion. In Azerbaijan, we would like to spend, currently spending only our under construction is $400 million, but we would like to also continue on investments. So in these regions, you have to work with the policymakers because you have to set up the new network of the policy and the framework, as well as the new institutions, financings. Those are the places where you don't have the private lending. So you need institutions like FDIs, financial development institutions, multilateral institutions. So this is our mission as that private participation engagement, Aqua Power. We try to put together this, drive this transition as a private company.
Thank you very much, Selim Bey. If you may continue from the point you left, finance and technology are here also. And whenever we have a gap, we are focusing on the finance and also asking technology to fill the gap for our operations. So, Oğuz Bey, Honeywell is a leader addressing the technological needs of many industries. And would you please elaborate a little bit on the sustainable technologies and give us our insights about what is incoming and what are the technological advantages of Turkey, how we are performing in this area?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I am honored to be part of the discussion. And special thanks to İklim Bey and his team for their huge support for our first plastic project worldwide in Turkey. Just to give you the context, we are an industrial technology company, and we are focusing on three mega trends: future of aviation, industrial automation, and energy transition. By energy transition, we mean going to cleaner and lower emission energy sources. As Honeywell, we see the demand for conventional energy, and we believe, and it will be there for decades, with the AI and new developments, we believe there will be more demand for energy, and we will address this with our traditional technologies in refinery and petrochemical area. But in parallel, we see the trend for green, clean energy, and we are devoting our resources. We are investing to new product solutions. Actually, 6% of our new investments are going to environment and social development. And currently, we can address half of world's emission problem with Honeywell technologies. By green technology, we are focusing on green molecules. We mean by green molecules sustainable aviation fuel, hydrogen, and LNG. We are investing in LNG technologies, and we believe LNG will be transitional for green energy. Also, we have solutions for energy storage, carbon capture, and plastic recycling. Regarding Turkey's role on Honeywell's sustainable strategy, we have two ongoing sustainable aviation fuel projects in Turkey by private investors, and they are going very well. In addition to that, We are developing the first, Honeywell's first commercial plastic recycling project in Turkey. Just to give a bit more details regarding plastic recycling projects, industries uses virgin plastic to keep food fresh and for medical uses, and virgin plastic can be produced only by fossil fuels. Actually, only 9% of plastic can be recycled. By recycling, they mean it is downcycling with mechanical sources. Our technology can break down plastic into its basic form and make it monomer, like virgin plastic. And we have a small pilot plant in Chicago. We want to scale it up and commercialize it. First, we started in United States, UK, Spain, and China. Afterwards, we have initiated Turkey project, and nowadays our Turkey project is the most advanced one because Turkey has unique advantages. First of all, we are close to EU, where off-takers are, and logistics-wise, it is more feasible. Second, we have very strong contractors, equipment manufacturers. You need to have a feasible project, and it should be doable. And Turkey has best contractors to build those plants. CapEx-wise and OpEx-wise, Turkey is also good compared to other projects. And lastly, thanks to incentives, we have land allocation, tax, VAT incentives, which makes the project feasible. So, in short, Turkey has everything as long as we step up, take more risk, and work together for all those projects.
Thank you very much, and it's good to point out that we are also exporting best practices to other countries, not only just importing them. And finally, with the expectation of showing us the money, Çağrı Bey, KfW has a long-going footprint in Turkey in supporting sustainable development and transition. And how do you position these items in your recent strategies, and how it reflects to your credit operations in Turkey?
Well, first of all, thank you for having us speakers today and for this good organization. It's always hard questions to the finance institutions, but just kidding. First, let me give some short information about KfW Banking Group. It's the promotional bank of Germany. It operates on behalf of German government, and KfW IPEX, which I am a member, is carrying all the international project and export finance transactions within the KfW Banking Group. Now coming back to the question, maybe I can start by saying that KfW is one of the pioneer financial institutions globally, because when the first COP was made back in 1995, the KfW Banking Group implemented the sustainability guidelines back in year 2000, which is like 24 years ago. And then these guidelines are adapted several times within the developments of international developments. And since 2021, we are fully aligned with Paris Climate Agreement. And now we have Paris-compatible sector guidelines, which is fully aligned with 1.5 degrees Celsius of climate target. Apart from that, we do support sustainable development goals of United Nations. We apply Equator Principles, IFC standards, and we have impact management system, which links our actions with some sustainable development goals. These are the summaries of policies. What I would like to mention is that we have a high motivation for these sustainable development goals, to be frank, and all this motivation brings these policies, and these policies do shape our strategies. Now coming back to Turkey, what I can say, we have a very good match between our strategy and the potential of Turkey, to be frank. Let me provide some specific examples. We finance aviation, we finance airports, motorways, like textile, automotive, but we also finance energy. And I'm proud to say that in Turkey, half of our exposure is on renewable energy. Maybe to provide more specific examples, in the last 12 months in Turkey, we have financed 945 megawatts of renewable energy, which is all wind. I mean, considering the installed capacity of Turkey, which is like 13 gigawatts, we have contributed more than 7% of the total installed capacity just in 1 year. And we recently closed the biggest wind transaction of Turkey, which is a $1 billion project of Energy Savretim company. And it's a good JV of a German shareholder, E.ON, and a Turkish shareholder, Sabancı Holding. And it was financed by 6 different international lenders. And we were so proud to be the ECA coordinator, facility agent, and intercreditor agent in that one. And the point is that $1 billion transaction financed by 6 different international lenders, I think that shows the appetite of international lenders for Turkey. And that also shows the capacity and the potential of Turkey on the renewable energy. And when we look at the pipeline and the targets of Turkey, I'm pretty sure that this appetite of international lenders will continue in the upcoming years.
Thank you very much. And since we are running out of time, we are going to have an accelerated last session. I'm going to give you the last reflection of 1 minute. Thank you very much for this stock taking. Now we are going to finalize with the forward-looking comments of yours related to your industries. So what is next and what is important? Just in 1 minute and few sentences, starting from Muhittin Bey.
Thank you very much, Serkan Bey. It was a very quality discussion, and as an investment officer, we are aware that in order to facilitate the green technologies and climate FDI, there is a important financial gap. Everybody is talking about it, and we consider that FDI is the very opportunistic way to close this gap, because we need to create some let's say photograph that everybody has advantage on it. So as an investment office, by this way we can facilitate and also we can have a very huge, let's say, success on successing on the SDGs. So for the last words, as an investment office, our strategy, our team, and our teams on facilitation, our teams on, let's say, promotion is very ready to attract FDI to Turkey, and we are welcoming all green tech companies to our country. Thank you very much.
That's great. Aylin Hanım.
Thank you very much again. So digital economy is also the second pillar of twin transition, and then we are following very closely the EU regulations as well, and we are making some assessment also to see the impacts on the different sectors. But it's important also to follow the works on the multilateral arena, especially the WTO. As Turkey, we believe that these issues should be discussed also within the context of WTO, because 2/3 of the members are developing and the least developed countries in the WTO, and we have to find some multilateral solution also to these issues. I'm referring also some negative impacts of all environmental related measures as well. This should be taken into account. And I have to highlight common but differentiated responsibilities. Then the responsible for the measures and the impacts shouldn't be the developing countries. This is important also. Consistencies for the policies is an important issue to be taken into account, and the coherence also. We have to find a balance between trade and environmental issues, and this is not easy. So we are following very closely in multilateral arena as well.
Thank you very much. Selim Bey, if we may continue with you.
Well, in the next 7 years, our strategy is to triple the capacity in water and energy, and this is the region, the global south, Azerbaijan to Central Asia, Turkey, and Africa. So in order to do that, we just understand in the region, to make it sustainable, you have to make it competitive, to further fast-track the development of climate change projects. To do that, you need to have a clear policy. You need cheap financing, because lenders finance everything. But we know, we are consumer, it's expensive or cheap. To make it cheaper, we have to work with the policy. Sometimes policymakers think that it is our job or lender's job to make it, but there are a lot of things that easily could be overcome and make it very cheap, that over time it affects the industrial policy, development of the country, localization, because it's not only the energy. When we enter into a market, approximately, on average, I'm saying, is 80% of these resources are local. The supply chain, especially Turkey, is very, what do you call, lucky from that aspect. Not Azerbaijan, maybe industrial bases, much oil and gas, not diversified. In Uzbekistan, it doesn't exist. So, but in Turkey, you have all the ingredients. The issue that we are trying to in Turkey is we need to tackle $100 billion we need. So how to attract that money and the investor to Turkey at a low cost to further exploit that, quickly, because we have CBAM coming in and we have a growing industry. We have to make it competitive. So this is our, as Aqua Power, to continue on working with the policymakers, with the lenders and us for the projects to, as quickly as possible, to make these climate change projects happen.
Thank you very much, Selim Bey. And Oğuz Bey?
I will be quick. For investors, the first screen that they are looking for is money, actually. And green project to succeed, it should be bankable and feasible. To have a feasible project, I mean, it should be doable. There should be off-taker, reliable feedstock supplier, contractor, manufacturer, a good technology, and a project developers that combines all of them and put a story in front of a lender. The major challenges that we see that regulatory uncertainties. At Asia, there is no regulation. US regulations are expiring. We don't know if they will be renewed or not. And EU keeps changing rules. That's why it is very hard to have an off-take agreement nowadays. Second challenge is high interest rates. As Selim Bey mentioned, with those IRRs, it is very hard to have a project. Lastly, the new technology risk. Lenders a bit they're afraid of new technologies. They keep lending to wind and solar farms. The special thing about Honeywell that we know how to scale up, and our technology is not revolutionary, it's evolutionary. So that means that we are building on top of existing technology, so it is easier to implement and scale up. In short, for change, each party needs to step up and take a bit more risk to make new technologies feasible. Lastly, early adopters will gain a lot of valuable know-how, and they will have huge competition at long run.
Thank you. And Şabe, let us conclude with the finance.
I mostly agree with all the panelists, and maybe I can sum up in two perspectives. First one is technology, all the battery storage, green hydrogen investment decisions. So I'm pretty sure that they can get support from investment office of Turkey or from us even before making the investment decision, and we would be more than happy to welcome them.
Thank you very much. So the messages are quite clear, so I'm not going to add any commentary on this one. Particular appreciation and thanks go to our audience, because this is the first session of today. People who are here are the people who want to be here. Thank you very much for your support and being here. And we are all in this together. The achievements are giving the motivation, but there's a way to go, and we are going to accomplish that together. So applaud for the panelists. Thank you very much for this one, and thank you for that.
No, actually, it's just going to be minor and myself. So, should we take this chair away? Well, welcome everybody today, and thank you so much for turning up to the launch of the Weathering the Storm report. I might just get the. I think I had a copy of it. Oh, thank you. The new report put out by Caritas Australia, Caritas Oceania, and Jubilee Australia on climate and debt vulnerability in the Pacific. It's wonderful to be here in the Turkey Pavilion. I'll introduce our speakers in a second, but I just wanted to reflect on the long history and bonds between our two countries of Australia and Turkey. Forged on the fields of the First World War and the Dardanelles campaign and Gallipoli. And we know that in the many years since many of Australia's fallen have been looked after and buried on Turkish land, and the great collaboration that has been there between the Australian and the Turkish governments over Gallipoli commemorations. And we know that there is a friendly rivalry between the two countries as we both look for the Pacific in Australia and Turkey for the bid for COP31. And we recognise that, and thank you for hosting us here today. And we know that Caritas Australia is certainly supporting the Pacific and Australia in its bid for that. We look at the great leadership of the Australian government in the climate finance area in the Pacific, in its establishment of the Pacific Resilience Facility, in its work with Pacific nations to build capacity to engage with and get access to climate finance funds, and in recent work like the off-grid partnerships helping Pacific communities get access to renewable energy, which Caritas Australia has been involved with. And we expect Australia to extend that leadership in these current climate finance NCQG negotiations, particularly around the issues that we are raising in this report around the dangers of debt risk, the dangers of private sector debt generating finance taking too much and of a role in endangering the countries, having climate finance become a debt generating model, so the need to put in safeguards there. But we thank Turkey and it's wonderful to be here. In Australia we acknowledge the Aboriginal lands that we meet on, but we also acknowledge the Aboriginal lands that this report was written on, primarily the lands of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and we acknowledge their elders past and present. I say talofa lava and welcome to our guest of honour today, to the Honourable Dr. Minister Maina Talia, Minister for Climate Change for Tuvalu, and I welcome him to make comments to launch the report.
Well, thank you so much, Damien, and also would like to acknowledge the colleagues from Czechia for arranging this wonderful space and time for us to launch the report. We also acknowledge the support that has rendered by your government in the past years to the government and the people of Tuvalu, and we will continue to do that. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all acknowledge with great appreciation the Caritas Oceania, Caritas Australia and Jubilee Australia for leading this profound report which we are to launch today. We have known for a long time that there is a vigorous cycle connecting to climate impact and debt distress. When climate vulnerable countries have high level of debt, they have to spend more repayments and less on climate adaptation. This makes them more vulnerable to climate disasters, other long-term climate impact, which can cause economic damage as well as social environmental loss. The economic impact of climate change that reduce the country's income and GDP, making it harder to pay off the existing debt. Often there is a need to borrow more to repair the damage that has occurred. They have less and less capacity for climate adaptation, making them more vulnerable to future climate and economic crisis. The new report from Caritas Oceania, Caritas Australia and Jubilee Australia, Weathering the Storm, Debt and a Climate Vulnerability in the Pacific, take a close look at the current and predicted levels of debt across 7 Pacific Island countries. It also evaluates forecasts for climate impact and climate finance need. While it finds some of the Pacific countries have low levels of debt, others including Fiji, Samoa and Tonga are worryingly high, with Vanuatu projected to worsen in the future. Additionally, there is a major discrepancy in the amount of climate finance being delivered at the estimate of what is needed. Estimates of total finance needs for the Pacific nations in terms of mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage are around 1.5 billion per year, although this is likely to be an underestimate. Current financing going to the Pacific is estimated as 0.2 to 0.6 billion, far short of what is needed. In terms of solution for the first recommendation, the report makes an immediate increase of climate finance to the Pacific to ensure that mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage are adequately funded. This finance should be additional to official aid, consistent with UNFCCC goals, and have enough proportionately set aside for adaptation and loss and damage. Second, this finance should be in grant form and via appropriate mechanisms. It should be in the form of grants, not loans, and it should be from country contribution to simplified public financial vehicle under UN rather than the multilateral development bank. Third, step must be taken to improve the global community capacity to address and respond to sovereign debt crisis. These steps must include reforms to establish a new architecture to allow for the cancellation or restructuring of unsustainable and legitimate debt, the development of new debt sustainability assessments, more transparency about debt from borrower and lender, governments and agencies, mechanism to limit finance from undermining debt reconstruction efforts, and the establishment of legislation to ensure more transparent governance and management of debts. It is my hope that this report will have a greater impact on COP29. And once again, just before I close, of course, as Damien has alluded to earlier, in terms of Australia co-hosting COP31, I just want to reiterate the fact that it is a need not only for Australia to co-host, but to put a face to the climate crisis in which the Pacific Island countries are going through. And we will continue that dialogue with our friends from Turkey. And I really acknowledge the friendship and the dialogue that we have, that Tuvalu and your government have started in the past couple of months and weeks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Minister. Well, a really fascinating discussion of the key findings and the recommendations in the report. I mean, one of them, as well as the need to reform the way that climate finance works in terms of debt, is the startling observation that there's a $1 billion hole in the climate finance needs for the Pacific. What we did in the report was we looked through the IMF and World Bank assessments of climate finance needs, of adaptation and other needs of the Pacific. And then we looked in detail at the estimates, the forecasts of Pacific Island countries themselves and what their own needs were. And when we added all them all together, it was clear that they far outstripped the sort of $0.4 to $0.6 billion a year that they're getting at the moment. And instead, they were needed about another $1 billion to make up $1.5 billion. And this has important consequences for the NCQG negotiations that are on at the moment, and is really a further evidence that we need to be upping the, increasing significantly the target in the NCQGs so that we can have proper public funding for climate finance throughout the Pacific. I was negligent earlier in that I failed to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Damien Spruce. I'm the Advocacy Associate Director for Caritas Australia and also part of the Caritas Oceania VACA Advocacy Working Group. And I'd also just like to acknowledge in the room that we have representatives here from the Holy See, from Musamba Mubanga, it's wonderful to see, and Dr. Sally Box. We're really honoured by your presence here as the lead Australian negotiator, and acknowledge anyone else in the room that we haven't previously talked about. I know time is fairly tight. The only further things I wanted to say before handing over for Q&A was just to have a put the findings of the report into a bit of a larger international context of debt at the moment. We know that since the global financial crisis of 2007 and the new wave of loans to the developing world from the private sector that followed this, the debt has been on the rise in the global south. Sovereign debt levels have increased across the developing world, and a 2023 UN report has found that debt service obligations have reached levels that are seriously interfering with development. And the Pacific is part of this. Around 50 countries now pay more in debt service than they do in health, education, or just as importantly for climate adaptation. There can be no sustainable development and no meaningful large-scale climate adaptation when the resources that are needed for the massive amount of work that needs to be done in these areas are being diverted to pay interest bills from the private sector, from the global north, alongside multilateral development banks and developed countries. The findings of this report on the potential for debt distress in the Pacific and the countries that are already heading that way as part of this broad global story on increasing debt levels. Climate finance represents both a solution to climate adaptation needs and loss and damage impacts, but also, if not delivered in the right way, with integrity as grants, not loans, and from public sector funding primarily, then it represents the potential for climate finance to be the creator of a massive new wave of debt crises in the developing world. What are the implications of this for the current negotiations? Well, the report shows that it's absolutely important that the demands from the Pacific and others for a proper, fully funded and grants-based climate finance goal are prioritised in the discussions. Loss and damage should be included in the NCQGs, and the idea that the private sector will come in and provide loans-based debt, creating finance instead of public funding, and that is going to solve all the problems should be rejected. We need a strong and broad-based government and public sector funding for climate finance. So thank you, Minister Talia, for your insightful comments, which you know come from a deep experience of climate activism and leadership for climate justice in the Pacific and globally. I'd now like to open it up for, before we finish, I know that we've only got a few minutes left, open it up for any questions from the floor or any comments.
Good morning. My name is Gina Castillo, and I work for Catholic Relief Services. This report is so timely, so thank you. My question to the minister, and I guess to negotiators here who are negotiating the NCQG, is that, yes, there is a lot of talk about bringing in the private sector, mobilizing money, because there's never going to be enough money from public sources, so we need the private sector. And yet when it comes to adaptation, we know that the private sector just hasn't been there. And so that's one reflection. The second reflection is that there's a lot of emphasis on the NDCs. There's less emphasis on the NAPAs and the importance of the national adaptation plans. And while some NDCs include adaptation in their NDCs, that's not always the case. And yet we hear so little about the NAPAs. So I guess my question to the minister is, like, yeah, how do you see this playing out? How can we ensure that adaptation and mitigation are reflected equally in the NCQG? Yep, thank you.
Thank you so much for the question, which is very important as well, while we are also devising our NDC. And of course, the strong emphasis that we put on NDCs will fairly reflect our attempt to transition away from fossil fuel in terms of putting the proper emphasis on mitigation and adaptation in terms of achieving the 1.5 degrees Celsius. So you have raised a very pertinent question, which indeed should be one of the key goals for us here at COP29 in terms of achieving the NCQG in terms of finance. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Mark Dolder. I'm a journalist from New Zealand. I'm wondering if you can tell us, Minister, from your sort of experience, just a little bit more, examples of how this debt affects the Pacific Island countries as they're trying to both develop but also adapt to the impacts of climate change and transition away from fossil fuels.
Thank you. Tuvalu is one of the countries that are not part of this debt crisis in the Pacific, which we literally relies on grant basis. So the debt crisis in Tuvalu is not an issue for us, but it's an issue for other Pacific countries in the Pacific. But again, the only reasons I can see why other Pacific countries opted or ended up in this debt crisis was the fact that they are trying, in their attempt to respond to the climate crisis, they need financial support, just like us in Tuvalu, in order for them to respond to the climate crisis. In terms of mitigation and specifically on adaptation, we need finance. And without finance, there is no point of coming to COP29. Finance is really important for us to respond. Even if we are to transition away from fossil fuel, we still need finance. We need finance to build the capacity of our people, not just to build the capacity of our people, but to fairly transition from old technologies to new introduced technologies. So that's why some of the Pacific countries ended up in all of these climate debt. It is because of their attempt to respond to the climate crisis in terms of adaptation and so forth.
I might just add, we'll go to you in a sec. I might just add to that that there is, Pacific countries are facing, Fiji and Tonga are getting into areas where they're paying more than 15% of their budget in for debt service repayments. And it's at that stage that we say, and that it's generally accepted, that you're entering into debt distress. We, instead of being able to, fund health, fund education, fund expensive climate adaptation, you're having to pay back creditors. So what happens then is that you don't have enough money to adapt properly for climate events. Then you get hit harder by climate events, which wipe out GDP, making it harder to repay debt and harder to finance further. So you either go into more debt or you just don't adapt for climate finance. So it's a vicious cycle, and it's one that needs policy, proactive policy measures by donors, including Australia, multilateral development banks, Japan, to address this.
Hi, I'm Graham Gordon from Christian Aid in the UK. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Damien, for your very important report. I'm just wondering, G20 countries have huge amounts of fossil fuel subsidies still. I think late figures may get into a trillion. Also, they have discussions around taxing different companies like high wealth taxes or polluting companies. And they're also looking at debt. Restructuring and cancellation, we hope. Do you have any particular messages to G20 leaders about what you'd hope that they might achieve this year, led by South Africa?
Minister, I'm happy to go to you, or I'm happy to talk a little bit about the Jubilee debt campaign that got you. And that's a really good question, and I'll just say that one of the initiatives for next year, for the Jubilee year 2025, that I know that the Catholic community is leading, is a new Jubilee debt justice campaign to address just those issues that you've identified. So there's a range of actors around the world who are coming together to try to get a new debt resolution mechanism into the United Nations, as well as restructuring debts at various levels. So that's we see climate finance debt as part of that new worrying wave that may be contributing to these high levels of debt, and so we need to be addressing climate finance debt as well as other measures.
I think it always comes to the moral question when it comes to this kind of arrangement, and I hope that that moral responsibility will be the emphasis of and central to the discussion around COP and so forth. Yeah, so it is a matter of survival for countries like mine.
Thank you. And with that, I think we will need to be moving on to let the next event come in. So thank you so much for being here today.
Say.
Fatma Hanım,
Say.
sizinle de istek olur mu şuradan baştan şey yapsam? Çok özür dileyerek böyle durunca...
Say.
Moderate. Will be easier. Let's wait for 2 minutes, okay? In case anybody is coming. Of course. Efendim edersek iyi olur, aha.
Cemre. Seninle bir anons yapalım.
Sayın konuklarımız, panelimiz 5 dakika içinde başlamak üzeredir. Lütfen yerlerinizi alınız. Hemen başlamak üzeredir. Dear guests, our panel will be starting in right now. Please take your seats.
Başlayalım mı? Siz söyleyin bana. Okay. Okay. Hi, everybody, dear distinguished guests. Today we are going to discuss sustainable finance, which is very much important for our country. And I'm very proud that we have all distinguished panelists who is going to cover all aspects of sustainability within our country. We will elaborate more on how to align all parties, all stakeholders, to further improve sustainable finance within the country. So let me start with introducing our distinguished guests. Let me start with Yang Ping. I'm pronouncing it. Zheng Ping, sorry, Zheng Ping. Mr. Zheng Ping, he is the lead economist and manager of the economics department at the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Mr. Zheng Ping works at AIB, emphasizes sustainability in infrastructure investment, ensuring that green principles that are embedded within large-scale development projects across Asia. By the way, I would like to mention that they are very active in Turkey. They are one of the most active banks, development finance institution in the country, financing a lot of projects for the time being, and they are going to be further active. And secondly, Mr. Ömer Karademir, he is the Director General of Public Finance at Turkey's Ministry of Treasury and Finance. He has played a leading role in integrating sustainability into Turkey's public finance policies, driving initiatives that address Turkey's unique opportunities and challenges. And I have to say that Turkey's Ministry of Treasury and Finance is about to structure a sustainable finance department within the ministry. So they are becoming more active and active in the upcoming days. We will hear more about them. And Ms. Fatma Çınar, she is the Deputy Secretary General of the Participation Banks Association of Turkey. She is very much dedicated to enhancing financial inclusion and advancing sustainable banking within Turkey's participation banking sector. We very much actually give importance to bring the interest-sensitive investors on the ground as well, because you know, as per the SDG 10, reducing inequalities, bringing all stakeholders to the table is very much important. In case all parties can reach the sustainable finance, this sustainable transition will be easier. So many thanks for coming and being with us. And Mr. Ömer Şeyh, he is again another very important person within this sustainable finance and Islamic finance
environment. He's the managing director of the Global Ethical Finance Initiative. Actually, he is very much active in terms of impact as well. He is going to elaborate more on impact because it's not only ESG. You know, we are not going to reach our net zero commitments only with ESG, only with eliminating the negative effects of ESG, but we need to further create positive impact on the world, and he is going to elaborate more on that. And finally, Ms. Maya Hemerkes. Again, they are one of the most active banks in Turkey, EBRD. She is the director of Green Financial System Climate Strategy and Delivery at EBRD. She leads EBRD's efforts in climate-aligned financing, supporting green finance frameworks across emerging markets like ourselves. So let me start with Ömer Karademir, with the ministry, because you are the regulator, and going forward your activities will very much define what will go on in Turkey. And let me start with your question. Just a second. Yeah. So given Turkey's position in the global economy and the emphasis on sustainability in national policy, how does the Ministry of Treasury and Finance plan to integrate sustainability considerations into Turkey's fiscal policies and public finance management, especially with the advent of new sustainable finance regulations? Yeah, we'd love to hear your views, the Ministry's views from yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Seçil Hanım. Thank you for introducing all distinguished panelists. Let me introduce you also. We are working with Seçil Hanım in Turkish Development and Investment Bank. She is very active in the sustainable finance issues in Turkey. Everybody knows her. Thank you for your question. Dear distinguished participants, as the representative of Minister of Treasury and Finance, yes, we are playing a very crucial role in this sustainable finance issue. We have published the framework of the Sustainable Finance Framework in 2021. That is also states the commitments of the fiscal policies and public finance management aspects of the sustainability issues. We have stated the main plans, actions in this framework, and also, you know, the Turkey has revised its emission reduction targets from 21% to 41%. That will be an achievement in 2030, and 2053 we are targeting zero emission. For the finance side, you know, there are some important areas. We have issued an sustainable bonds in 2023, which is an amount of $2.5 billion to support green transformation, to support sustainable water management, renewable energy, and we have finalized it also. We have supported almost 80% of the ongoing projects and refinance the projects, and 20% for the new financing. We have completed the allocation. We have published our report in September this year, and I think 1.4 billion of this issuances allocated to electrification and low emission public transit initiatives. And also, Seçil Hanım stated, we are trying to increase the institutional capacity in the government. So we have gathered the ministries, line ministries. There are 12 ministries, for the in order to work on our sustainable finance frameworks guidelines. And ministry and our strategy, presidents of strategic and budget institution are working on our policies, plans in our medium-term programs also. So from the government side, these are all I can say just not now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are very much hearing about Ministry of Treasury and Finance plans for the upcoming years, including the middle term plan as well. So it's great to hear that Ministry of Treasury and Finance is going to establish a department and going to follow all activities within the sustainability context. Thank you very much, Mr. Karademir. Your insights are really great, essential for us. And now, Mr. Cenk Pink from Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. They are one of the most active banks within the country. They did finance a lot of infrastructure projects. They are one of the lenders to our bank as well. And going forward, I'm sure we will be seeing you much more in the country as per your interest. So I would like to ask you about Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank's role in Turkey. With your very much focus on the infrastructure investment, can you please share your plans for the upcoming period for Turkey? What kind of projects would you like to finance, and what is your plan? What is the amount you allocated to the country? And hopefully you will be one of the most active ones together with World Bank Group and EBRD. Let's hear your views.
Thank you. Friends from Turkey, thank you for inviting me to the panel. I'm very, very grateful. I've traveled to Turkey many times, even from my days as a student. It's a lovely, beautiful, endowed, blessed country. AIIB has about $5 billion already approved for Turkey projects, and there's another $1 or $2 billion in the pipeline, but I'm sure we will have more. One of the most productive area that AIIB is working with is with the financial sector in Turkey. The reason is very simple. Turkey has a very sophisticated financial sector, has a very sophisticated corporate sector. It is not an ordinary developing economy. It is a strong and sophisticated developing emerging economy. So we work with Akbank, we work with Ishbank, TKYB, TKSB, Guarantee Bank, and so on. What do? We provide on-lending facilities. This is great because it allows us to reach SMEs for rooftop solar, for small-scale hydro projects, and so on. We are a young bank. We cannot reach all these small little segments, but transition for them, SME sectors, is critical. So working with the financial sector has allowed us to reach a lot of these projects in Turkey. Number two, we work closely with your developers. Again, your developing sector, your developers, your EPC sector is sophisticated. When AIIB analyzed our portfolio, not just the lending to Turkey, our entire portfolio, we asked the question, which are the suppliers, the contractors, the construction company that actually benefited from most of AIIB's entire portfolio, not just in Turkey? Guess what? Turkey's companies, construction companies, EPC companies, are routinely the number one or number two greatest kind of downstream beneficiary. So sometimes we finance a project in Kazakhstan, build a hospital, but actually the project is built by Turkey, Renaissance. So you see a lot of these examples in Asia, in Central Asia, in developing economies. Now this gives a second opportunity for AIIB. If the EPC sector is sustainable, has the best practices in greening construction sector, in greening the supply chain of the construction sector, in greening the infrastructure construction, it brings benefits not just to Turkey, but across the region as well. It makes the entire construction, EPC sector greener. So that's the second area of opportunity I'd like to tap. Going forward, I have a lot of things more to say, but I'll just quickly end up with one last point first. Going forward, we hope to do more with Turkey. That is without the question. In July this year, we approved policy-based financing, not just project by project, policy-based financing against climate change reform targets in Turkey. I look forward to Turkey's treasury for putting up a proposal. I'm sure it will be seen very greatly welcome, and to collaborate with you on policy proposal, policy lending towards Turkey for climate change reforms. Let me stop here, and if there's a second round of questions, I'll be glad to take more questions. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. It's very inspiring, but I have to ask it again. What is the amount you allocated to Turkey?
Thank you. Sorry for not answering the question. I answered the question on past allocation. So I'm a bit worried to answer the question because I'm not the chief risk officer. But I think if you ask me about if we allocate about 10% of our balance sheet to Turkey, that will be about right. So if AIB has a maybe $100 billion balance sheet, maybe we can go up to maybe $10 billion. That is just a guess. It's not a firm answer, but for a country the Turkey size, sophistication, I think 10% of total allocation, $10 billion, sounds very right to me. Thank you so much.
Great to hear that. $10 billion is quite important for the country as well. So let's come to EBRD after that, right? Going to development banks. Given your expertise and extensive experience in the country and in supporting emerging markets, how does EBRD contribute to the development of sustainable finance frameworks in Turkey specifically? In region, we know you do a lot of things and you are financing SMEs as well. You are doing direct lending and you are also lending to financial sector as well. So we would like to understand how you are doing it really, because you know you are the only bank who are financing, who are providing direct lending, direct lending to corporates and also like Apex lending to SMEs, and it's very much important for us as well, transition of SMEs. We would like to understand how you do it and going forward, what's your plans in this respect?
Yeah, thank you so much, first of all, for inviting us to this panel. Turkey is one of the top 2 countries where EBRD invests, so it's an extremely important market for us, and I share the admiration for the country with my predecessor. Maybe just to frame it for you, we've done about 10.5 billion euros of investment in Turkey since about 2006, that almost 4 billion through the financial sector. So we've worked and we continue to work with 17 Turkish banks. So I would say we're very closely linked and we're very closely partnering with the Turkish FI sector. And to come to your question about how we shape sustainable finance frameworks, it is through those very strong partnerships. So we've given ourselves frameworks as EBRD. We apply sort of an ESG or green investment approach that is composed of 3 components. One is that, of course, all of our investments, whether it's FI or direct investments, they are aligned with our environmental social policy. That is sort of the non-negotiable minimum benchmark on environmental social safeguards and risk management. We also, since a couple of years, assure that all of EBRD's financing, no matter whether it's through FIs or through direct, is aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement. That is also a non-negotiable sort of minimum line. And then we invest over 50% of our funding for dedicated green. And in order to do that, especially with the financial sector, we need indeed to bring, it's a partnership model. It's not only about the green use of proceeds of our products, which of course we do. We have all the usual products that also you've alluded to. We have green lending lines, our flagship product is the Green Economy Financing Facility, which of course is also very active in Turkey. Its latest iteration, 750 million of euros, which is already being dispersed through local banks. But it's not only about our use of proceeds. It's much more important to bring the banks on board with us and to have the banks really green themselves. And we do this in through those instruments, because banks often, they learn with us. They start maybe with a green lending line, and then they learn how to establish green eligibility, how to do MRV on green use of proceeds. And then often, a few years down the line, they call us and they say, oh, actually, we could be quite interested in issuing a green bond. We think we're getting ready for this. And then what we do, we support them in framing those further frameworks. Of course, we support them in shaping their own ESG or green policies. We help them in shaping fossil fuel policies that are actually compliant with the Paris Agreement. That's still not everywhere fully done. And then what we do very strongly, and I think this is the interesting part specifically for emerging markets, is we support banks with transition planning. So we work in Turkey. We've done a big program where we've invited all our FI clients into the room in a program that lasted several months, where we really equip them with all the knowledge on how do you do climate risk management, how do you integrate climate and ESG considerations in your own governance as a bank. And this course is then hopefully enabling our FI clients to go home, do some thinking, and really establish a transition plan. Because, of course, Turkey has the net zero goal by 53, and the way to get there is not that easy, and it's not that clear for all banks. How do I do that? So, yeah, this is the way we do it, and I think we have a little bit of a unique business model at EBRD in that we work with our clients very much sort of bottom up, but at the same time we also try to support sort of the top down by working with the regulator, engaging in policy dialogue. We're very active in Turkey, also with across the sectors. We support Turkey in low carbon pathways for the hard to abate sectors like the steel sector, the fertilizer sector, and hopefully bringing all of this together shapes then an ecosystem for us all to just deploy much more funding for green.
That's great to hear. We very much appreciate the roles of development banks, by the way. They have a transformatory role in the regulations. You are closely working with Ministry of Treasury and Finance. The thing here is actually, Maya, how do you achieve to do transition on the SMEs? Because the main difference of EBRD from the other development banks, multilaterals, is working on SMEs, and you can achieve it, and that's great to bring all stakeholders on the table. Maybe you can elaborate a little on that one as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and I share with you the conviction that working with the SMEs is extremely important. They are the economic backbone in many of our countries, and so the way we do this, so we have two approaches. One approach is we have a very active SME program in the country. My colleagues from the SME team, they're very local. They are all in different offices all across Turkey. They go out, they speak to the SMEs, they provide them with advisory services depending on what this SME needs. Sometimes it's things as very simple as supporting them with a robust accounting system, or helping them to, if it's maybe a family-owned business, you know, what's a good corporate governance for myself, so getting sort of the basics right. And then when that sort of the basics are covered, we then very much work with them on the green agenda. We help them, you know, ESG related reporting, for example, is a big challenge for SMEs. So we support them, we try to help them, you know, to differentiate what's material, what's not, what do I really need to focus on. And then in order to provide finance to them, if it's larger SMEs, we can go with a direct loan, not a problem. If it's smaller SMEs, we mainly reach them in a similar fashion as AIB also does this through our local banks. So we on lend, they on lend, but we provide the eligibility criteria, and we provide them with tools so that they can generate business among the SME sector for green specifically, or also other impactful targets such as our Women in Business line or our Youth in Business lines.
Great to hear that. Maybe there are some guests among us who are SMEs as well. You can reach Maya after this panel, because they have a very dedicated team on ground. So in case you would like to reach them, they would be more than happy, I guess. Thanks a lot. So now, Mr. Ömer Sheikh, I would like to introduce him further. They are very active actually in terms of ethical finance, which very much fits to our dynamics as well. They are doing great job in terms of ethical finance, Islamic finance, and they are bringing together ethical finance with sustainability, because you know the social aspect of sustainability is very much aligned with ethical finance as well. So we would like to hear your views on the JEFI's strategies in emerging markets. What are you going to plan to do further in Turkey, for example? We know you have a lot of funds, right? dedicated to emerging markets. You are like, I mean, mobilizing the funds for ethical finance. And how are you going to plan to do this within the next, let's say, couple of years in our country? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the kind invitation to join the Turkish pavilion here. It's a fantastic pavilion and a real pleasure to be here. Just a quick to kind of add on to that. So GEFI, Global Ethical Finance Initiative, we're headquartered in Edinburgh. I do have a Scottish accent, but I've adjusted it so you can understand what I'm saying. Right? We use the word ethical finance because for those of you who've been involved in or conscious of the term, the last 20 years ago, it was typically ethical finance, but the word responsible finance, sustainable finance, yada yada, green finance, blue finance has developed and evolved. So we don't know which word to use anymore, so if we want to have a better word, we use the word ethical finance. The principle being profit and purpose, a different additional dynamic. We come from the private sector, so my background is in investment banking, trained as a chartered accountant, so all of our work is very much working with the financial institutions and sovereign funds and asset owners and asset managers around the world in developing, similar to what you were saying earlier, that's around developing the ecosystem for responsible and sustainable finance. How do we actually deploy this capital? So what we have seen in our journey in terms of developing these ecosystems is really buckets around kind of 3, maybe 4 core activities. One is you have to develop a kind of harmonized understanding of what is green and sustainable finance. And traditionally in financial services, markets are driven only by 2 things: compliance or underlying demand. And in financial services, compliance typically drives it more. So if this is the new way of doing business because we have to report under CSRD or TCFD, whatever that may be, all of a sudden you'll find capital being deployed and allocated in that space. So kind of harmonizing understanding, creating enabling regulatory frameworks, and having products, actually having products, because without those products it doesn't make any impact. So what have we been doing in emerging markets in terms of strategic initiatives and mobilizing capital? We have at Glasgow COP, we launched an SDG financial products platform with UNDP. Through that we created the world's first SDG sovereign bond fund with Aegon. It's roughly got 110 million pounds under management in that fund. We also launched together with Mark Carney and the government, the Scottish Government's task force for green and sustainable finance, which we lasted 2.5–3 years actually, and we just gave the final report and recommendations and deliverables for that just in September, which was really well received. In the Islamic finance space, we see at GEFI, we see ethical finance as the kind of overarching umbrella. Within ethical finance, a subset is faith-based finance, and within faith-based finance, a subset is Islamic finance. Now, Islamic finance is the only regulated and globally accepted form of faith-based finance. It has around $5 trillion of capital there, and particularly across emerging markets in the OIC regions, it matters. And it also has innate principles, which Fatima and I have discussed many a time, which is a lot more aligned to the people and planet. So the reconciliation of profit and purpose when it comes to actually deploying private sector capital, not the same as concessionary capital or infrastructure funds which come through government or multilateral bodies, but private sector capital is a lot more sensitive to returns, right? So how do you deploy that when people say, oh, sustainability is just a fad or it's just an extra compliance headache or blah, blah, blah. They're like looking for concessions, you know, can you give me discounted lines or whatever that is, then it makes sense. But actually Islamic finance has an opportunity to navigate that slightly differently because of its asset-backed nature and the understanding the kind of philosophical worldview of wealth that sits within Islamic finance. It's still a commercial form of finance, but it is a space which is very well aligned to green and sustainability. We have estimated, our sister entity, the UK Islamic Finance Council, estimated a $50 billion opportunity in green and sustainable sukuk structures. And now, recently, actually, in a few days here at COP, we're going to deliver a report with Greenpeace saying there's a nearly $1 trillion opportunity in Islamic sustainable finance. $1 trillion opportunity in Islamic sustainable finance is what we see as the market opportunity. And if you think about it, it kind of makes sense because the industry is 5.7 trillion. It's moving up to around 7 trillion by 2030 by the SDG goals. And if you're looking at the nature of it, it aligns very well with the requirements that we have for particularly the renewable energy transition. So mobilizing capital in Islamic sustainable finance, we launched a high-level working group on green and sustainable sukuk with London Stock Exchange, Ministry of Finance Indonesia, and Islamic Development Bank. And that's gone a long way to encouraging the issuance of bonds in that space. We've done some work with ICMA to show the alignment of those particular space. The SDG Financial Products Platform. We've also done a lot of work with the State Bank of Pakistan, using 15 of the largest banks there to just harmonize understanding. So they're all examples of strategic initiatives. They take 2 to 3 years, each one of these. They don't happen overnight, and they really complement the work of EBRD and AIIB and others in getting the private sector institutions more to the center of the table.
Thank you very much. In the second part, I will ask your plans regarding Turkey as well, and whether this 110 million pounds is available to our country either, because, you know, we are looking on a very practical way. So finally, Fatma Hanım. Fatma Çınar is the representative of Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Fatma Hanım, we would like to understand your views and your plans regarding Islamic finance in the upcoming period. How are you going to plan to align Islamic finance and sustainability together? And we are very much aware that, for example, we have one client who has like approximately $50 million, and they put it on somewhere, but they don't have any interest or profit on that, because they would like to have some more further Islamic, in quotation, structures. So how are you going to bring those capital to the table to further improve sustainability within the country?
Seçil, thank you very much for these questions. On top of all discussions, I just want to take my role and contribute as a representative of participation banks in Turkey, how we can contribute to sustainable finance agenda. Just some remarks to make alignment of all the audience about Islamic finance. Global Islamic finance industry representing to $4.5 trillion asset size, and 70% of this asset size coming from banking industry. And Turkey is taking approximately as an asset size 3% of all industry, but sukuk issuance side 8%. As capital market size, Turkey has much more market share. I just want to put these highlights of what would be the Turkey role for the development of Islamic finance industry and plus sustainable finance sides. We are as association representing banking industry, Islamic banking industry, and I'm always trying to focus on what would be the role of associations as a facilitator institutions to distribute these high-level missions, discussions, both to banking industry to take necessary roles on themselves in addition to their financial targets, and also to reach, to enable financial sector to align and relay those information to the real sector. Always our concern is to make necessary transition, understanding and knowledge at the real sector. Why? Because Islamic finance, the main target is to contribute to development of the communities, development of the industries and the countries. And so we follow the indicators like this way. For example, Islamic banks in Turkey having the portfolio of 43% of SME portfolio. This is important indicator. Global banking in Turkey taking 24% of SMEs portfolio. So our target, all those financing and let's say missions, projections will touch the SME industry. It should be touching the SME industry. So we are checking the channels, lines. Are they smooth or blocked? How we can enable much more financial sector take this role. I just want to give some let's say, insights, because we have a lot inputs taking ourselves, but how we communicate those inputs to the, our other ecosystems. For example, regulatory body size, BRSA, Banking Regulation Supervision Agency, announced green asset tax, the green asset ratio draft version. Intentionally, they delivered draft version because they give us some period of transformation and understanding how we can contribute our portfolios with green asset taxonomy way. This taxonomy motivated the banks to care about to much more sustainable finance projects and also to be much more collaborative with international institutions for necessary green transformation. I should admit that. I mean, your good bank, Investment and Development Bank, and also our multinational development banks, organically and starting from their establishment, considering this financial inclusion and also sustainable finance. However, banking side, we are very well aware of that. Last 4 or 5 years, they are much more dedicated to take these funds and to channel them to the industry. And they are much more consciously doing this business, not reporting, not just reporting, consciously. They are trying to tap much more financing. They are communicating much more convenient language, much more convenient structural changes to the multinational institution. And I'm very happy that this messages relate in a good way that your good self and also Maya is happy that happy to be supporting the country, to Turkey. As Islamic finance side, we are willing to also to put necessary channels with development banks to also provide necessary financing to Islamic finance institution to channel these funds to the country. For the maybe next slide, I will give exact alignment between Islamic finance and sustainable finance as a philosophy level. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Fatma Hanım. I would very much suggest to have a workshop together with multilaterals for the participation banks. Maybe you can, Imad, you can have a workshop in Turkey. So it's really important. Some really important part of the Turkish population is sensitive in terms of interest, and they would be a very good channel providing loans to those SMEs as well. Thanks a lot. Now again to Ministry of Treasury and Finance. They are providing guarantees to multilaterals, and multilaterals are providing loans to development banks through these guarantees. In terms of actually sustainability transition, we are one of the fast movers within the globe. This is what Humberto mentioned a lot of times. World Bank is not here with us today, unfortunately, but he mentioned it a lot. He says that we are one of the most active countries within the globe. In terms of regulations, you already mentioned that BRSA issued this green ratio, CNB also issuing a lot of regulations to further make improvements within the sustainability perspective. But we would like to understand, we understand that you are going to establish a department and you are going to foster the sustainability activities within the ministry. But what kind of initiatives and incentives are you going to issue in the upcoming period, and what's your plan? And I would like to say before then, to the multilaterals, we really need, in terms of energy efficiency, for example, they are not bankable structures, right? They don't have any bankable structures, somehow. They need some further longer terms for the projects. So in the second round, I will ask you both to how to make it with longer tenors, the loans. Because 10 years of tenor, it's not convenient for some projects. For waste management projects, we see it. For energy efficiency projects, but we need this kind of loans for the transition, sustainability transition as well. We will elaborate more in the second round, but before that, I would like to come to Ministry for the new initiatives and incentives.
Thank you, Seçil Hanım again. For the time constraint, I would like to give a brief perspective on that issues. Young stated that Turkey has a very developed financial sectors, and the access to financial markets is historically and nowadays, or recently also, not so difficult for us. But as a commitment to show the investors, we are stated that we are also investing on green bonds. So one of our issuances in last years was to facilitate the green investors. And as I stated in the first part of my speech, the 2.5 billion US dollars green bonds were mostly invested from the investors from Europe and US. And it shows our commitment to sustainable finance. The sectors from the water management, clear transportation, renewable energy, and also Turkey is providing with our ministry guarantees to IFIs, the implementing government institutions, and also development banks, investment banks. We are promoting, specifically these sustainable projects. And we are also supporting PPP projects, not just for infrastructures, but also for the sustainable projects. And we are very close relationship with the regional banks, development banks, IFIs, World Banks. We are very close working with them in order to follow the recent developments in that areas as the government. And the transparency is important. We have published our impact reports for our latest issuances on green bonds. And also our sustainable framework states the projects that will be supported. It also gives for the investors and for the implementing agencies to address the correct direct projects. So from our perspective, we are aiming Turkey will be a prominent leader in this sustainable finance within the region and also in the world. And we are closely following the sustainable development. And as I said, the collaboration, we are giving importance for the collaboration for this, not just finance part, and also the projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We understand that some further Eurobonds, sustainability-linked Eurobonds are on their way. Great to hear that. And with the proceeds of these Eurobonds, you are going to finance further PPPs and infrastructure projects. That's great news as well. And we need longer term tenors. Again, I'm mentioning it. Now I'm coming to Cenkping again. So Cenkping, it's great to hear that you are expanding your support to Turkey. And we already heard that $10 billion, it's not a promise. But this is an expectation, and it's really, I mean, we know that Asian Investment and Infrastructure Bank very much focused on Turkey. That's really great. But we would like to understand, what do you want to do further? What is your plans for Turkey further in relation to financial incentives, risk mitigation? How do you plan to, address both financial and environmental risks, because we know that you are very much diligent in terms of assessing all, not only the financial risks, but environmental risks as well. But you know this is an emerging country on the transition process. We very much give emphasis to transition to a low carbon economy. And we would like to understand whether you are going to be more flexible in the upcoming years. So please, let's elaborate on that.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. Let me say something about tenors. So I do appreciate the question that a lot of these projects you need long tenor, especially like rooftop solar for the SME. You will not pay off quite so quickly. You need maybe 15 years, 20 years. But this is where I repeatedly want to come back to the advantages of Turkey's economy, its corporate strength. In many other poorer developing countries, you want to have a very long tenor to make sure that there's never going to be refinancing risk, zero refinancing risk throughout a project. But in Turkey, you can afford to take some risk because your banks have always had a very good and excellent track record of obtaining rollover finance. Even during the crisis, volatility and so on, my observation is Turkey financial institution had no issues getting rather competitive pricing from international lenders. That speaks to your strength. So in other words, when you're doing an on-lending, you don't need to get a full 15, 20 years cover. You can get 7 plus 7, but then you... So let's share the maturity transformation. You do some maturity transformation on your side from 0 to 15 to 18. AIB does maturity transformation maybe to 8, halfway point or 2/3 of the way. And then everybody spreads the risk rather than one person covering all 15, 20 years. And when you have a shorter term tenor, you take some risk, but the pricing is also better because AIB can offer you a lower pricing rather than, because the liquidity premium for a 15, 20-year loan is going to be very high. So let's play. There is room. There is sufficient room in Turkey to have a kind of a spread of maturity transformation because your corporates, your banks, they have the experience and they have the kind of capacity to do so in ways that many developing countries do not. So I hope this is an important message. Scale up your financial sector. Coming to what to do more, personally, I hope to see more ambition. Because I mentioned to you, your sophistication is there. You work with so many IFC, the World Bank, EBRD. You guys have no problem getting the basics right. So where I would like to see is acceleration and better care for the environment, more nature-based projects, more high-level, ambitious type of projects to showcase. I also hope that, sorry to say this to MOF, I also hope that you accelerate your way to kind of impose some kind of carbon pricing. Eventually, I know inflation is high, I'm not going to say that now, but maybe in the future think about carbon pricing to start to shift the incentive even more and faster towards green finance. I think all these, with Islamic finance and so on, will help to accelerate your process. In short, more ambition, because you are already a very sophisticated country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was great to hear that. Regarding the tenors, actually, it's not only the tenors. Same price with the longer tenors. We need to discuss it, right? Same prices with longer
very
tenors.
Good bargainer.
So I will ask the same question to Maya again. I mean, what's your view regarding, again, your, commitments to Turkey? What do you plan to do in the upcoming years? I mean, you are very much focusing on SMEs and sustainable transition. We would like to understand it further. And I know that you focused on bonds and sukuks in the last couple of years. Are you planning this kind of cooperations within the other stakeholders? Are you considering cooperations with participation banks, for example? What's your plans in the upcoming period?
So we have actually just approved our Turkey country strategy, the renewed one. Of course, we already had one, but we renew it every 3 years. And what you will see there is a very strong commitment, of course, to the energy transition, the net zero by 53. Absolutely, we're supporting that very strongly. Through the FI on lending, we have a lot of financing already, but we plan to expand, of course, for energy efficiency that you've mentioned. That works actually very well for us under our green economy financing facilities. We see a lot of energy efficiency investments, renewable energy investments, more the smaller scales. Also, very importantly, climate resilience. That's something we definitely want to do more. Climate adaptation. EBRD, as you know, we're very heavily private sector focused. We generally invest about 70 to 80% of all our new funding per year is into the private sector. In Turkey, in fact, it's even higher. I think the current ratio is about 83% private sector. So maybe also, because you also mentioned sort of the importance of the private sector players, super important. For us, we're really trying to show also how important the mobilization aspect is, because with our own funding we can only do so much. But if we can bring in others, and we can bring on whether it's other IFIs or of course commercial investors, private investors, then and we can put our stamp on the transaction package, because we can obviously we would obviously not do it if they weren't following our environmental social safeguards, our Paris alignment approach, and if it's a green investment, our green sort of eligibility criteria. So we think we can be quite transformative there. Especially bringing in private capital, and we want to do that for sure a lot more. I think in general, EBRD, we have quite a good track record on really focusing on high impact regions. So of course Turkey is one of them, Egypt, Ukraine, we're very, very active. And the plan is really to continue focus our efforts on those countries, because we really believe that this is where we can achieve highest impact. Yeah, and then what we see is where I think we're quite successful is we have sort of a common approach that of course sort of comes from the EBRD bubble. But we're very, very local in our thinking. So we really look at the local conditions. We engage very, very deeply with the local stakeholders. You've already mentioned the SME program, for example, which is really across the whole country, remote regions, not just the capital or the primary cities. And for us, this local presence and really doing more with this local presence is also very strongly on our to-do list.
So may I also ask, in terms of your strategy, which was approved recently, what is the amount of the loan you are going to provide to Turkey, or capital, let's say?
And actually, let me look at my colleague Muharrem here, who's my dear colleague sitting in Istanbul. I don't think we have a financing target per se, do we? No. Look, again, as I said, we're very private sector focused, right? So this is not like a... Exactly. It's a demand, very demand driven, and we cannot plan it in this way. But as I've mentioned before, Turkey is one of our top 2 countries, and I don't think this will change in the foreseeable future.
Great to hear that. Thanks a lot. Mr. Sheikh, again, I mean, we understood your role in mobilizing the capital within the emerging markets. What is your concrete plan regarding Turkey? Are you planning to further bring money to our country for further transition to a sustainable, low-carbon economy? And what kind of collaborations and cooperations are you planning? Let's start over here.
Well, there's 2 answers to that. Simple one. Short answer is we're not sure. Okay, because I know you're a hard taskmaster, so I'm going to be straight talking. But at the same time, that said, we have facilitated in other geographies, and we're in discussions with Fatima around Islamic sustainable finance. We're going to be launching a program in 2025, specifically looking at that space to see how we can mobilize capital from there. My suggestions, though, if it's worth anything, is I think you need to mobilize or get the co-investment of other private sector capital to come in. European asset owners, who we work with extensively, are absolutely desperate to deploy in line with sustainability goals, right? So you have a huge opportunity, you have an open door. Of course, the projects need to add up commercially, right? That's in the risk and return factors, they need to be comparable. But if you can position and package that in the sustainability context, it's an absolute no-brainer. I think you also have what we discussed previously, Fatima discussed earlier in the year, was around the Islamic green bonds, Islamic Sukuk space, and the opportunity to move from a halal paradigm to a tayyib paradigm, and how by integrating ESG factors we can try to achieve that. So we're quite excited in that space, because if you see, again, the pent-up liquidity within that space is considerable. It's looking for places to deploy, and the demand for sustainability amongst the Sukuk market is 40% bigger compared to traditional Sukuk, which is just your normal conventional Sukuk structures. So there's a clear opportunity there if you can be innovative enough to tactically position in that space.
Great. So many thanks. I would like to wrap it up, okay? From AIB, thanks a lot. $10 billion is coming in the upcoming years, so go and speak with him. From the Ministry of Treasury and Finance, they are already allocated a dedicated team to sustainable finance. You can go and tell your needs to him. He is one of the directors responsible for sustainable finance. What kind of financing you need, in what projects, and how it will go on. And of course, there are some sustainable linked Eurobonds are on their way. So there will be further money proceeds to finance the sustainable linked projects. Fatma Hanım is going to arrange a workshop together with multilaterals to bring to align Islamic finance with sustainability. Ömer Bey is going to work on blended finance, and he will bring private capital next to multilaterals next year, he promised. I got it as promised. And on the EBRD, they are working closely with SMEs. SMEs can approach them very easily. Muharrem Bey is here as well. So I would like to thank you all. Really, it was great to having you here. But let's further discuss later on through a webinar and other channels, because it was really great to hear your views. Thanks a lot.
institutions. So again, thanks to joining us today here. So as the title of this panel suggests, we will be discussing one of the hot topics of the finance COP. How can we scale up private finance for transition to net zero economy and climate finance? What's the role of it, and what's the role of the financial institutions in this big question? So with my distinguished panelists, we have a very diverse group, so I'm very proud of myself bringing them here. So before we jump to the discussion, let me make some quick introductions. So today we have Tomo Ishikawa. Tomo is the Chief Regulatory Engagement Officer at MUFG, Japan. Then we have Michaela Krishnan. She's a partner at McKinsey Global Institute. We have Meral Hanım. I mean, most of you know her already. Meral Murathan. She's the Executive Vice President and Sustainability Leader at TSKB. Then we have Luke Nelson. Luke is the International Head of Sustainability at JP Morgan, based in London, right? And finally, we have Oliver Phillips. So he's the Regional Head of Sustainable Finance, MENA region, Barclays. So welcome all. So if I may, I mean, actually before I start, I really would like to keep discussion interactive, spontaneous, and I really want the audience to ask some questions. I mean, I know in this setup people are hesitant to ask questions, but feel free. We will keep this an engaging discussion. So I would like to start the discussion with Meral Hanım. Meral Hanım, maybe you can share your view about the outlook of banking sector in Turkey, and especially from the perspective of sustainable finance agenda. How the sustainable finance agenda is shaping the sector, the future of the sector, the challenges and opportunities.
Thank you very much, Emre Bey, and it's very nice to be here, also contributing to the discussion. So actually the banking industry in Turkey have been gradually developing itself through the obtaining and taking responsibility through the sustainability discipline. And in that context, we are seeing that most of the banks have been already delivering their sustainability, corporates already delivering their sustainability reports, and most of the financial institutions are already delivering their annual integrated reports. What matters to us is to identify first the risks and the opportunities regarding the sustainability practices. If I just come back to TSKB, as TSKB we have our own sustainability targets and underneath climate targets, and as also needless to mention SDG related targets. So what we are trying to do is by way of defining new targets, actually try to define our strategy being aligned with the, not only with the fundraisers, but also with the stakeholders, basically. Stakeholders matters to us. So this varies from our clients to our fund providers, and also, needless to mention, public authorities. And that being said, to keep up with the strategies and to actually define your own strategy, what is needed is perhaps the country's own structure and reforms and the path going forward with this discussion purpose. And through the panels or through the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate yesterday was here, and he was already announcing the country's climate strategy. And prior to that, there is a sequence, that's why I would like to mention about it. Prior to that, the first draft of the Turkey's own taxonomy has been released very recently, and the banks in the industry related with the question have already started to look into that and how the clients will be managing their risks accordingly. And back to that, again, Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate declared the National Mitigation and Adaptation not the path, but the plans to proceed along with this strategy. And on the basis of everything, we have our own 12 national development plan, all of which is not only taking the address through the energy sector, but also we are seeing and we are also observing the connections in between the ministries, the public authorities. As such, with the climate strategy yesterday announced, the Ministry of Industry and Technology's targets have been already incorporated in the Ministry of yesterday's climate strategy. So we are seeing a coordination, we are seeing a plan with our net zero targets, and as the financial institutions, we are trying to get aligned with this, with our own strategies. And as for TSKB, what we've been doing is perhaps just a couple of targets before, taking time for the other colleagues. We've actually released our own first TCFD. By that time it was TCFD report, climate risk report in year 2021. And each year we are releasing our own annual integrated reports and the CDP reports. All over those targets, all over those reports, we've been saying that up until 2030, we will have financed $4 billion worth of climate finance purely. And so far this year, we've managed to achieve nearly $800 million so far. And we have way to go, but we're in alignment with our targets. We've said that the SDG-linked financing on the overall TSKB's loan portfolio will not be lower than 90%. And as for the climate-related fund, will not be lower than 60% by year 2030. So, and on top of these, we are also managing our own SDG-linked cash financing. We've said that by year 2030, 2 years ago, those financing related with SDGs will be reached to 8 billion level. And we've increased this level this year because we've seen some knock on wood success here. So having targets, monitoring them, we are also already monitoring each project on our credit evaluation committees, what will be the impact of it. And this does not only relate with the climate, sustainability SDG targets, but also emission targets of the bank, needless to mention. We are figuring out the impact and getting aligned with our own path, and that is underneath the countries.
Excellent. I just would like to emphasize 2 points that you mentioned. First one is the collaboration and the coordination among the ministries. I think this is one of the key things that we encounter. So we have similar discussions globally, but lack of communication in different ministries is one of the biggest barriers to scale up transition finance. I'm glad to hear that Turkey is making some progress in that direction in a good way. And the second point, of course, TSKB, you are already doing a lot and you are one of the best practices in the sector, so congrats on that front. So Luke, I would like to bring you into the discussion. So JP Morgan, the biggest bank in the US, you have an impressive global footprint network. So, but we are living in a very challenging times, geopolitical tensions, macroeconomic uncertainties. So how does it affect your business of sustainability? So would appreciate your thoughts on this, especially how does it affect your business in the region, in emerging markets, in EMEA and APAC region?
Yeah, so you've asked me specifically about EMEA and APAC, and first of all, thanks very much for having me. Pleasure to be here. Look, I think one of the key things for us is helping our clients to meet the goals that they've set on their net zero journeys, but also being conscious of the need for people all around the world to have access to reliable, secure, affordable energy. And those things aren't mutually exclusive, right? I think that's really important, and particularly kind of with all the changing dynamics in geopolitics, we need to remember that those things are not in any way mutually exclusive, and it's our position that we absolutely must pursue all of those objectives at the same time. But I think what's really important is to think about the different contexts that clients are operating in. You know, just a couple of examples from the two areas that you mentioned, EMEA and APAC. A couple of days ago, we had the UK announcing really ambitious new targets, so an 81% reduction in emissions by 2035 from 1990, showing great leadership. The UK can do that, right, because of the position it's in. You contrast that with an area like Southeast Asia, where, according to the IEA, you know, 50% of electricity generation was from coal last year. So I think what's really important for us is to think about the different contexts that clients are operating in. Now that said, we take a global approach. So there's two main pillars to our environmental sustainability strategy and how we're supporting clients. So the first is around responsible emissions reductions through our financing portfolio. So we've set emissions intensity reduction targets for 8 sectors in our financing portfolio. We set those as 2030 targets that are aligned to the IEA's net zero scenario. And we work with clients in those sectors on their decarbonisation journey. So the sort of the way that we engage with clients is really important, and we take those regional contexts into consideration when we're doing that. The other sort of main pillar of how we're supporting clients is on the green economy. So we have you mentioned we're one of the largest institutions, so we correspondingly have a large target. So we've got a 1 trillion by 2030 green economy target. So we're working our way through that. We are at least 242 billion towards that. I say at least because that number will be updated. It's updated annually. That number will be updated later today. So I can share news later today of what that update is. But that's everything that we're doing to support green economy clients, but everything that we're doing on the green product side across all sectors. So we're making progress there. But I think what's really important for us and a key part of our strategy is doing that while encouraging strong public sector leadership. So both on energy security, but also on the policies that are needed for the real economy to get the right supply and demand dynamics in the real economy so that there's enough demand for green alternatives, particularly in hard-to-abate sectors. So that's a key focus for us, is making sure that we're doing what we can to encourage that leadership from the public sector.
Excellent, excellent. So I think, again, 2 points to emphasize here. First, I mean, client engagement. I think this is the core, and there's no one size fits all. I mean, so we need to tailor our approaches based on our client needs and where they are in the journey of net zero. I'm glad that you mentioned it. And again, I think we are the intermediaries, right? Financial institutions. I mean, we need clear, robust policies, right? I mean, so I'm happy to hear that from you too. I mean, this is a wish from us to policymakers. So excellent. Tomo. So for those who is not familiar with Tomo is a very, very important person for us, for IIF. So we have this, we have IIF Sustainable Finance Working Group. I mean, it's a very active group, and we just recently published a report called as Resetting the Debate on the Role of Private Finance in the Net Zero Transition. So this is a public document. Feel free to go to our website and read. And as an active member of our Sustainable Finance Working Group, you know, Tomo also has a footprint on this paper. I want you to talk a little bit about this paper. I mean, what are the key messages? I believe that it is also kind of related with the point that Luke raised about policy.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Tomo Ishika. I'm Chief Regulatory Engagement Officer at MUFG. So I'm based in Tokyo, but we are a global institution with extensive footprint across Asia and, of course, Europe and US in all regions. Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm not sure whether I'm an important individual from the IIF perspective. I question, because yesterday was my birthday. I didn't get a birthday cake from you, so that shows how...
I will get a Turkish coffee for you.
But I was able to get a Turkish coffee from here, so thank you very much. Anyways, joking aside. So this is my 4th COP. So the first one I attended was Glasgow. I think many of us from financial institutions, before that, COP was, to be honest with you, it was more about government-to-government negotiation. But now, 6 or 7 months before the Glasgow COP, the GFANs and other net zero alliances, like Net Zero Banking Alliance, which is the alliance of banks, which some of us are on joined when this was established. Now, COP or climate change is part of our business, part of our BAU. So to some extent, 3 or almost 4 years since then, this has become mainstream agenda for all of us, which is a good news. The flip side of that is, to some extent, the theory of change of GFANs, Net Zero Banking Alliance. By the way, I sit on the board of Net Zero Banking Alliance, so to some extent, I'm responsible of the activities of the alliance, and we're very active at GFANs too. So I know, all the tricks of this net zero commitments. The way I would describe this net zero commitment is that it was supply side theory, right? We as a supplier of finance, we believed in a theory where we commit to net zero, and then the industry or the country will also follow, so that our portfolio will become greener as a result of us committing to net zero and willing to support the transition of the real economy. I mean, that theory holds true, but supply side cannot drive change. And that's exactly the message that we wanted to share with the rest of the stakeholder in the IIF paper. We asked IIF to keep it short. And we always say it's got to be less than 5 pages. Sometimes it's like 2 pages. Let's keep it simple. Ended up with 18 pages. But still, it's a good job, because normally we end up with like 50 pages and nobody will read it. So this time, I think the message is very clear that it started with the supply side theory, but now we're saying we're just the supply side of the equation. We need the demand side to also drive the transition. And of course, the government has a very important role to play. The US IRA, I think, was a wake-up call to all of us. Back until before the IRA, it was more about climate, mitigation. How do we deal with this decarbonization? But leaving like industry discussion outside of the conversation. But the IRA, I think, brought in basically everything, right? It's the EV, it's the wind, it's the solar, and all the energy transition and energy system transition has to be part of this conversation. And we have very important role to play, but of course, we cannot drive transition. We cannot force you to buy EVs, right? We cannot force you to change your behavior. At the end of the day, it's all of us, consumers and companies, that will drive demand. So the way I describe is green demand. Let's say you want to buy EVs, that will trigger companies to invest in EV, and that's where we can finance. So the demand will create OPEX opportunity or CAPEX opportunity of our clients, and we finance. That's how we can drive transition finance or support transition, rather than we kind of tell our client or you to do certain things. So we don't micromanage our clients. It's more, we are part of the ecosystem and we're willing to support transition, but the industry and the government, we all have important role to play. I think that was the intention of the report that the IIF put together. So it's more about resetting the debate, but not that we are becoming not ambitious. We're still ambitious, but again, we cannot drive this transition, but we all have important role to play. I think that's a key message.
Thank you. I mean, you summarized the paper very, very nicely in a very short time period. But again, going back to the beginning of your remarks, in your happy birthday. I mean, we will do something for sure. I promise. So Glasgow and then Egypt. I mean, so most of the discussions were about raising awareness about the risk of the rising temperatures, importance of the climate finance. So now everybody is aware of it, but now the problem is the lack of action. I mean, again, a funny story. Whenever I go and speak with my parents, I ask them, why don't you buy green energy? They say that it's expensive. Why should I pay 60% more when the brown energy is cheaper? So explain it to my mother. I mean, so I can put all the statistics, all the temperature things. She will not buy it. I mean, so, but the only way to change her mind is government policies, incentives. I mean, so this is the key, and the IRA was the beginning of it. And I believe that more of them will come out, I mean, in this journey. Excellent. So, Oliver, so another important member of ours. You have a also very strong global footprint, but I just want you to talk a little bit about the biggest gaps of transition financing. I mean, particularly from the perspective of emerging market economies. I mean, we talk about policies, but what are the other challenges?
Yeah, so I need to get my comms team to give you the right title.
So another apology.
Which is my fault, for not yours, don't worry, because I actually look at emerging markets globally. And I say that because I'm going to try and sort of distill in a bit, I think, some of the differences between different emerging markets, because I think you've got to really break it down to where you're looking at. But you know, where I would start is that when we look at transition finance, sustainable finance more broadly for EM, there are two ways I think we need to look at it. The first, in terms of the challenges, the first is the sort of uncontrollable bit, the bit you just can't necessarily solve for. With the current macro environment, potential headwinds that we might face over the next sort of six to sort of 12 months, it could be a very tricky time for emerging markets, for nothing to do with them, through what happens in the US basically, and whether we see tariffs coming in and significantly driving up interest rates. So we need to sort of set aside the uncontrollable bit, and we'll deal with that. We'll see how we can. There have been tough times for EM, and we've dealt with tough times for EM. So while it's a big question mark, I'm confident we can find the solutions when they need to be found. But where we can focus on is that controllable bit, that sort of area where there are gaps and there are challenges that I think can be addressed. And Tomo mentioned something that I think is really important, and we were speaking about it when we're preparing for this session. And that is that as a bank, I can only finance what's put in front of me. The reality is, I can want to finance things, but if there aren't projects that my clients are doing, I can't finance them. So that's really where we need to see more action. I think with transition finance, one of the big challenges is that people just still haven't got a really clear handle on what is transition finance. I think we're getting there with green finance, although I was at something yesterday when we were talking about blue finance, and we were all saying, well, what's blue, what's green, where does it all fit together? But transition, there is still, I think, that lack of common understanding. And part of that is because transition is different things to different people in different places. And that's why I mentioned the sort of broader emerging markets bit, because what I think of as transition in Brazil is very different to what I think of as transition in Turkey, to what I think of in Cote d'Ivoire, to what I think of in Indonesia. And there is no way that you're going to be able to solve for one single definition of every single one of these things. So at Barclays, what we've done is we also have $1 trillion target. We're a little bit smaller in terms of our balance sheet than JP Morgan, so I think it's going to be quite a bit trickier for us to get there. And we're nowhere near to 242 billion at this point, but we will get there. And that includes green and transition finance. So it's very important to us to make sure that transition was part of that, and we split out what we call transition when we're reporting. And to do that, we created our own transition finance framework. And it's a bit different to some of the sustainable finance frameworks that you see, which tend to be quite prescriptive and this is green, this is social. Ours leaves a bit more room for interpretation, a little bit more flexibility, and is deliberately higher level to allow that to happen. Most of Barclays' activity is in the UK, the US, and Western Europe. That's where the vast majority of our lending is going to be. Already those three are very, very different places, and different people think different things of transition. When I start looking at it from an emerging markets point of view, it's a whole other challenge. So I think one of those things that we can definitely make sure we're looking at is if you are a borrower in an emerging market country, being able to contextualize what you're doing. So the places where we've seen this really successfully have been where there's a clear country plan and country strategy, where you can look to that. And I, as a bank, can go, right, I am looking at a decarbonization project in the oil and gas sector in Nigeria, for example. And I can see, what is Nigeria looking to do? Do they have anything that I can get hold of around their plans for oil and gas and how they're going to decarbonize that industry? And what does that company's project look like, and how does that fit into it? And then that gives me that sort of confidence that I can evaluate this and I can say, right, this is a positive transaction that I can support. The final thing I'll add is just, the next bit I think is, and this is what's going to take this market from a sort of niche one, something really scalable, is what happens after the dollars have gone out the door. And where we're thinking about being able to quantify the positive impact of the financing that we're doing. And for me, in emerging markets, that's a real gap. We just don't have that data. We don't have that quality of reporting yet. And I think a lot more time needs to be spent there to sort of bring that up to a better quality level.
Thank you, Oliver. I think I will just stay on the last point that you made. I mean, so we keep talking about mobilizing capital. Maybe it's time to talk about the impact. I mean, so multiplier effect of the money that we put on the table. So in that sense, I mean, so there are great initiatives around the world. I mean, one of them is the Impact Disclosure Task Force. If you are not available with that, this is a new initiative. It put out some guidance to exactly to address this problem. So again, this is one of the initiatives we close the support.
And I should just say we've got the leader of the task force in the room. So if anyone wants to talk about the impact disclosure guidelines, then
excellent. And for those who would like to know more, the person, the leader of the group is over there. So excellent. So you put another excellent paper. So earlier this year. And the title is the hard stuff. I mean, is it really hard to mobilize capital? So, and I mean, what are the challenges from the financial sector's perspective?
Yeah, so I have two challenges. I need to talk about the hard stuff. You talked about an 18-page report that you were asked to summarize in 3 to 4 minutes. We did a 196-page report that I'm now going to try and summarize in 3 to 4 minutes. So that's my first hard stuff. But the second is actually the hard stuff that we talked about in the research. Some of this conversation has teed up the research very well. You talked about supply versus demand. The way I think about it is if we're having the conversation about just finance without talking about the real economy, it's going to be like pushing on a string, right? You need to think about the real economy, that pull on the string, if you want to think about finance and you want to think about effective finance, because ultimately finance needs to finance something, and hopefully that's a productive thing, a good thing. So that was really the lens we took to this research, which was to say about halfway through what has been called the decisive decade for climate, where are we really on the energy transition, and what is it going to take to get the rest of the job done in the real economy? And so I want to leave you with 3 numbers. The whole 196-page report can be summarized in 3 numbers: 10%, 25 challenges, and half of emissions. So I'll explain each of these 3 numbers. What do I mean by the 10%? So our first step was, let's take stock of where we are really on this transition. And what we found was that while there has been a lot of momentum, we've all talked about the trillions of dollars that have been starting to be deployed, apparently 242 billion going to be upgraded, 1 trillion soon by both of you. There's trillions of dollars of finance that are flowing, but the fact remains, we've deployed only 10%, I'm going to say that again, we've deployed only 10% of the technologies we would need by 2050 to meet global commitments. So essentially, the net zero transition is still in its infancy, it's still in its very early stages. So that's the first number to remember. The second number to remember is what do we actually need to do to get the rest of the job done, going from 10% to the 100%. And to do that, we took a lens again of this real economy. And if you think about what the energy transition is, at its core, we need to build things, we need to build a lot of things, and we need to make sure that they work. And so what we did was what we believe to be the first comprehensive stocktake of all the physical challenges, all the things to do with building stuff and making sure that it works, that is needed for the energy transition to succeed. And so for that, we identified 25, that's my second number, 25 physical challenges across power and mobility and industry and scaling up raw materials, the whole spectrum of things. So I'll give you an example of what we mean by a physical challenge. An example of a physical challenge is how do we manage periods when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow as intermittent renewables scale up in the electricity generation mix. Another example of a physical challenge is how do we think about scaling up access to raw materials, things like lithium, cobalt, rare earth minerals that we need for the transition. Another example of a physical challenge, how do we scale up transmission and distribution infrastructure? How do we decarbonize industry? So there's a whole bunch of challenges, and the 196-page report gets into all of it, but there are 25 of them. It essentially gives you a blueprint for all the tasks that need to be accomplished between now and 2050. For the financial sector, it's essentially all the things you could, in theory, fund, right? So 10%, 25 challenges. But the third insight was then to say, okay, 25 challenges, how do I understand what is easy and what is hard? Again, with the financial sector, where is there risk, where is there more risk, where is there less risk, where is there more opportunity, less opportunity? And so what we did was to take the 25 challenges and categorize them into 3 levels. We found that of the 25, there are 3 what we call level 1 challenges. These are areas where we've made the most progress, and actually at current course and speed, we will meet 2050 goals. So an example of a level 1 challenge is if you think about electric vehicles, can electric vehicles meet the range requirements of typical passengers? And actually what we found is that even in the US, which is where I'm based and where people drive a lot, electric vehicles can meet the range needs of 70% of typical US passengers. Think about that. In the US, the amount that people drive, today's electric vehicle technology, even accounting for deterioration with weather, etc., can meet 70% of passenger range needs. So 3 level 1 challenges, continue current course and speed. This is an execution problem. Then we found 10 what we call level 2 challenges, which is where we have made a lot of progress, technologies are mature, but there are still fundamental bottlenecks and constraints that need to be unlocked. Scaling up raw materials is an example of that, where in theory, it's not that we don't have enough resources on the planet, we do, but the pace with which you can scale up mining capacity, the pace with which you can scale up extraction capacity, that becomes a bottleneck. There are permitting challenges, there are capacity challenges, there are labor shortage challenges that are limiting these things. This is where the real economy needs to play a role, and finance can also play a role in debottlenecking and unlocking some of these constraints. And then finally, if you've done your math right, 25 minus 3 minus 10, there are 12 challenges left, which are what we call level 3 challenges. And that's the half that I want you to remember. These are things that are really, really hard. These are areas where technologies are still nascent and we're at very, very early stages of the transformation. All of you at some point in your finance career and working in this area of sustainable finance have at some point looked at a hydrogen project, right? So hydrogen is an example of something that is really, really hard. This is a molecule that itself is hard from a chemistry standpoint to make work. We need to have it undergo multiple conversions, go from something like water to hydrogen to then converting it to its end use. There's lots of efficiency losses. Getting the math to work on the efficiency of the process itself, and then the financing associated with it is very hard. So there's essentially 12 different types of challenges where there are fundamental bottlenecks and constraints. These are the riskiest investments. That's not to say you shouldn't fund them, but you should understand and recognize their risk. And about half of energy-related emissions depends on these hardest challenges. So why am I talking about the real economy to a whole bunch of financiers and financial institutions? Well, we think this has a couple of implications. All of this thinking has a couple of implications for financial institutions. The first is that it offers a way to understand the energy transition, understand all the building blocks that need to come together if the energy transition is to succeed, give you the full spectrum of risks to evaluate and opportunities to consider as you think about financing. So that's one reason you should care about this. Second reason you should care about this is it offers you at least a rubric to start to understand these risks and set your risk appetite, align your transition plans with where the real economy is likely to go, align your transition plans with your business strategy, which is often something that can be in tension if you don't look at it properly. So it gives you a framework by which to then make progress based on that understanding. And then finally, the third thing, which we've talked a little bit about, is what becomes abundantly clear as you look at these 25 challenges is it's really not 25 independent challenges. It's a set of 25 quite interconnected challenges, which means that it's vital to think about a collaboration muscle. It's collaboration between the finance sector and the real economy, between the finance sector, the real economy, and policymakers, and across the real economy. And we need to figure out ways to unlock that collaboration. I'll stop here. Hopefully I did okay in 196 pages in 3 or 4 minutes.
Amazing. I mean, so you summarize everything.
There will be a
so
quiz on the
perfectly.
3 numbers later.
So I think, so all those 25 key challenges are all related with different sectors. So everybody, every single country in the world right now have commitments, but commitments by themselves doesn't mean anything, right? So we really need to have industrial policies, sector-specific policies directly to address these issues and mobilize capital, incentivize the institutions. So I believe, Tomo, I would like you to comment on this. I mean, so you mentioned a little bit about the IRA, but there are other forms of policies which can accelerate the transition. I mean, so of course the taxonomy maybe is the #1 thing, and the carbon pricing, and we are talking about country platforms. We used to talk more about JETBs. So what is working so far relatively good to move things?
That's a good question. What's working, what's not working? If I may be honest with you, everything is not working, right? That's why we're here. If everything's working, why are we flying here and talking about this, right? So the reality is it's not working. Of course, it doesn't mean nothing's not working. That's not true. Things are working, but we need to do more. And this is where I see two different approaches. One, for example, taxonomy. Sean Kidney from CBI, he always say taxonomy as a shopping list for the future. And I think that's one way to think about it. Whether it's the EU taxonomy, there's ASEAN taxonomy, there are 50 plus taxonomies, right? But taxonomy has trade-offs, right? At the end of the day, you're basically drawing the line. What's green, what's not green? Money will flow to green, but let's do the rest, right? So inherent taxonomy will lead to cherry picking. So how do we think about leave no regions behind, leave no sector behind, leave no one behind? People will say, exactly. Let's somebody talked about stranded people. You don't want to create stranded people, let alone stranded asset. But stranded asset, something can happen financially, but stranded people, no. You don't want to create stranded people. How do we deal with it, right? You need integrity on one hand. Taxonomy will create integrity, but there's trade-off. There's inclusiveness that we also have to think about, right? So how do we finance several $1 trillion needed in Asia? EU is now talking about 800 billion. The Draghi report is talking about 800 billion every year. And we all have commitments, but still $1 trillion, right, for the next 10 years or so, right? Our number is something similar, but at the end of the day, it's about like 10 year, still $1 trillion. But Asia needs $1 trillion every year. That means JP Morgan, Barclays, MUFG, all of our commitment is no way near the needed financing needed. So how do we narrow this gap is the question. So do we want to keep the integrity as more important, which I agree. If you're an investor, you want integrity. But if you really think about how we narrow this huge financing gap, integrity may not be the most important because money is sitting somewhere on our balance sheet, their balance sheet, but not flowing because I don't want to say too much obsessed, but because we're putting too much priority on integrity. So how do we think about this balance is a very important question. I will leave one terminology with you, ESG. And you may say, oh, ESG, we know that. My ESG is not environment, social, and governance. Energy, security, geopolitics. That's my ESG because at the end of the day, without energy affordability, energy security, nothing will happen. I know Turkey has very important energy challenges. We, Japan, we have similar challenges too, ASEAN too. Energy is vital. So of course decarbonization is important, but we also have to pay attention to energy security, energy affordability. So that's why ESG, energy security. But geopolitics will have impact. So how do we think about this integrity versus inclusiveness? My lens would be new ESG, energy security, geopolitics. Maybe I'll stop there.
Oh, excellent. I mean, it's a nice segue to the next question to Meral Hanım. So balancing energy security with carbon neutrality, I mean, it's a big challenge. And I'm sure that you have difficulties to explain this to your clients. So how do you tackle this challenge? How do you communicate around it? And again, I have two questions for you. If you can also comment a little bit about the role of the international investors in mobilizing, accelerating the local transition investment.
Thank you very much. Now it's another challenge for me to be within the timeline. So I will start with what Tomo has just underlined and also Mekela, the demand side of it and the supply side of it. and in the middle of it, where we are spending the funds. I would like to touch upon the latest CPI report. All of us most probably has read it. It says that currently what we are spending on the climate is on a global base $1.5 trillion worth. Yet we are still spending funds on the fossil fuels, and it's at around 1 trillion. And also we are continuing on a global basis. We are continuing for giving subsidies to the consumers with a range of, if I'm not mistaken, nearly again 1 trillion, 1.2 trillion. So yes, we are investing in the climate, but we are also investing in the fossil fuels. Of course, this is related to a certain and most importantly, energy security side of it. But what is the demand side of it? Perhaps still there's some of the behavior of the companies, I don't know, institutions, are taking the investments in the fossil fuels in a much easier way to look into that. And coming back to the financing on our side, MDBs are trying to reform themselves. First of all, and the foremost, IBRD is there, and we are working with them since 1950. And they are now trying to increase with the call of the G20, also their capital levels, etc. And also apart from that, the private capital mobilization targets is there. But we are also talking about $8 trillion worth of funds. So it doesn't seem to me that we will be easily, or not easily, even in my thought, I'm a bit depressed about it. It's really difficult to narrow this gap unless the demand side works for it. And on the demand side, I'll come back to Turkey now. Before coming to Turkey, on the demand side, the transition finance, I guess, is one of the key areas. Currently, we are working very hard on the transition finance, and we are trying to address the link between the transition industries. Once I do finance the transition industry, say cement, how will impact? What kind of an impact on my SBT targets will be? Does it going to make some difficulties or challenges in my targets? So we are at a very confused, in quotation, I would say, stage, and transition finance. I agree with Oliver, is not yet defined well. So unless we do go with these transition finance industry, industries in a good way, the spending, and if we don't spend over those industries, if I'm not mistaken, on the transition bonds share is only 1% on the total sustainability bonds. And investors really do not show their willingness to invest on those work. So coming back to Turkey, energy security is key with us. I'll just make in a short way of explanation. And 2 weeks ago, again, our ambitious plan has been renewed, and our current share of renewable energy in the total installed capacity is at around 55%. And by year 2035, what we are targeting is 80%. On energy policies, we are on the good shape, and in terms of the electricity utilization, the share is this year expected to be at around 42%, and by 2035, it's assumed to be at around 65 to 67%. So we have ambitious targets with this one, and next to that, energy efficiency investments. Again, the plan is quite ambitious, and it requires nearly on an annual basis $2 billion worth of investment for energy efficiency, and so as to decrease the emissions. And on top of that, of course, I agree with the G part of it, and as Turkey, we are in the middle of everything, and the security is key. Apart from the supply side of it, and for the demand side, the growth ratios, etc., the security of the transmission lines and also the distribution lines is key. And where nearly $1 to $2 billion worth of investment is needed each year. So when we say this on annual basis, Turkey needs nearly $12 billion worth of investment to keep up with its own energy security and the investments. And where we will be having these funds? Through the international market, certainly, and the green bonds, etc. STSKB, we issued the very first one nearly 10 years ago, and we've kept up with it, and the other banks are doing the very same. And also, lastly, apart from these, the DFIs, etc., again, STSKB, we are working very closely with the DFIs. I'll just touch upon on one important project, because it also relates with the private capital mobilization. Last year, we've signed a loan agreement with IBRD, and we've established a fund, Turkey Green Fund. And through this fund, we will be financing green transformation of the companies in Turkey. And there we will be having a huge figure of the private capital mobilization. The fund's value is $155 million. But what it targets with the companies' equities and the other investments gathered will be reaching at around $1.5 billion worth. So those type of investments perhaps will be helpful to narrow that gap. I don't know.
Excellent. Well, I mean, every lira counts, every penny counts. Let's say that. So I know, so we have very limited time. I would love to finish in the next 10 minutes if it is available for us. I don't see any opposition from there. Okay, that's fine. We can go. Luke, so transition planning. So this year we have been talking about it a lot, not just for the financial institutions, but transition planning of the non-financial institutions, especially our clients. So what do you have in your wish list from your clients? I mean, how useful the existing transition plans that you see in the sector?
Well, it's interesting that you say wish list. I think it's really important that we get the language right here, and I think it's crucial that as banks, we don't set expectations on our clients. Coming back to what do we do as banks, we are there to provide advice, we're there to help raise capital. We're not there to set expectations, and I think that's really crucial. So when we're thinking about transition plans, yes, they're useful, and we focus on them, particularly so for us, for the 8 sectors for which we've set decarbonisation targets. We look at transition plans as part of the financing decision for those clients, but that's only part of the picture, right? So I think what's really important about transition plans is we don't place too much emphasis on transition plans as being a mechanism through which capital is going to start flowing, right? So I think when we're looking at new transactions, we look at the transition plan, but we're also looking at sort of CapEx, really important. We're looking at historical emissions data. We're looking at emissions reduction to date. And we're actually getting that from third parties, not necessarily from the client, partly because it's more verified and more robust. So I think there's a bit of a risk that we face as we move into a situation where there's more mandatory transition plan disclosure coming, that there's going to be an expectation that this is all of a sudden going to unlock capital. I think we've got to be realistic about sort of the value that they can play. And look, I mean, we've all talked about sort of the role of public policymakers. I think what's really important on transition plans, or what we look at really, is how likely is it that this company can actually execute the transition plan? Has it got the policy environment, are the incentives there in the real economy to make this viable? So we really look at the credibility of the transition plan. So I think for the key message for policymakers as they're thinking about transition plan disclosure requirements is have the flexibility in them, because actually what's really important for us is allowing clients to disclose in a way that's credible. And if there's too much rigidity in that, then that makes our job as financiers and as people who are scrutinizing those transition plans more difficult.
I see. I mean, so over-regulation is always a big risk, right? I mean, you cannot... We are trying to walk right now, and before we learn how to run, I think we need to be very careful what we are doing. Excellent. So, Oliver, so blended finance, I mean, so we talk a little bit about that. So many emerging market economies, I mean, utilize blended finance, MDB finance as a main source of funding, especially if we go to the developing countries. So, but still, there are lots of barriers. I mean, so the engagement with the MDBs from the financial sector perspective is not at the levels that we would like to see. So what are your thoughts about blended finance?
Well, that's really one that's not easy to stick to just a couple of minutes. So I'll try and pick out a couple of key things. I think the first is that from a bank regulatory point of view, more needs to be done, and there needs to be a bit of a more flexible and more appropriate way of looking at these blended finance transactions. I'll give the example of the AB loan structure, where a DFI comes in or an MDB comes in and does the A loan and the private sector follows in the B loan. The default rates around those are so much lower than any private sector loan on its own, because companies just don't tend to default on MDBs and DFIs, because the DFI relationship is just so different. It's a much longer, long-standing relationship. They get into the weeds, they sit in the offices, and they help work things out. And so when you look at the great stuff that the GEMS consortium has put out, and you see these numbers, and you realize that we're definitely not pricing that in properly. We need to rethink how we're looking at risk. Now, as banks, we definitely want to do that, but we need the support of our regulators as well. And GFANS has been doing some work on this, and IIF convenes a lot of really great discussions on this topic. The second thing I think I want to talk about is a little bit around this sort of MDB reform conversation that's going on. And the way I put it is, how do you make them sweat their balance sheets? How do you make them to do more with their balance sheets? There's been great coverage around the reform of the World Bank's guarantee platform, which is fantastic because it was, you talk to 3 different people who have 3 different guarantee products and all cover the same country, and that was pretty painful. But the thing that people aren't talking about enough, and is the most important thing in my view, is the fact that there was a change in how the guarantee was accounted for. So instead of using up the full country window for the guarantee amount, it uses up 25% of that guarantee amount towards the country window. So what that does is it incentivizes a borrower to actually then go out and use that guarantee product. When you think about the sort of the cost of capital continuum, the direct concessional loan is always going to be the cheapest, and a guaranteed loan that brings in the private sector will be cheaper than a pure commercial loan, but it's still not going to be as cheap as that concessional loan. So if I can get $100, I will take the cheapest amount possible. But if instead of getting $100, I can get $400 through a guaranteed structure, because it's only using 25%, so it's a 4 times scale up, that becomes suddenly a much more attractive point of view. So it's great that the World Bank has done that, but it's something I'd like to see more of the MDBs looking at as well, because I think that's an easy way for us to unlock some of this additional capital. I think the good thing is, there is the willingness from banks. We want to work on these structures, whether, all 3 of us as banks do work on these structures, and we want to do more. It's just, there are some tweaks around the edge that need to be worked on from both sides, and from that supporting infrastructure and regulatory environment to really allow us to unlock it and scale up even further.
Thank you. I mean, so in the last couple of years, the emphasis was about bigger MDBs, but I think we also need to have efficient MDBs who focus. They need to focus on the multiplier effect. Excellent. So I would like to end the discussion maybe on a light note, maybe not. It is gonna keep us extremely busy until the end of our life, I think. So AI, so artificial intelligence. So I know there's a lot of discussion about the energy-related issues. I don't want to talk about the negative sides, but the positive sides. How can AI help us to reach the net zero goals? Forget about the negatives. Positive.
Okay, well, I'm going to use the fact that I have a mic to talk a little bit about the negatives, but I'll turn it into a positive as well. But on the pure positives, I think AI does have opportunity for how we think about the sustainability agenda. I cannot, of course, do any justice to the many opportunities from AI, but 2 I will highlight is there's some really exciting innovations happening right now with AI and mining, actually. To much more effectively identify where viable resources for mines exist, and be able to increase the speed with which mining capacity can come online by targeting the most efficient resources. So that's quite an interesting innovation. Another example, which I think a lot about, is actually the role of AI in climate adaptation and climate resilience. And so there's a lot of now integration of AI into weather models, so also actually into longer term climate models, which I think do hold some interesting promise. So lots of innovation from AI. It's not going to be the silver bullet that some might have you believe, because as I said, ultimately the transition will require you to build things, and AI, at least as of now, cannot build things. You need the real world to build things. But there is exciting innovation. I think just on the energy point, I do want to make two quick points on AI and energy, which has been talked about a lot. On the negative side of that, if you think about what the AI has done on the climate conversation, it's, there's all these technology companies that have said they won't be able to meet their net zero goals now because of AI and how much energy demand there is for AI. One extremely sobering fact: expectations are that data centers and AI could increase electricity demand in the world by 10% in the next few years. 10%. Does anybody know how much electricity demand is expected to rise from the energy transition by 2050? Anyone? 300%. Okay, so a 10% conversation has totally disrupted the dialogue on climate. We're talking about a 300% increase in electricity demand from the energy transition because you're scaling up and electrifying everything. So just put that in context. Now, the silver lining on that, as we talk to a lot of utility companies, renewable energy providers, is what the AI conversation has done is it's front-loaded conversations today about how do you build quickly, how do you integrate renewables into a system, how do you think about expanding transmission and distribution capacity, what's the role of nuclear, conversations that we were going to eventually have to have in this 300% increased electricity world. We're having them today. So that's, to me, a silver lining in terms of the energy demand conversation. So I will end still on a positive note, Emre.
Right, thank you very much. So this brings us to the end of our conversation today. Thank you so much. I learned a lot, as always, from you. It was a very engaging discussion, and thank you for all of you for your patience. And I didn't see anyone falling to sleep. It's a success. So thank you very much.
I would like to invite Gürcan Karataş, our panelist, to talk about redefining sustainable mobility, please.
Hello to everyone. Warm welcome. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share our experiences as TOG, as the new mobility company of Turkey. On one side and on the other side also, we ourselves have always been right from day one on in our DNA being sustainable as one of the core DNA elements, and therefore it's a pleasure for us to be here. So I have 3 sections in the presentation. So I think maybe I should go to the other side, right? So the first one is what's all about the new mobility, because the automotive industry is changing and it's changing into an experience, and this experience we call the new mobility experience. And on the other side, the entire holistic approach gives us the unique opportunity to be a carbon net zero company, and we call this the true zero journey. And I will talk about this, and of course what are the next steps as TOG we are planning for you guys. Şimdi nereye gidersem gideyim birinizin önündeyim. Şöyle iyi mi? Şimdi since day one on, we are talking about the need of a more than a car approach. More than a car approach means basically the world doesn't need the next automotive manufacturer. The world doesn't also need the next electric vehicle manufacturer. The world actually needs solutions and user value for the users, for you, for all of us. And at the end, they are all triggered by the megatrends. If it is the digitalization, if it's about the technology developments connecting our worlds like IoTs, living spaces together, and this has a reflection on all of us. We are getting a little bit more lazy because we would like to have with one click everything on one space, on one side and on the other side, all the living spaces, they are all melting together. So we have to make a more intelligent car, more intelligent device, and this device is supposed to turn into a living space. So this is the idea behind. What we say is, actually you see it also on the picture, what has happened to the cell phones transforming into the smartphones is right now happening to the automotive. So in 10 years time, the picture of the automotive world will look like completely different than today, and this is where we are also ourselves preparing. Since we are all businessmen, we are also looking, of course, how the revenue streams and profit pools are changing, and we see there also a very clear trend that the digital business or the digital revenue streams, together with the entire approach, holistic approach to put the user into the center, is going to make a major portion of the profit. So therefore, we have for ourselves the ambition to be Turkey's globally competitive mobility brand, and this is our task to establish this brand. And since 6 years we are on the way of our journey, and the core energy what we are seeing in ourselves is coming from the fact that we call it duality, that we understand the Eastern world and we understand the Western world. What is the Eastern world? The Eastern world is the community culture, the service culture, the welcoming, the hospitality in our DNAs. And on the other side, if you look to the West, the Western culture is dominated by the industrialization with plan, do, check, act, and execution. So, and the new state-of-the-art technology companies, they have to combine all of them, and therefore we have the unique opportunity as people grown up in this geographic area to have it in our bloods. So just to remember, whatever new technology company you are thinking of right now in your mind, 99% of them have been established by Asians, and another 99% of them, unfortunately, have been established in the West. So, and this is, in that sense, a try to do it at the right local place in Turkey. So, this we are building on 3 business pillars our ecosystem. Because if we are looking into the fact that the living spaces are melting together, we are moving from one living space to the next one, from our living room into the intelligent car, from our offices into the smart car, then we have to understand that we need to be very well equipped in technology side, and the more we are, hazır geliyor. Şöyle mi? Burayı mı kapatıyorum? Thank you. So the more we are progressing, we also see that especially the contribution of these companies into the sustainable world is being more and more appreciated by the potential customers and users. So the 3 pillars are for us the smart mobility devices. The first product is already on the streets. You see them in Turkey, 40,000 already having been delivered. The second business pillar is our digital experience platform. This is about not only the configuration of the vehicles and not only the business models which are behind, it's a kind of a platform business. So, and the third one is clean energy solutions. And if you don't mind, I would like to give a glimpse of where we are all today. Let me start with the first one. So, last year in March, we had a pre-sales of a wonderful 177,000 vehicles. So it means that obviously we were not doing everything wrong. So we did a lot of also good things so that this was appreciated. And on the other side, we have, if you look back, the fact that yes, one model can be delivered. This is nice. And the question is always, can you repeat it? And can you do it one more again? So at the beginning of the year, we have unveiled in Las Vegas in the CES Consumer Electronics Show our second model, which we call the T10 Fastback. And that one will be in the market by mid of the next year. So I think, I don't know if I need to mention that 2018, we have been established and we have been 166 pages of a PowerPoint company. So meanwhile, we have the second pillar with TrueMore. TrueMore is an app, basically. So TrueMore, the name comes from truly more than a car. So this is like a new branded component system or application which can be used by everyone. And we have the proof here, almost 2 million already. I think another 25,000 is required. 2 million have downloaded this app. We are actively using this app in Turkey because on this app we have 2 wallets. The one is a classical e-wallet where you have your IBAN number, credit card, etc. behind, and we have a digital asset wallet, a Web3 wallet, a crypto wallet. So you see 350,000 e-wallets, 65,000. We have digital asset wallets, and on the roads 40,000 vehicles. So obviously, clearly more benefits for also people not owning and driving and using the device. So we have a direct sales approach, which means we sell via the app all of our products, which gives us also a closer approach and the vicinity to our users. And the third pillar is about how we contribute to the environment. This is also the reason why we are here. If you are native-born battery electric vehicle, it's obvious that the very first thing we have to be involved in is the ultra-fast charging infrastructure. This ultra-fast charging infrastructure can be also made with several and different ways. We prefer to do it in such a manner that we have 100% renewable energy charged in all of our Trugo charging stations. Trugo is the brand, is the company. We are operating with this. The second contribution from our perspective is the battery. So again, native-born battery electric vehicle, majority of the value add comes from battery thermal management and from the ecosystem of the battery itself. So we are right from day one on manufacturing our own battery. And while manufacturing this own battery, our business partner, our solution partner, the company, have a carbon neutral battery cell manufacturing. This is, so far as we know, one of the first and one of the limited ones having this. So meanwhile, the 100% renewable charging stations have reached 743 location stations in Turkey, which means from one end to the other, you can hassle-free go through this country, through our country. So let me explain a bit about our True Zero approach. As I mentioned, it is in our DNA. Natively born, we are born into it through the fact that we have this zero emission vehicle. So on the other side, the real proof is at the end, if we can manage to have the entire ecosystem carbon net zero. So therefore, we have given ourselves the task, the commitment to be carbon neutral in 2035, most probably either the first or one of the very first in Europe at the given time. So for us it's important that we have this upstream, downstream, the scope 3 carbon neutral achieved. So I think everything else is, because of the limited time, can be of course detailed for a different while, but one of the important things is for us that we are not only designing the facility we are producing as a green contributor, not only the device we have is a zero emission vehicle, we also put the journey into such a platform or into such a shape that we incentivize being a good citizen and contributing to the sustainability. How do we do this? We do this simply with the fact that we are together with our business partners, for example, designing an experience where if you are driving from Istanbul to Bodrum, if you are not using too much energy, if you are having your stops in the companies or in the stops where they also add, for example, or contribute to the sustainability, you are earning points or you are earning credits. So I don't want to name them as carbon credits, but on the other side, we also didn't want to wait until the banks are so far that they have a solution for the carbon credit. So at the end, if we are collecting all of them, we do tokenize it, and after the tokenization, the name of the token will be natural token. So if you tokenize it, then you can use this maybe for charging the next time, or shopping during the drive, or whatever you would like to spend within the mobility experience. So this is the living space we are creating. This is what we mean with you can do whatever you have been doing in your offices, in your living rooms. You can do that also in our smart devices. So this is the journey, but at the end, I was mentioning, we have the technical platform to have on a blockchain, on a non-fungible basis, non-changeable basis, in a very transparent manner, that our users, our solution partners, we all together can contribute to this world, again, without waiting that somebody has established a carbon exchange platform. So, what is next? In all those three pillars, we are going to have expansion in the portfolio, in the content, in the product, in the service we are providing, in the region we are going. So we are heading to Europe next year, for example, and also technology-wise, we are moving to the next level. For example, for intelligent cars, this means we are moving from a zonal architecture, what we have today. By the way, many of the Europeans do not have yet this in the electronic architecture in their vehicles, so we already have them. For the next step for us will be moving into the second zone and later to the central computing approach. Why is that important? This is important, again, to have the entire True Zero approach of talk on a fully IoTS, Internet of Things and Services basis, and this can also work on different revenue streams, different business models, and not necessarily has to do something with talk only. This is the ecosystem, and the ecosystem is made up of lots of startups who are working on API level, SDK level, and growing the business. So, if there are any questions from your side, I would love to answer them. And if you want me to go into a bit more into the details of certain things because I was too quick, also welcome. Any questions? Do we have a microphone? I give you mine.
Thank you. My name is Agim. I come from Skopje, Macedonia. I was wondering when are the sales for talk starting in the Balkans?
Thank you. So, as all new companies, we have to prioritize. So we cannot do everything at the same time. So the first 18 months we have dedicated to our home country. We believe if one brand is not successful in the home turf, should not go to other markets. So I think the first one is more or less meanwhile ticked. So therefore next year we are going to go to Europe, to Central Europe, to Germany more precisely. From Germany on we will go to France and Italy, and I think the other years will follow to expand, including to the Balkans. More questions? All clear, or you have not heard anything? Because I was always given the hint to keep the microphone close to my mouth. You have one.
With European Green Deal now, it is the practice, all cities need to be in Europe by 2050 climate neutral.
Yeah.
So the Turkish cities also must do this. And how talk can contribute to the cities, help to make the transportation, mobility fully renewable, electrified.
Yeah.
Not only the
First of all, we are not
Thank
waiting until 2053. So
Yes.
we are already committing ourselves for 2035. And that was not a typo, by the way. So 2035 means talk upstream, downstream with suppliers, with business partners, solution partners is carbon neutral. So this is the first contribution we can do. The second contribution...
The municipalities and
parts. So we are working, for example, with one of the global accelerators and the startup hubs, Plug and Play. We have established in Turkey the Smart City vertical. So we are founding member there. And Smart City is nothing else than IoTS. And IoTS is nothing else than the infrastructure for being green. So not only being connected. So, and therefore, we are, as of today, in the following status. Since mid of 2019, we have scanned more than 1,000 startups. And out of those 1,000 startups, many, maybe more than 100 of them, are about the contribution to the green world or to sustainability. And from our perspective, the competency of smart contracting, blockchain, the competency of gamification to make things likable in the mobility experience is very closely connected to the contribution to the sustainable world. Because this is not something we can force to the people. Either you are born and you have in your mind the attitude of being green. On the other side, we can help you as talk, as contributor while doing something that you like it, you love it, and you want to repeat it. You may even earn, like I have described, earn money with this. Yeah? So be not only doing, behaving, or thriving in the city, it's also about the ecosystem, the thousands of startups which will be joining until that time, who have the attitude of being carbon neutral. I think the spillover effect from talk to the business partners, to suppliers, to startups is also as important as our company ourselves. Satisfied? Engagement of people through the value add. Yeah, right. Absolutely. So yeah, I understand I'm talking to an expert. So decentralization is one of the key topics. So
And decarbonization.
what we are right now doing as a platform is nothing else than decentralized digital exchange platform. It's a DEX in the crypto language. You're welcome. Var mı başka sorusu var? Any more questions? You have another one. When do I come to Slovenia?
How do you respond to the critics for electric vehicles? Because there are many users that are not happy after a certain time with the battery problems,
Yeah.
and then they say the fuel is there to stay at least for a few more decades.
First of all, thank you for this question. A honest answer to this is there are also many losers in this market. So, and losing in this market, on one side, creates some question marks, and those question marks are about the fact that am I on the right way, on the right train, or on the right technology? I give you an example. January 2024, we have been to the CES, as I mentioned, in Las Vegas. Left to us one European, a bit more ahead, a Korean, a bit more ahead, another Korean, a bit more ahead, another European. And they were all displaying electric vehicles. So what has happened since January is the fact that almost everyone has underestimated the importance of being or having a connected device, because you users, you all would like to have the very same approach, consumer electronics thinking in that vehicle as well. Second, the value add in the new vehicles, in majority with batteries, they don't have the battery technology, especially the Europeans. And last but not least, the design of the vehicles are, I mean, somebody came to the idea, it has to look different. It has to look like an airfoil so that they have additional 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers more range because of less drag coefficient or wind resistance. So they look ugly. So at the end, the European brands, they have realized by mid of February that the Chinese have more smarter, more beautiful, and fully equipped with the latest technology of lithium ion on one side, and also with the connectivity vehicles bringing to the European market. So then you can imagine, if you are one of them, your internal combustion engine numbers, which were your profit cash cows, they are reducing because you have been announcing since 6 years electrification, electrification, electrification. So people go for electrification. On the other side, you see, oh, it's not yours who's being sold in the market. There are others. So your upfront investment doesn't pay off. Your losses increase. So what do you do in this case? Or what do we see in the market in this case? We see lots of new market studies coming from completely new people, honest, at least myself, never heard before. So talking about, oh, is it really efficient? Is it really green? Does it really make sense? Of course, if you are a country where your energy mix is still 50% and above with fossil fuels, forget it, I'm sorry. It's not possible to have a well-to-wheel balance. On the other side, if you are a country like Turkey, where you already ranking very high in the renewable energy mix, and nowadays, if I'm not wrong, we are the 5th, it continuously increasing, then it pays off. So it has also something to do with the country's strategy to approach, on one side, the new technologies and the new trends, but on the other side, also having capable companies, competitive companies being able to do this. Thank you. Var mı başka zamanımız? Yok, teşekkür ediyorum. Sağ olun.
Ne rengim var benim.
Good afternoon. Thanks everyone for joining us. Really happy to be facilitating this next panel session on nature-related finance, looking from crisis to opportunity and the financial pathways we're going to need to see to achieve that. My name is Jeremy McDaniels. I'm Deputy Director for Sustainable Finance at the Institute of International Finance. Really grateful for the opportunity to host this panel in the Turkish Pavilion, so thanks very much to our hosts. And thanks very much for our panelists for joining us for this really important discussion. I mean, clearly the focus here is on climate and the climate transition, but nature is critical to achieve climate goals. We need to preserve stocks and flows of natural capital to not only enable the economy to transition smoothly, but also to ensure that the response function and regulation function that nature provides when we're thinking about regulation of extreme weather, processing carbon and circulating that through the biosphere retains its strength. So when we're thinking about the financing gap for nature, this is likely to range up to 1.2 trillion by 2030. I think it's important to note that that is around 15% of the 8 trillion or more that we're going to need to achieve a net zero energy system looking forward to 2050. So evidently, the costs are significant, but investments in nature are some of the best we can make. But of course, this isn't an issue of raising capital alone. We need clear policies in place to enable the economy to transition and reduce impacts on nature while also considering trade-offs between climate-related priorities and conservation. So we have an excellent panel here to discuss some of these issues from a practical perspective. I'm joined by Christian Deseglis, Managing Director for Sustainable Infrastructure at HSBC, Baron Matagoglu, Head of Project Finance at Ziraat Bankasi, Marcus Muller, Chief Investment Officer for ESG and Global Head of the Chief Investment Office for Private Bank of Deutsche Bank, and Masayuki Takanashi, Group Chief Sustainability Officer of SMBC. Christian, I'd like to start with you, maybe just to set the context a little bit when we're thinking about global policy and the role of the private sector in contributing to these goals. We saw a lot of debate around the financing needed to achieve the Global Biodiversity Framework, or GBF, just a few weeks ago in Cali at COP16 in Colombia. We need a real major step change in collaboration between the public and private sectors for these goals to be achieved. And so what are some of the lessons that we're seeing from this process that might be relevant when thinking about private sector action for nature and its financing?
Thank you very much, Jeremy, and a pleasure to be here in this hot room. I think we experience global warming on the panel. So I like the way you kind of like frame the question, because I think, you know, for many years we've been thinking a lot about the role of finance and what finance can do, but finance doesn't happen in a vacuum. So the focus on policy, the focus on businesses, the focus on enabling environment, on regulatory framework, I think this is extremely important. You know, when it comes to the transition to net zero, when it comes to the financing of the GBF, it's important to have a target and to say, okay, we are here to raise, I mean, the problem is so important that we are here to help raise money and significant amounts of money, but you know, banks are not throwing out money up in the air. In order for that to be effective and for the transition to happen in the real economy, and for protection of nature, restoration of nature to happen in the real economy, you need a policy framework. You need policies to be set. You need, ideally, carbon pricing. You need mandates. You need a series of things, and then you need the business to actually drive the transition and drive the protection, restoration, reforestation, and so on and so forth on the ground. I'm not saying that bank is not important or finance is not important. Finance is absolutely important. And as HSBC, we do recognize the role that banks have. We recognize, and it's in one of our principles of net zero, the importance of integrating nature and of protecting nature. But I think, again, it doesn't happen in a vacuum. So now if we want to look at some of the lessons that we've learned from the transition to net zero, and how can we move the needle together? So I think one of the big learnings in the transition to net zero has been the importance of collaboration, the importance of partnership. Not only finance doesn't happen in a vacuum, but the actual implementation of policies and finance require collaboration among various actors. We see that very clearly in blended finance, for instance, which is one of the instruments that I think is most promising in terms of mobilizing private sector and working with the public sector to provide solutions that will crowd in private investors and raise move from the billion to the trillion. I think for blended finance to be successful, it needs a few things. It needs catalytic capital, it needs concessional capital, and it needs something which will allow to move at scale, which may be platform, which may be things like that. We just announced today the scale-up of one of those platforms that we put together with Pentagreen to provide financing for marginally bankable projects in Southeast Asia. I think this is the type of vehicle, of investment vehicles, which makes sense for the transition to net zero, but also for nature. So looking for collaborative solutions that can be standardized and can be scaled.
Thank you so much, Christian. Really interesting insights there on the types of vehicles that are needed to enable a slightly different view on the risk-return profile of investments in nature. Obviously, some of these are going to be economic. A lot of what the financial sector, the private financial sector capital stack is aligned with is very much transition investments to reduce impacts, but of course conservation and restoration, establishment of protected areas, other sorts of activities are going to require a different mix of resources.
Exactly, and we can come back to that because the same type of examples apply to nature.
Yeah, indeed. Wonderful, thank you. Baron, maybe I could turn to you. Ziraat Bankassi is active in many countries in this region. It'd be really interesting to get your views on the types of nature-related risks, climate-related risks that are coming up as especially important in this region, how you're considering these, and what we need to do to translate financing needs for climate and nature into financing opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy. First of all, I'd like to thank to Azerbaijan for their hospitality and of course for IIF for this lovely moderating. Emerging markets face significant challenges in accessing climate finance, which is crucial for funding climate adaptation and mitigation and sustainable development projects. But as it has happened before, maybe some of you may very well remember, in the late of 1990s and the beginning of 2000s, we have faced internet bubble and globalizations. It is also a revolutionary act, and it has challenges, but they have shaped the business and the investment model of the world in the wrong direction, but it did. But right now, we have been dealing about the climate risk since 2010, so we can make it. As of today, when we are talking about the climate risk, we are saying that it is actually a business risk. According to the financial institutions' perspective, we will be implementing, the emerging markets will be implementing the climate risk in their risk models as a scenarios. In the current situation, if you're not taking any cautious actions in here, we will be facing with the expected loss in our balance sheets. So in order to turn climate finance into an attractive investment opportunity, we have to develop effective policies with the partnerships of the public, private, and the finance sector. The question should be how, as you have mentioned, how we can do that. To address the climate and the nature-related risks in financing needs of the emerging markets, and we have to transfer them into viable investment opportunities, a combination of targeted policies, regulatory frameworks, and also incentives structures is essential, it seems to be. For example, if you like to summarize in items, we need long-term regulatory certainty for the investments. It is essential. And second one, we need national nature and climate strategies. Yes. We have to establish metrics and standards for nature-based investments. But last but not least, the most important thing, I think, the enhanced public-private partnerships, the risking the investments. This is the most important thing because, yes, we must have regulations, we must have frameworks, but in order to have them in place, we have to take actions in the market in order to get the cash flow to the sustainable development projects. I think that's very important in this sense. When we come to these regulations, in Turkey's 2053 long-term climate strategy has been announced yesterday. I have to mention it in a sentence in here because we take it very seriously because a clear and transparent mitigation plan has been inclusive of all actors in the ecosystem has been determined, and we are very pleased of it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for those insights. I mean, it seems that we're having a much more mature conversation now, both in the nature and the climate sphere, on the need for national policies to be sufficiently granular, detailed, really provide the guardrails needed for transition. And that's definitely an issue when thinking about NDCs looking forward to next year for COP30. Also, updated national biodiversity strategies and action plans. Because, I mean, when we think about this transition across different markets, this is a race that is won really when the last participant crosses the line, not the first one. So we need all countries to really be moving at pace. Marcus, maybe I could turn to you. Just in our conversation before this session, you were sharing some really interesting insights from work internally within Deutsche Bank, how you're approaching this in your everyday when looking at the relationships between nature and portfolios. So it'd be great if you could just share some thoughts around how this is evolving, why you're taking these actions, and then what actions you are taking as a result.
I think we have to talk a little bit louder, so hence I'm just referring a little bit what the question was, also to wake you up. So what do we do in our daily life at Deutsche Bank in order to get nature into our decision-making processes? So first of all, we had to understand what nature really means for economics. And the interesting thing is, and this is obvious, that we as humans are completely baked into nature. So this is not debatable. This means at the second point that we are dependent on the ecosystem services nature is providing. This is also nothing new. But this requires that we keep the engine which sustains us intact. Every company owner is maintaining its fabric or company continuously in order to make sure that the revenues will coming in because he's able or she's able to sell the product in the quantity and quality he needs. This is what we are currently not doing with nature to keep it in check. So we are letting the machinery falling apart. We are overusing it. But this was the first step we had to do at Deutsche Bank to understand what it's at the brink. Secondly, we designed a corporate sustainability strategy and a dedicated structure around this. And we've committed to 500 billion sustainable investment to be achieved by the end of next year. So we have this year now in the point of talking, 350 billion already achieved in sustainable finance across entire Deutsche Bank, corporate bank, private bank, and investment bank. Mainly in energy transition, green finance, sustainable finance frameworks we are doing, but also in local activities in Ivory Coast, Senegal, and in the emerging markets in general, where we are quite active and where we have a long-standing experience, because this is the area where our global commons are hosted, where the pressure points is really hitting the ground, because the countries of the global north, they have a social security system, and they don't have these important commons we need to protect. But to get now one step further, we have last year, so really now 1 year ago, established as first global bank a nature advisory panel at Deutsche Bank, who advises Deutsche Bank on incorporating nature aspects into our financing and investment decision-making processes. I'm delighted to share this panel. In this panel, we have the TNC, we have Nature Positive, we have Aura, Ocean Risk Resilient Action Alliance, and so on. So we also have Cambridge. So we have the author of 30 by 30, Anthony Waldron, there. And, you know, all these experts are doing this pro bono. They don't want to get paid for advising Deutsche Bank because they understand how important it is. And I can tell you, this was an eye-opening moment for all of us. Because on the one side, we could tell the scientists and the nature experts how a bank is working. They thought that the bank has money, which the bank just needs to decide to spend. But we are working through our balance sheet if we don't have an asset management operation like HSBC, for instance. So we don't have an asset manager, Deutsche Bank. It's an own entity, DWS. But this was debunking the myth how a bank is working, number one. And they told us how nature is working because we are economists. And now we are sitting at a desk and defining our nature strategy. So this is how we work. Getting on the topic, understanding the topic, defining a governance around this topic, laying out the sequencing, and then managing it towards to. The underlying is a very clear transition plan. And if you look at deutschebank.com, we have 7 sectors which we highlight with dedicated scope 1, scope 2, and also scope 3 emission reduction targets over the next years. And this is a blueprint also for the next step in the direction if we think about nature.
Oh, thank you. Indeed, that question of how to develop transition plans in the nature sphere raises a lot of important conceptual issues for both corporates and financial institutions. I mean, there are many aspects of the net zero alignment agenda that are going to be readily applicable when thinking about certain units of nature that could be fungible, like water, but obviously impacts on nature are inherently very localized, and so action in one area cannot necessarily equate to action in another. But one of the key ways that information is going to come into a bank is through client engagement and advisory. So maybe, Masayuki-san, I can turn to you for some insights on that from the SMBC perspective. How are you supporting your clients in understanding more about their relationships to nature, using this information from them to inform your own strategies, and then developing financing solutions on the back of that?
Well, thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. With regards to your question, you talked about finance as well, but I think we're a little still not necessarily there at this moment. Before finance comes in, I think first of all, our clients need to understand, their impact on and from nature, and also, if needed, find out the solutions. I think that comes first, and then comes finance. So what we are actually doing is we actually created a alliance with insurance companies and other banks to create what we call a finance alliance for nature positive solutions. And what we do there is provide diagnostic tools that allow companies to easily access their own level, assess their own level of response to, for instance, TNFD. And also we created a solution catalog. So obviously, there's a lot of solutions out there, but actually companies don't know where it is. So we created a catalog so that our clients can see what sort of solutions are out there, and we are providing or introducing these. Mainly actually these are startups to our clients so that they can understand what sort of solutions there are out there. I think. SMBC is a Japanese bank, and we were actually fortunate enough to see the number of TNFD early adopters. I think Japan was the largest. So I think we are seeing an increase in interest for our clients, and hopefully that will eventually go into large finance transactions as well.
Thank you. So indeed a process to work through, but rapid movement in many segments of the market. You were mentioning engagement with startups, but of course this is a question for very large established companies as well, but also for governments. I mean, governments will need financing for investments that can support nature while also achieving climate resilience benefits. So Christian, maybe I can turn to you for some thoughts on this. How is HSBC considering nature from the perspective of infrastructure? You know, we've heard often the example that retaining natural assets can enhance climate resilience. What does this really mean in practice, and how can it be financed?
Okay, so when it comes to HSBC, I think we are looking at we have a multi-pronged approach, I would say, to nature, and we recognize that the ultimate goal should be somehow to develop nature as an asset class, or natural capital as an asset class. But in order to do that, in addition to what we discussed before, favorable supporting environment, policies, and so on and so forth, we will also need a series of products, and we will need clear definition. So I think the starting point is probably to recognize the value of nature, which is something which sounds like a given, but as unfortunately as we've seen, it's not that widely shared. But the second thing, and something that banks can do, is to really try to develop the tools and the solutions that will allow for the creation of this asset class. And when I'm referring to asset class, I'm referring to something which can be standardized to a certain extent, can be recognized as a discrete allocation of capital and be attractive to institutional investors in addition to banks. And I think here there are several things we can do. First is to help create solutions, and this can be commercial, this can be philanthropic. For 5 years, I believe, we had a partnership with WWF and WRI, $100 million over 5 years of philanthropic money to help create nature-based solutions. Can be mangrove, can be coral reef restoration, can be various tools that we will need in order to create an asset class, or to create an investment category. We've also been putting together or establishing a joint venture with Pollination. Pollination is a specialist advisor when it comes to natural capital, and we created a joint venture with them to set up an asset management company. So you were mentioning we do have an asset management arm within HSBC. This is called Climate Asset Manager, and Climate Asset Manager has a couple of strategies. One around natural capital as an asset class again, where we invest in restoration, where we invest in sustainable fisheries, where we invest in regenerative agriculture, so private real assets. And also another strategy which is around carbon projects, developing carbon projects. Been pretty successful. We've got more than $1 billion in assets today, so lots of interest from institutional investors. So this is the type of measures and the type of development I think you can do in order to help create an asset class. Then there is something around definition, taxonomies. You mentioned infrastructure. We help set up a label for sustainable infrastructure called the Fast Infra label, which is being rolled out now. And the Fast Infra label applies to natural capital and provides some assurance and credibility to the sustainability of assets in terms of environment, social, but also climate resiliency, which is extremely important. So I think banks can play a variety of roles to help set up new markets, kick off new markets, and bring and crowd in private investments. Then there are other things we can do, and I'd be happy to mention, for instance, a bond that we help structure with the World Bank for restoration of forest in Brazil, but we can talk about that later.
Thank you so much. I mean, really a fascinating look at the kind of chain through origination, valuation, generation of specialist vehicles and market making that's going to enable banks to recycle capital quickly, get institutional investors involved at scale. Baron, maybe I can turn to you from some perspectives from your work on project finance specifically. I mean, how are you looking at nature-related risks and opportunities in this context, and any potential trade-offs or synergies that you're seeing between nature-related objectives and climate mitigation and adaptation?
Thank you. Well, just HSBC and Deutsche has gone too far, and so we are following them. Let's start with that. I'm happy to sit between you. You know, Ziraat Bank is one of the biggest public bank of Turkey. I'm sorry for that. The biggest public bank of Turkey. So we do have a chance to participate mainly in all the biggest mega projects in Turkey, especially infrastructure and superstructure, and also energy sector. So in these sectors, you have to take into consideration about the ESG policies. So we do have working with the international standards, and we're using Equator principles and IFC standards in this kind of projects, big projects in our credit assessments, and do the control, monitoring of them. You know what, and this is a part of our investment. In the total investment amount, we are including this kind of cost amounts into the in our assessment and the total investment amount. So the mitigation, first of all, the identification and the mitigation of these risks are among the commitments of the project documents, and our investors obliged to fulfill all these fulfill these criteria. What we have learned so far, due to our experience in the project finance, we've monitored that the effective implementation of regulation, awareness of investors, and motivation for the actions to be taken are in the initial phase of the project finance is critical. So, because the price of reversing a mistake or a harmful effect sometimes can be immeasurable in this kind of projects. But in Ziraat Bank, as project finance, we have another business lines, agriculture, which is we find it very, we have been leading the financial sector in the agriculture, which is one of the affected sectors by the climate change. But also agriculture can become a part of the solution in agriculture if you can implement the good agricultural practices. The need for the sector is to build resilient and climate smart and nature positive system. So in Ziraat Bank, we put water and soil in the center of our financing, and also we are supporting the actions to be taken in the field of regenerative agriculture. And in agriculture, we do have a digital platform. I like to mention it because it is one of the important applications of Ziraat Bank. It is called Ziraat Farmer Platform, and in this platform, all the farmers can come together, exchange information, and have trainings about the ESGs and all the climate-related issues, and participate in various activities to the good agriculture practices. And we consider digitalization is an important opportunity to increase natural carbon sinks through these good agricultural projects.
Oh, thank you.
That's what we have been doing so far as Ziraat Bank, but as I said, we are following the Deutsche Bank and the HSBC, hopefully.
Indeed. Well, I think this is an area where everyone is really learning by doing and progressing really quite quickly. So I think that's a great example of both the interface of client engagement, technology, working across a broad range of different clients who are probably at different levels of understanding on these issues and really making it real, making it clear that these actions are going to be profitable and beneficial for the business. Maybe, Marcus, I can turn to you for some additional thoughts on that exact question. You know, what are you seeing in terms of the best examples of action on nature across this spectrum of reducing impact, supporting conservation, restoration activities that are really profitable? And maybe related to that and what we heard earlier from Christian on the different kind of set of vehicles, what are the sort of data needs that we need to fulfill for the whole range of opportunities to be accessible and valued properly?
Yeah, so in my point of view, and I'm an ordinary German economist, so we are having still not understood that for every tool, for every goal, there's a tool. And not every tool can fulfill every goal. So we are debating at these conferences of this party too much things in the wrong context. So like a debt for nature swap can't solve all of our problems. A debt for nature swap is for restructuring debt. An outcome bond, which the World Bank has launched, is for protection. A green bond is something completely different. So we need, and the carbon credit, and we have here at the COP big discussions about Article 6, right? A carbon credit doesn't help for all problems. A carbon credit is a tool for the problem of paying the host of the global commons for protecting these global commons in order to keep our world in check. It is nothing for trading for private companies. It is a property right to a mechanism in getting the money flowing in the countries where the need for this money is in order to feed their families. So this is very, very important also what we as banks have to understand. And what we have to tell our clients. What is your need? What is your goal? This is a tool we have in our toolbox. If we don't have the tool in our toolbox, maybe we have capabilities somewhere else, or we need to build the capabilities in order to build then this tool to give it then to our clients. So this is very, very important to understand. We need, and this is now going a little bit to the second question, we need to get real of it. Real on it, I mean. We need to understand what we are talking now about. It's not anymore the time to talk about what we have to do. It's now about how we do it. It was from the problem to the solution, now from the solution to the business, and now we are talking finance. But in order to get the finance flowing, I also would want to talk too much about the finance gap. There is enough money on this planet in order to solve these problems. But a finance gap implies that we need more money. No, we need to get the money flowing in the right direction with the right tools based on the right knowledge. But what is the knowledge we need? What is the data we need? We have also to accept that the needs of the populations we try to support with financial instruments, or the needs of the corporates we try to support, is not equal to return. We need to find a translation mechanism between the needs on the ground and the return, the reward for the investor, for the one who gives the capital. If we are not able to create this link based on KPIs, based on transparency, based on data, no investor will give money. And this is something where we have to get clear about on, that we tell the people what it is used for, based on what kind of instrument, and then it will do the trick. But unfortunately, it takes time that we all generate this thinking. But to be honest, we have all tools we need. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We have bonds, we have equity, we have now blended finance, we have philanthropy. We have all instruments. We don't need more. We now need to fill the commitments we've made. Instead of giving new commitments and new commitments and new pockets of money and new pockets of money, let's get it done what we have already been committing to. And then I think we will see that it will unfold.
Thank you indeed. I think a really important differentiation between the set of instruments that's available, risk-return profiles of different parts of that capital stack, and I think that really brings this discussion that we're seeing here on things like NCQG, also the discussions within COP16 on a global diversity fund, really into sharp focus, because we do need that kind of core pool of concessional capital to enable markets, market actors to step in and bring that power of their capital to bear. Messi, maybe I can turn to you to pick up on your last point, where you were kind of building from awareness, strategy, into product development and financing, and also linking to some of Christian's earlier comments. We have a lot of different instruments being applied in the nature sphere that kind of build off that core toolkit that Margaret just described, sustainability-linked products, new instruments, carbon credits, obviously now an interesting conversation on biodiversity credits evolving for certain types of applications. What are some of your experiencing in structuring these products, and how are you seeing the conversation around KPIs developing?
Yeah, well, thank you. I think maybe there might be differences between regions, but I think with regards to, for instance, SLLs or SLBs, we are seeing some, indication of various measurements, but I don't think that it's, as much as we see in the climate space. On the ground, frankly, the amount of deals that we see on these kind of deals is quite limited at this moment. So I think that's a fact. And also, with regards to, for instance, use of proceeds kind of loans, I think that goes to nature. That's also, if you compare projects that's for climate versus nature, I think the size of these deals tends to be much, much smaller. So use of the proceeds for just simple nature, we don't really see that at this moment. But now what we do see is, bundling these kind of use of proceeds. For instance, renewables and nature, or those kind of deals. I think we are now starting to see, and we have, I think, started to provide that as well. But I think at the same time, as I said earlier, we have another set of clients that are nowhere as close as that situation. So they're still in the kind of trying to, if you ask the clients, the clients actually come back to us asking the same question. So I think that awareness or education still needs to happen. And what we are trying to do is what we call nature analysis loan. So this is a simple corporate loan, but it's we attach a kind of consulting services together with that corporate loan. And so what we provide advisory services to kind of, have a discussion about where their, impact is on nature and from nature as well. And also we kind of we publicly announce these loans when we do them. So for those companies, actually, they use us as a kind of advertisement tool as well. So if we say, we did a nature analysis loan for X company, this company would actually be very, their stakeholders will look at that and say, well, this company is actually really seriously looking at nature. That actually drives those companies to look at nature much, much more. So that kind of activities we're also doing. A little bit different from our colleagues are doing, but I think especially companies, SMEs, I think we still need that kind of activity at this moment.
Thank you. I think that's a really interesting example of where knowledge around nature and understanding of your risk and opportunities can be a real differentiating factor from a value perspective for investors. And I think we're seeing many different elements that are perhaps coming into that equation, disclosures as well. So I do want to ensure that there's an opportunity for questions from the audience. If any colleagues would like to pose a question to the panel, please do raise your hands. If not, well, maybe questions are brewing. Maybe we can kind of open up now for a quick round of reactions on some of the themes. Maybe Christian, back to you. If you have any thoughts on what you've heard on the panel, and also what your expectations are, perhaps going forward in COP on this relationship between climate and nature.
Maybe just a word on some of the things that were discussed here. We talked about, how do we scale those things, and I think that's quite important. We've seen a lot of innovation. We've seen some really interesting transactions, thinking, debt for nature swaps. You mentioned the outcome bond, which we helped structure, which was launched a few months ago. The outcome bond is something that the World Bank launched, $225 million. And the interesting characteristic of that bond is that $36 million were carved out of the bond issue for project for reforestation of the Cerrado, close to the Amazon in Brazil, with a project developer called Mombach, and with carbon removal units that were purchased by Microsoft. So a very interesting transaction which provided some kind of blended return on the World Bank bond with cash, provided by the World Bank, but also an element of the coupon, half of the coupon was paid in the form of carbon removal units. So interesting transaction, but the question is, how do we scale those things? We don't need just $35 million for project development. And I think that's where, you mentioned, Masayuki, the question of supply, and I think the question of supply is a real one, not only for nature, but also for sustainable infrastructure projects, for instance, in emerging and developing countries. We tend to focus a lot on finance. We need more finance, but sometimes we forget that we also need the supply of projects. It's not only about the two sides to the equation. And I think finding a way which is going to be policy driven, which is going to be also related to frameworks and mandates at the national level is going to be really important if we want to scale. So availability of finance, but also availability of projects.
Thank you. Baron, maybe over to you for some thoughts. In your opening remarks, you mentioned the importance of collaboration. What do you see as some of the key priorities moving ahead into 2025 to ensure that climate and nature goals progress is made in lockstep, looking forward to COP30?
Well, I'd like to say a couple of words about the Turkey in this perspective. In order to rapidly scale up, we understood the urgency, but in order to finance those transition projects, we need regulations in Turkey. So right now, as it is announced that by 2025, the climate law and emission transition systems and national taxonomy will be established. And this will be giving a very crystal clear regulation. We don't have to wait for that no more. So we know that when there is a crisis, there is an opportunity. So we will be, I think, as Turkish people, will be creating value in this perspective. Thank you.
Wonderful. With very exciting developments, and look forward to seeing what the impacts are going into next year. We're nearly out of time, but maybe Marcus, over to you for a few thoughts on priorities going into next year, what you see as most urgent.
Yeah, so the priorities for next year are very clear. Getting the commitments we've made implemented and done, right? So I think more is not to say, because we've seen that our political landscape globally has drastically changed. And if we keep on talking without showing to the politicians our societies have voted for, then I think we will lose the mandate to operate in this field. So we need to show that sustainability and nature in general are economic, relevant, the projects we are financing viable, the returns are there for the investor. If we can't prove it, we will really have problems. And this is an urgent call for action now that we get it done and that we stop talking.
Masayuki?
Yeah.
Final thoughts?
Well, I do have expectations now that companies, governments are submitting their national plans, and obviously TNFD came out with their guidelines on nature transition plans as well. I think there is movement, and hopefully we could, as you say, get things done. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, that brings us to a close for this discussion. I think we could have gone on for much longer, a very rich range of topics, great examples. So please join me in thanking the panel for contributing their insights.
İddiası olanlar ya otursunlar ya da oturmayacaklarsa ayaktaki katılımcılarımız oturabilirler.
Welcome to the YASET panel on Future of Energy Sector Next Steps for Mobilizing Investments. For those new friends of YASET, we are the International Investors Association, representing international investors and multinationals in Turkey, operating for almost 45 years in Turkey. Any brand that you come up with in your daily life is a member of YASET, and we are trying to improve the business and investment environments in Turkey by bringing the best practices of those companies and improving the regulatory framework that they are operating. So mainly we have 4 focus areas: the digital transformations, better integration to sustain global supply chains, and improving the human resources of the companies. But the top one is, as for today's agenda, asks us to obey green transformation. And the energy sector is the key sectors in the green transformation. And what we are trying to do is bringing the best of those companies to Turkey and improving the regulatory infrastructure. So today's panel actually addressing both today's agenda as a part of finance, investment and trade, and tomorrow's agenda that is also incorporating energy to the narrative. And with the perspective of international investors, we are trying to evaluate where we are and what are the next things to do. And apart from giant companies, we have the bank, a major bank with a development mandate, and we will focus on the strategies for advancing the green transformation in Turkey. So welcome to our panel. It's an honor to be with you today. So our distinguished panelists, Mr. İbrahim Öztop, CEO and board member of Development and Investment Bank of Turkey, Mr. Elçin İbadov, CEO of Sokar Turkey, Mr. Selim Güven, today in the morning session we were also together, the country manager of Aqua Power for Turkey and Azerbaijan, and Ms. Yasemin Hoşdar Öztekin, managing director of Hitachi Energy Turkey, and Mr. Yusuf İlimsever, managing director of Enerjisa Commodities. Just a small remark, Mr. İbadov and Mr. Güven are also vice chairpersons of YASET Board of Directors, and Enerjisa is also a board member in YASET, pointing out maybe the importance that we are giving to the energy sector and its future. So let's start immediately with İbrahim Bey. Thank you very much for being with us today. We were trying to follow all your sessions in COP29, and while you were delivering the perspective of the finance industry. If you can just start with progress reports. Renewable energy and energy efficiency are critical factors for energy sector transformation. And how do you evaluate Turkey's progress on this one? How we are achieving in this?
First of all, it's an honor for me to participate in this panel. Thank you for your attendance. Since we have been development bank of the country, state-owned, and we have been already mandated for the sustainable finance. We are mandated for the sustainable finance in the country, and these distinguished panelists they have been from, especially since they have been foreigners, but they are not foreigners for us. They are local players for us, and it's very valuable for us to really host them in our country and to be for a long time with us, especially for the country. Especially we have seen some developments. We have started with actually YEKDEM. The YEKDEM is known as the tariff regime that has been guaranteed by the government. And it has enabled us a lot of investments, especially in the renewable energy. For that reason, it has been incentivized by the price mechanism. And we have seen really good and very viable projects. And first of all, we have started with the development banks. In 2002, beforehand, of course, the government owned this renewable assets. Afterwards, in 2002, actually, we have been granted by the World Bank $150 million, and we are unable to deploy that capital due to the regulations are not ready. Afterwards, we have seen that after the regulations has been already set and the incentives are already in place, we have seen that the really both the local players and then foreigners, they have already came to Turkey and they have invested in Turkey for the renewable energy. And we have seen that besides the development banks, all the commercial banks, they made project finance projects, and they have really, we have already seen a really good development in the capacity. And afterwards, we have seen these renewable energy zones, I mean, and there are very successful projects we have seen. And there are some, let me say, phases, and we have seen that a lot of really, now the locals are a bit in that area, a bit more active, but we would like to see more foreigners as well. And some of them are very successful, some of them has been already, they are trying to do that investments in that zones. And now we are again in the phase of really launching new zones, I mean, and recently, last week, they have already launched one zones for wind. And of course, there are too much opportunities. We will see this for the renewable side. On the other side, in the energy efficiency, of course, by the way, since we have been a development bank of the country, of course, we have been already financed by the DFIs, World Bank, the KfW, JBIC, Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank. We are trying to really finance all these kind of investments. And of course, we are not alone. We are together with the commercial banks, and we will really be happy to lend. Really, the tenure is almost higher than the classical investment finances. However, we see that there is a good appetite on that front. Of course, we have been currently facing some challenges as well. That challenges, of course, carbon emission reduction, for example, is one of them. We have been again financed by the World Bank in order to decrease some, especially carbon emissions. That's another program that we are trying to do. Of course, solar is another area that currently Turkey has been already active. We have another distributed solar project, again financed by the World Bank, $300 million. So as far as I can say that we have been really enough facility, but the key point here is that the regulation must be really very transparent and well regulated so that we are able to host both foreigners and the locals to our country for the renewable energy, especially for the sustainable energy, let me say.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim Bey. In today's finance session, one other aspect was pointed out as the financeable project pipeline. So let's switch to the sector representatives that are going to focus on this area. And Elçin Bey, SOKAR is an established player in Turkey, and with international ties, you are heavily present in the sectors. How does SOKAR Turkey integrate sustainable practices in their operations in Turkey so that we can put more light on the best practices that are imported to Turkey?
Thanks very much, first of all, for inviting me to this event. Although I'm from Azerbaijan, I unfortunately rarely come to the country because of the heavy load of the work in Turkey. So my mother is particularly thankful to you because you have invited me to this event, so she got a chance to see me today. So like many other oil and gas companies, SOKAR is also at a pivotal juncture. So there are two options. Are you gonna preserve your strong presence in the market, or are you gonna move to a more sustainable future? And the SOKAR's reaction to this question is that these two options are not mutually exclusive. You have to focus on both. But that's actually the real challenge that we are facing, because then you need double energy, double financing, and double resources to be able to compete in two leagues. Yeah? In Turkey, as you know, football is very famous, and teams who are competing both in the Super League and also in the European Cups, they say we are stretched. So also the same applies to SOKAR in that sense, because we are stretched, we have to preserve our current production capacity, even increase it, as I will explain in a few minutes. But at the same time, to keep abreast of the new developments in the energy transition. So S in SOCAR, sometimes people ask what SOCAR stands for. So it's basically the abbreviation of the State Oil Company of Azerbaijan Republic. So S in SOCAR stands for state. Therefore, this double effort is not only a corporate strategy, it's also Azerbaijan's wider ambition to become a leader to play an active role in energy transformation in general. So, as SOCAR Turkey, when we view energy transition, we view it as a part of a triple transition that this humanity is going through. It's the energy transition, it's the digital transformation, and it's the social transformation. So we need people, we need change in the culture, we need social behaviors, new social behaviors to enable the first two types of the transformations. So SOCAR's philosophy again is, sometimes people ask, is this a foe or a friend? Is an enemy or a friend? Is oil a friend or an enemy? We see it as a friend, because this is the only resource that we can use to generate revenue in order to be able to finance our digital transformation, sustainable transformation, and social transformation initiative. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for us to be able to finance all those roadmaps and action plans that we ambitiously put forward. Just very briefly on our activities in Turkey. SOCAR started its activities in Turkey back in 2008 by privatizing a petrochemical facility called Petkim. Since then, since 2010, we have invested approximately $18.6 billion of investment into Turkish economy. That makes us by far the largest foreign direct investor in the country. Although we are called foreign investor, we don't really feel as foreigners in Turkey, because it's our country. We always say it's two states but only one nation. So we strongly feel that. In Turkey, we are focused on refined products. So we have an oil refinery, also petrochemical products, because we also have the only petrochemical facility in Turkey. But we unfortunately can cover only approximately 10-12% of the market demand, which means 90% of petrochemical demand in Turkey is dependent upon imports. So there is no other country in the world that would have such a big petrochemical consumption, but just such a small production. Therefore, we believe in the future of petrochemicals. We also believe in the future of refined products, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel. We all see. Every one car out of two cars in 2030 will be an electrical car. Yeah? But in petrochemical products, it's difficult to find replacements. Everything that you can touch in this room probably contains a petrochemical feedstock. Therefore, we believe in the future of petrochemicals. Even the sustainable energy producers, equipments that produce sustainable energies, solar panels, wind turbine blades, electrical car batteries, what are they made of? They are made of petrochemicals. Therefore, we believe petrochemical will have a longer lifespan, and therefore in Turkey we are expecting to heavily invest and continue investing on petrochemicals in the coming future. But again, using the revenues from such activities to finance our energy transformation initiatives. Finally, I would like to talk about the three things that International Energy Agency put forward as the enablers of net zero target. They said regulations first, data, in order to be able to measure, have the quality data as the second enabler, and the finances as the third enabler. I would put humbly the fourth enabler is the human capital. Yeah. In SOCAR Turkey, we are giving a lot of importance to human capital. We have very recently introduced a program that will be called Q concept. Q, letter Q, comes from quotient, because we want our employees not to primarily focus on IQ, but also on EQ, emotional intelligence, SQ, social quotient, AQ, adverse quotient, PQ, possibility quotient, DQ, digital quotient, so that we can holistically improve the human capital of ours to be able to capture all the initiatives that we are putting forward within this triple transformation efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Selim Bey, let's revisit your expertise, the global expertise on renewable energy. And could you please elaborate how you reflected that expertise in your operations in Turkey?
Okay, thank you, Serkan Bey, thank you to panel, and thank you for the invitation and for you participating in this panel. Aqua Power, if I may quickly give some information about Aqua Power. Aqua Power is a global provider of sustainable and innovative solutions in water. We are the biggest desalination company in the world. Daily we produce 8 million cubic meters of water, fresh water, for the needed. And then energy. We are currently in the phase of only investing in renewable energy and transition fuel of clean natural gas, high efficient, and also hydrogen is another aspect. Currently, Aqua Power is co-investor in NEOM, green hydrogen company. It's a $8 billion and under construction, and is going to be the first green hydrogen under construction and commercially available. And last is the battery storage. We also see that grid problem is the biggest problem in renewable energy. Grid problem temporarily and maybe permanently could be solved with battery storage, and also expand further investment of renewable energy. This is what we do. The second fact about Aqua Power is, without exception, all the investment we do is in global south, developing countries. We don't have any investments in the Western or developed countries. All the investments are in the Gulf region, Central Asia, from Turkey to China, and Africa. Just to give you a couple of numbers, we are a company with $90 billion asset value and exclusively in developing countries. And developing countries lack some infrastructure. And as recognized in COP29, COP29 has themes. One is the climate finance that needs to be solved. The second one is the technology. The third one is the investor that needs to come into the play and make this happen, because developing countries demanding the 70% of the energy in the upcoming years. They will make the difference. Developed countries develop, whatever it is, they are rich enough to make the conversion. But how are we going to feed India, China, Central Asia or Turkey with developed resources and demand? So this is where Aqua Power comes into play. We call ourselves the energy transition company. And without exception, we enter into developed countries. Developed countries have a couple of pluses and minuses. One is lack of financing. Maybe sometimes the distributed, not advanced capital or loan and debt markets. The second one is the talent. Talent might not know technologies, not that educated on that part. And investor. Usually Aqua Power brings other investors. We co-invest with others. And a big investor, when a big investor comes, they bring all these aspects together. They bring funding, because the banks look at the investors, the lead investor, and some other co-investors look at other partners. And when we get into a market, energy projects usually are 20, 30 years. You have to look at the whole supply chain, from the talent, from the technology, the supply chain, maintenance. So you have to put the platform. When you enter into a local market, you bring an ecosystem from the technology to the investor, and sometimes we work with the policymakers as well. We have to work because we have to satisfy the needs of the lenders, the co-investors, and our risk that, how we can make this happen. So this is a kind of also collaboration requirement in the local. Coming into Turkey, I'm proud to say that we invest $1 billion in Turkey. Hopefully we will grow it, inshallah. And without exception, all the Turkish employees, everybody is Turkish. We don't have any foreigners. And this happens in Uzbekistan and Azerbaijan as well. Wind is a new technology in Azerbaijan. We don't have, for example, construction or project director experience in wind. We couple them with an expat. The next project will be an Azerbaijan project director, have an experience in wind technology. So we bring the academies, also maintenance and all the finance and other local teams as well, as much as locally, because it makes sense. You don't need to bring expats if you have locals. So what we do is we bring an ecosystem when we come, and we always say that we are going to be here for 30 years, so we better plan accordingly.
Thank you very much. Maybe it is good to point out two things. Also, Ibrahim Bey pointed out at the opening speech that our CEOs are acting as the investment ambassadors of Turkey in their relations with their headquarters and continuously trying to convince them to prioritize Turkey's investments. And the second point that you raised up was a point in the UNCTAD's wide participation panel yesterday's on the international project finance is almost financing 55% of the renewable projects in developing world and 75% in LDCs. So your transformative impact is more than you emphasize in this session. So thank you for bringing this out. And when it comes to the infrastructure, Yasemin Hanım, your expertise is more focused on the infrastructure and technology of the energy sector's transformation. Can you a little bit elaborate on the bottlenecks or the opportunities that they can help us to speed up our transformation?
First, let me also thank you for the invitation. And apart from my professional title, I am a mother of 2 teenagers, so I really take this conference and the subjects discussed seriously, and we are really committed to make it happen. So if we may elaborate on what we are trying to in Turkey, 70% of our emissions are resulting from energy sources. So it is crucial that we start from energy transition in the clean transition. So a clean energy transition. What we need to do, we need to have our renewable capacity triple. We need to have 3 times the gigawatts of renewable capacity that we have. Currently we have these 30 gigawatts, and in the recent plans of Energy Ministry, there's a target for 120 gigawatts of green energy. This is quite something. The energy itself, the power plants in wind and solar needs financing, investors, and also the business case that would support this investment. But there is another bottleneck that needs to be considered from the beginning. I think we can learn from the mistakes or the lessons the other markets have gone through. And one of the major things that we can learn is the grid investments have been underestimated in the rest of the world. And currently, globally, there is 3,000 gigawatts of renewable energy waiting in the queue to be connected to the grid. So in Turkey, currently, we don't have this problem. So all renewable energy we are producing is connected to the grid. And for this ambitious target we have for 2035, we need to really align the investments in the grid and also the generation together so that we don't see the similar problem like the rest of the energy markets. That would be my first point to be addressed. Then what needs to be done to have this transformation or transition in speed and in scale? That's needed. If we can do this in a collaborative way, it would be easier. When I say collaborative way, what I mean, The regulatory bodies, the government, the supply chain, the technology providers, and the investors need to work together because there is enough to do all together. So this needs a different mindset. In the previous times, the mindset was more towards cost optimization. Now there is the transition. We need to come together, provide the business case, also together with the markets of carbon trading, tariffs, etc., in order to make the feasible business case for the investors and also agree on the priorities to work together. This also needs to go across borders because there is also the interconnection aspects of all these investments. So if we do this collaboratively with all the stakeholders, I think we could learn from the other energy markets that have seen these problems. Then as a third point, I could address we need to use technology in order to use our existing infrastructure to the limits. So there are new technologies available that could be connected to the grid to increase the power quality, to increase the usage of the current capacity to the limits. So we need to really be open-minded in order to incorporate the new technology available. Fourth, but not least, I want to address the need for resilience because we will be working to make these targets happen. But on the other side, we are also experiencing the results of the climate change with all these climate events. So we need to immediately act on the resilience of our assets, the grid, because if we do not do so, then we might need to mobilize our funds to, reconstruct again what we had previously, and we might be slow in this transition in this way. So what I can say is, summary sentence is transition is not possible for, without transmission. So we need to really pay importance to prioritize the investments on both sides to make sure that we have our renewable generation connected to the grid and available for usage.
Thank you very much, Yasemin Hanım. And Yusuf Bey, as a leading energy generation and trade company, what can you reflect on about the innovative changes and new products that is going to speed up the transformation in your field of operations?
First of all, thank you very much for invitation. Let me start with a story. Just recently we have observed in Germany. So Germany, demand of Germany is about double of Turkey and power demand. And basically they have 4 times more wind, also 5 times more solar. Just a couple of days ago, basically it's full of cloud. So solar generated nothing. And at the same time, because of the climate, there was no wind neither. So, I mean, as a matter of fact, you're out of power almost. How Germany tackled this issue? So when we see it, so first of all, they get lots of nuclear energy from France. That was the first thing. And they get some renewable from Nordic countries. So they maximize the import to the Germany. And also they utilized all the gas power plants, coal power plants, and whatever they have, even oil power plants, because we have seen the highest prices ever since the energy crisis. So the prices of 1 hour hit the 800 euro per megawatt hour. So it was a great example for energy industry because we are always talking about renewable, increasing investment. As a company and myself, I am a big fan of renewables, but we should never forget about the real fact with the renewables. So they are intermittent, and also, I mean, frankly speaking, current technologies do not allow them to store them for a good amount of time and then, optimize them from day to day. Most of the recent batteries are only for hour optimization. From all these perspectives, your question about new technologies, I think first of all, each country, including Turkey, we need to plan it, what's really coming. That's the first thing, because the landscape of energy is changing. Now, more than base load, now we should talk about more flexibility. flexibility means that different technologies should be available for different times. From that perspective, I would say, yes, batteries definitely needed. Even better batteries definitely needed. So I think that the countries which are really putting a lot of effort to build better batteries will create the future. That's the first thing. Second, which is excited, is small and medium reactors, I think, because there is not really any case right now in the world that small and medium reactors that you can see. But what we are reading, at least, they are saying that these reactors are not base load, so they are bringing more flexibility. They are small size, and then you can really locate them regionally, which especially the United Kingdom and United States are big fan of them. So let's see what these two are coming. So from these two perspectives, your questions, for me, it means that battery, and I will say small and medium reactors, nuclear energy reactors. As a company at Enerjisa, currently we are building more than 200 wind turbines in Turkey. And it's easy to say building 230 wind turbines in some different parts of Turkey, but it's really difficult to implement it. So first of all, the biggest issue, we just rewarded finance more than $1 billion. So I think it solved most of the questions. Secondly, it requires lots of permit, which really takes time. By the way, it's not only the problem of Turkey. When you go to Europe, the permitting times even much longer than Turkey. So I think globally the world should find a solution for these permitting issues. And the third one is also human capability. So it's not easy to find required human workforce to build all those power plants, and it requires a lot of efforts to build them. So hopefully in 2 years' time we will be a company with more than 3 gigawatts of renewable capacity, which we are really proud of that, but we should always remember that we should have that flexibility for difficult times as well. So that would be my answer to your question.
Thank you very much. So when you turn on the switch, everyone wants the electricity to flow. We need to be ready for this, and the security aspect of energy industry is also driving item that everyone needs to follow. So Ibrahim Bey, if you can return to the point that you left, and with a forward-looking perspective, what are the next operations, and how do you support the transformation of the energy sector, and how will you support it in Turkey?
First of all, we have to store it, as far as I have understood from you. In order to store, we are trying to really incentivize this battery issue. And currently we are trying to finance this storage facilities. That's why we have been already, unfortunately the legislation is not ready, but the financing is also ready, at least from point of our bank. For that reason, for the solar linked with the storage facility, we are trying to finance these kind of facilities, let me say. Secondly, the energy efficiency. We have been already up to now financed from all the DFIs, from Japanese, from the Germans, from the World Bank. We have been already trying to really finance some projects, especially especially industry that has already facing with the energy efficiency. For that reason, we have currently that kind of, let me say, financing for the energy efficiency. And the third one is regarding with the, let me say, digitalization, but that's already based, especially for the grids, to the government. That's not, we are not currently on that front, but we know that currently the Energy Ministry has already made a kind of, let me say, $1 billion of an agreement with the World Bank in order to modernize and made investments for the grid. And the third one regarding, the fourth one is regarding with the, of course, this awareness. I mean, the awareness of the, especially that we are currently here, we are talking about just for the green, sustainable finance, sustainable economy, but we should somehow, to at least to our SMEs, we should somehow to really, to make aware about that there is a train is coming, or there's a really light on the tunnel. So we should somehow differentiate this for the SMEs, because for the carbon emission, we are currently having that kind of, let me say, facility for 400 million, more than $400 million. But that's not an easy task. So we are trying to make that kind of transformation, green transformation for the SMEs. So currently we are working with the World Bank in order to how these SMEs can get that kind of, let me say, loans, because we need really reporting, we need really some procedures. That's why we are a bit, these DFIs are a bit, let me say, tough financiers, but we are asking too much questions and we are asking too much reporting. But these are the guidelines that we should somehow obey. If that guidelines we are able to really take into account, then it's really easier to make it the governance in place. That's why I would really recommend to at least to the SMEs how we will interact with this governance issue in order to get this kind of incentivized loans from especially from the development banks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Considering that you're as resilient as your supply chain and the ecosystem, all of our asset companies are also focusing on their ecosystem transformation, and the need is quadrupling when you involve all SMEs also. And Elçin Bey, your insight question is about the energy mix of Turkey. How do you position the natural gas and other renewable resources in the future of the energy mix?
Actually, the story about natural gas is slightly different than the renewables. In a sense that for renewables, it's important for Turkey as a large country with a huge population of 85+ million to be self-sustainable in renewable energy resources. But for natural gas, Turkey's quest is not only about being self-sufficient. It's not only about supply security. It's also about being a regional hub to transfer all these natural gas coming from Azerbaijan, in that sense, and other exporting countries onward to the Europe. Yeah. By 2035, natural gas is expected to comprise around 23% of total energy mix in Turkey. So that's really an ambitious target and ambitious projection. But more importantly is that the usage of natural gas is shifting from generating electrical energy to heating services, industrial and residential use. That's an important trend to watch. There are 4 important areas in terms of natural gas I would like to note. The first is that for Turkey to improve its role as a hub for natural gas transmission, TANAP's expansion is a very important project. Currently, TANAP, which is Trans-Anatolian Pipeline, and the continuation of it is Trans-Adriatic Pipeline, which takes natural gas all the way from Azerbaijan to Europe. It carries approximately 16 billion BCM natural gas every year. There is a technical opportunity to increase it to 30 BCM without building any new pipes, just increasing the flow through pressure. However, in order for this capital investment to be feasible, there should be a commitment from European countries that they would buy this extra natural gas. So far, Europe is a little bit hesitant about providing such commitments. But we have to be realistic. Without such commitments, no smart corporate entity would make a huge capital investment of this size. Yeah? Why Europe is not making this commitment? There might be many geopolitical and other reasons, but partially because Europe hasn't faced a severe winter since the eruption of military issues between Russia and Ukraine. So a severe winter, I believe, it's my personal view, that is going to speed up this commitment a little bit further. Second issue in terms of natural gas is related to LNG infrastructure. Turkey is doing a great job in improving its LNG infrastructure and making deals in relation to that. Therefore, I expect the LNG, which is currently close to 1/3 of total natural gas intake to improve even further. Local production of natural gas is also becoming a phenomenon. So that shows how the visionary leadership makes a difference. So that was really important because this started a few years back when Turkish government decided to explore such opportunities to see whether local production of natural gas is a feasible business, and it turned out to be one. But of course we expect that the reserves should increase further in order for it to be not self-sustainable, it's not realistic, but to capture majorities of the natural gas intake of Turkey. And finally, liberalization of the natural gas market is extremely important, because otherwise things like natural gas storage wouldn't happen. If the government takes possession on determining the prices, intervening into price mechanisms, or the volumes, then nobody, no corporate entity would take an initiative to build large gas storages. But gas storage for Turkey is extremely important because of the volume it consumes and because of its role to becoming a hub in terms of natural gas. For renewables, a couple of sentences and then I'll finish. The one is Caspian Black Sea Europe Green Corridor initiative that is expected to bring the offshore wind from Azerbaijan through Turkey to Turkey. So that's an important initiative to look after in the coming years. Azerbaijan, together with World Bank and IFC, has developed a roadmap called Offshore Wind Roadmap. And as a part of this initiative, it's expected that the potential of this energy will be transited through Turkey to Europe through this corridor that I named. And the second is, of course, Nakhchivan. Nakhchivan is a region of Azerbaijan, for those who might not know, but it doesn't have a land connection with Azerbaijan. I'm proud to be from Nakhchivan. I was born and raised up there. And currently, why I'm proud? Because currently Nakhchivan is becoming an important renewable energy center. And we are working with many companies, including Aqua and other companies, to increase our footprint in renewables, not only in Nakhchivan but also other parts of Azerbaijan. But in Nakhchivan it's important because the electricity to be generated there, whether through renewable resources or through natural gas, will be transmitted to Turkey and then will help Turkey again to play an important role in as an energy leader in the region.
Thank you for informing about the future projects and the big landscape that they cover. And Selim Bey, if you can move to the technology aspect again, considering the rapid achievements in the energy sector's technological progress, what can you see as the next frontier that is going to ease up the progress in large-scale renewable energy investments?
Well, I would like to mention about two things here, technology and the large scale. First of all, large scale investment, provides visibility, and it triggers the development for the investor, both on the technology side. Therefore, scale up is important because if you would like to improve the technology, either an improvement or a breakthrough, an investor is a risk taker and would like to see that there is a pipeline. So we see that, scaling up the investment, putting a pipeline like we did in Turkey recently, 2035 vision, when you put a plan that you will introduce capacities every year, it takes attention because it gives you a visibility. So that brings in large-scale investors, small-scale investors. By the way, every investor, large, small, medium, have different roles. It doesn't mean as like energy mix. You have natural gas, you have lignite, you have renewable energy. They each have different roles. not to exclude anybody, but large-scale investment have an ecosystem that they bring together. They bring in lenders, as mentioned, they bring in ecosystem. They sometimes also affect the policymakers to open up, incentivize, like big investment we have seen today that we benefit maybe were the decisions made 30 years ago in automotive industry. So zones are important from them, but from that point. So I will bring back to the technology. Aqua Power made a decision to invest strategically in a couple of technologies. I'll give one example in water. Over the 10 years, the cost of water generation from sea reduced by 50%. And electricity consumption is the biggest component of water desalination, reduced per specific power consumption by 87%. Why? Because you put a platform, you see a visibility, you put a program saying that I will be developing that much capacity, then you start to partner with technology investors that they start to invest on their technology rather getting by daily. So that's all a chicken and egg problem. You have to put the vision, the leadership, the visibility for the players. And then you bring in the lenders as well. Insurance companies are also important here to take that risk or cover that risk, because there is a risk that everybody have to bear, manage differently. You have all the players, the investor, technology provider, the policymaker, and the lenders and insurance companies.
Thank you. We are extending our time a little bit, but Yasemin Hanım, in the first round you mentioned about the grid infrastructure's importance, and based on that and for the future of the Turkey's energy sector strategies, what are the other key influencers or the bottlenecks that we are going to face with or we are going to deal with?
Okay, so I think we, in the energy sector, we are experiencing and observing a very exciting times currently. What we are observing is this green transition, making the electricity to be the backbone of energy system. This has industrial aspects, this has social aspects, so it's really exciting. When we come to bottlenecks, as I said, we need to use more new technologies in grid and also in our investments. I may elaborate a few examples. Storage has been mentioned. We need to use storage if we want to have more renewables, not only because renewable generation is volatile and we need to store and use it later, but as well because more renewables is a challenge to the grid. So if you need to use the right power electronics technology in order to integrate this storage to the grid. If you do not do this, then you will have the inertia and the reliability problem for the electricity. So Hitachi Energy is a technology provider of this power electronics. And then I can elaborate on other very important technology area as well, HVDC. This has already also been announced from our ministry as a major investment area in the Turkish grid. Hitachi Energy is the inventor of HVDC technology. This, like 75 years ago, this was invented in our laboratory. So we are working in the transformation and also this DC transmittal of the energy in many markets, and also we are prepared to do this for Turkey's transition. HVDC is used where you have the generation in one geography, but the majority of the consumption could be in another geography. So you need to transmit electricity in an efficient way through these geographies. So this is why HVDC is also instrumental in this transformation. So we need to be open-minded, as I said before, to use these technologies in this transition. Plus, in the other energy markets, what we see as bottlenecks is the permitting and also the legislative processes. And in the recent plan of 2035, I see this addressed by Energy Ministry. So we are very happy to see this ambition also from our public government representatives, and also I think the role of the regulators is now changing towards making the enablement of this transition. So this is also one aspect we need to transform altogether. Then as a last point, but the most important, there needs to be a transition in people. So we need to really change the way we educate our engineers, starting from the curriculums in the universities, and also we need to educate all the decision makers in order to really decide the right way to foster this transition. As I told before, Hitachi Energy contributed a lot in the transition in other energy markets, and in Turkey we are like 1,000 Turkish citizens financed by 100% Japanese capital, working and committed to make this transition happen for Turkey.
Okay. And let us conclude with your insight question, Yusuf Bey. How do you envision the involvement of the energy markets in terms of their role in the energy transformation?
Well, because of the limited time, I would only tell about emission market. Because I think in order to tackle with climate change, the carbon should have a fair price. And as a matter of fact, it should be a global price, but because, the problem is not only Turkey or Azerbaijan problem, is whole global problem. But maybe this is something like, should be like a dream scenario. But eventually, definitely, you need to know the price of the carbon in order to take action against climate price. So what's excited in Turkey, hopefully recently in 1 or 2 years time, we will have established a carbon emission trading system in Turkey. So it probably will be in the first phase. We should see the test phases. The price can be not only market-based, some other aspects as well. But I think it's very important for all kind of investor in order to see what's the price of the carbon and how valuable it is. So according to all these price signals, hopefully it will be a liberal market and fair priced. All the companies can put their strategies accordingly. So let's assume that you're a cement company, then you will pay a carbon price. Accordingly, you will invest in to be more sustainable. Or if you're an energy company, or if you're an aluminum company, all same. So from energy markets perspective, I would say for Turkish perspective, the most excited one, the emission trading market.
Okay, thank you very much. And may I ask for a big applause for our panelists? Thank you, man. This initiative, this panel is happening under the YASET Sustainable Development Platform initiative. And this is the 3rd year in a row we are participating in COP. Thank you very much, COP. Every best practice that a YASET company implements also has a counterpart in the regulatory framework. And we are trying to bring the best of the world to Turkey so that we can speed up our learning curve and try to implement the best investments, the highly efficient investment in Turkey. And thank you very much for Minister of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change and Director of Climate Change for hosting us in this event. You can follow all the best practices of YASET companies in our webpage. And if you would like to share your best practices with us, just get in touch. We can extend your best practices to our wider network. Thank you very much.
Sayın konuklarımız, panelimiz başlamak üzeredir. Lütfen yerlerinizi alınız. Dear guests, our panel will be starting shortly. Please take your seats.
Yes. Distinguished participants, estimated guests, I would like to extend my warm regrets and greetings to all of you and thank you for joining us today as a part of United Nations Climate Change Conference. It's a great honor to be here to discuss Turkey's net zero target from the perspective of the civil society. The global climate crisis requires the collective responsibility, not only governments, but all segments of the society. As Müsiyat and team, we have embraced our responsibilities by publishing our climate manifesto, and we continue to play an active role in the sustainability efforts. Today, we gather here to reflect on these efforts and explore new pathways for cooperation towards achieving Turkey's net zero ambitions. We are pleased to have with us estimated speakers. I would like to share with you and invite you to our speakers to sitting here. We have keynote speaker, Mr. Gürbüz Gönül. He's the Director of Country Engagement of the Partnership, IRENA, International Renewable Energy Agency. He will be joining us soon. And Dr. Kübra Ulutaş, she is the Deputy Secretary General of the Turkey Exporters Assembly. Kübra Hanım, please. And Dr. Sani Okamoto, Senior Research Fellow of the United Nations University. She is with us. And Mr. Murat Altuğ Karataş, he is the Chairman of the Board, Ekolojika Sustainability Corporation. Mr. İsmail Hakkı Karaca, he is the Chairman of the Konya Carbon Certifications. And Mr. Ahmet Paksu, Tersan Group Vice Chairman of the Board of Directors. Now, thank you so much, and I would like to have a great panel. I would like to also, we have to use our time very carefully, and three of our speakers will make a presentation today, and first we will listen to them and then we will continue our panel. First we can start with the Kübra Hanım. You can come here and start the presentation. Yes, before the presentation we can move out and then we can join you. Please.
Dear guests, you're all welcome. Today we are participating from Turkey Exporters Assembly. I would like to give brief information about TEAM, Turkey Exporters Assembly and Exporter Associations, and our green transformation vision. TEAM is the roof organization of Turkish commodity and services exporters, more than 150,000 exporters in Turkey. And European Union, is one of the biggest trade partner of us. So after EU Green Deal process, we started awareness programs to make this green transformation. Turkey's total export is more than $255 billion, and EU is the most biggest exporting partner of us. More than $100,000 billion US is goes to EU countries. So, as you know, CBAM sectors is one of the most important dimension of this green transformation process. So lots of our sectors, approximately $10 billion is CBAM sectors. So if we don't do this transformation, we will lose our markets. Fertilizer, cement, and chemistry is mostly and firstly direct this transformation process. And we take care of this. We prepare a roadmap for sustainability plans, depend on UN SDG goals. We create a scientific board institutions. These are some awareness programs, mentorship programs, action plans. We have not only Turkey Exporters Assembly's action plan, we have also 27 different exporting sectors, and we also have special sustainability roadmap for the sectors. And we have special collaboration and mentorship program for SMEs. You know, SMEs will be more vulnerable companies on this transformation process. So we support lots of SMEs, not only in big cities, but also in Anatolian sites. We have mentorship programs, and we support these companies with our expertise mentors. Also for middle and big size companies, we have special program called EcoTeam. We make a preparation, implementation, and monitoring their transformation process. Also, a digital platform for calculating carbon footprint for all of the companies. We calculate free of charge. They can calculate their carbon footprint, not only considering their size or their time, they can all the time calculate this process and also report and analyze. With our EU-funded project, I can give briefly, with AI-powered digital mentor we have on this platform, and this is EU-funded project, goal project. This helps companies' calculation process because they don't know how to calculate and how to collect their data, and also they can make analysis and they can create lots of reports. And also we have some special projects for green-oriented association for level up digital mentorship with this other partners, and also we create to increase our operational capacity for companies. One of the other EU-funded project is interconnected innovation ecosystem for some spatial sectors. We have trying to create road maps for these sectors and determine their current status and improve their level. With this project, we have a consortium partner from Maastricht University. I will invite her to give more information about our project and circular economy view from Maastricht University. Ms. Sanaya, please, I give floor to Ms. Sanaya to give more information. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you very much, Kibra, for having me here, and also thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm very happy to be here and share our experience about the project Kibra was just mentioning. So I'm Sanaya Okamoto, senior researcher at the United Nations University. United Nations University is a UN think tank, research and training think tank. We have 13 campuses across the world, and the campus I'm working at now is located in the Netherlands. So I'm Japanese, but living in Netherlands, and I'm representing Netherlands. And my also colleague from the German Institute is also here. So I have been working together with the colleagues of this team, the Turkish Exporters Assembly, in the last month, and together with other 4 countries, Turkey, Malta, and Spain and the Netherlands, started this year, January, as she mentioned. We also had an excellent event at the Turkish Innovation Week last month. It was very nice and very successful interactive session we had. And this whole project has been led by Turkish Exporters Assembly team, and Onurcan and Melike from team also the main program coordinators, and we have been successfully trying to establish knowledge base and also the roadmap, like some practical tools for like local startups and rural innovation ecosystem can take up for accelerating the activities. And so we conducted several research and also conducted the regional event also in Istanbul and also the Malta and Spain and Maastricht in the Netherlands as well. We found out 5 key areas we need to focus to accelerate the rural innovation ecosystem. First one was physical capital. So it's very important to have space and the community to support accelerating rural innovation ecosystem to achieve the green transition. And you need to check like incubation systems available, equipment, properly functioning equipment and infrastructure, logistics, these things are available, and also if there are like the supportive local networks available in the region. And the second one was the financial capital. This is also very important. There are like public and private financial mechanism exist, but then like it's how to access to it, it's always challenging. We need to evaluate, like for example, is it easy to use it? Is it easy to access it? And how do you apply it? And how you report it after using it? These kind of steps need to be carefully evaluated. What we found in one of the workshops we had in Istanbul was like although sound policy exists, but then still necessary to have local voices about this decision-making process of such a program. And also the financing the effort also must be directed towards not only capital, but also like rural area. And the third one is, financing mechanism proactively engage citizens, to reach out to the citizens, but not waiting for citizens and the startups to reach out to them, because for most of the people, it's very difficult to find out what is available, how you can fund your project. And the third one is the human capital. So this we discussed across 4 countries. It's really key how we encourage and put this, education in the entrepreneurial and sustainable and innovative mindset in the education system. So start with high school, start with university, or even earlier, like junior high school. We try to, need to bring this young people and mindset more towards a sustainable green transition direction. And another example we found attend the workshop in Turkey was also peer-to-peer learning. There are a lot of new agricultural technologies like already innovated. Like for example, drone assisting with the farming, and also soil health monitoring with AI, and also renewable energy use. Like this kind of things many people know exist, but then peer-to-peer learning was very much appreciated in the local region, not only top-down, but also bottom-up level of activities needed. And the fourth one is the social capital. This how to network with others, not only your city, but also like a different city, and also like international level, and how you can reach out to different sectors to make bigger, wider network to enable your business success. So this the fourth one, social capital, was also very important area. And the last one, the most importantly, digital capital. So the digitalization, how we can utilize this advanced technology, like digital platforms, very important for knowledge sharing, but also reaching out to international collaborators, but also put the community together. So this kind of like 5 elements is very, very necessary for accelerating rural innovation ecosystem. So that was our finding. Thank you very much for the floor, and thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Kübra Hanım and Mrs. Sanaya, thank you so much for your presentation. Now I would like to give this speech and make the presentation Mr. Murat Altuğ Karataş, and he has a great presentation. Please, floor is yours.
I'm waiting my presentation. I would like to begin by thanking Mr. Serhat and all my speakers, colleagues, and MÜSİAD for organizing such a valuable event. I also want to thank you, each of you, for joining us today. Thank you. Today we will talk to a business perspective on Turkey's energy policies. Yes, it's okay. And second, yes. The energy situation of Turkey has been growing at an average rate of over 5% annually. That's very important because we need energy consumption. As of the 2023, despite various economic instability, this rate is around 5.5% as the average of the last 10 years. Turkey's current structure as a developing country, it's clear that growth will continue for many years. In 2022, energy consumption in Turkey reached approximately 330 billion kilowatt-saat. This means an increase of over 130% compared to the year 2000 year. And now the installed power capacity of Turkey is nearly 120,000 megawatts. That's bigger capacity. And the other side, expectation of the business side, because we are talking now about the business side in MÜSİAD. As a result of this growth and the increase in energy consumption, the primary expectation of the private sector is to have their needs met seamlessly and optimally. They want to ensure the continuations of their growth. In this regard, the main demands of the sector are as follows. In line with that, we find Turkey's, especially nuclear energy investments, quite important and valuable. Again, the same situation for renewable energy, and our potential is very big, I know. In the Turkish energy strategies, we are talking to 2035, 120,000 megawatts for renewable energy. And besides, this situation impacts many countries' economic, social, and political dynamics. Therefore, support is needed to reduce vulnerabilities and protect companies in context. The other slide, and increasing nuclear, green hydrogen, and renewable energy sources within the framework of climate change goals. Creating alternatives to fossil fuels is particularly important to reduce the responsibilities of companies under the Green Deal and its components such as ETC and CBAM. And our time is very short. I'm looking for this monitor. And the first step to be taken, energy efficiency, because our professionality, especially I'm working for energy efficiency, because the first step, if you want the green transition, firstly you have to use this step. Energy efficiency potential is very high in Turkey. When we talk about the energy efficiency, it directly leads us to net zero emission targets, since energy efficiency important contribution to cutting emission. In line with that, in COP28, head of state and government signed in the COP28 global renewables and energy efficiency pledge. 2 times for energy efficiency, 3 times for renewable energy. In Turkey potential, every year, if we success 20% energy efficiency, nearly $10 million potential from the energy efficiency. In Turkey, total energy potential consumption, 50 or 60 million dollars every year. And International Energy Agency and the International Renewable Energy Agency, and Mr. Gürbüz Gönül will come for this, that to limit warming 1.5 centigrade degrees, the world must double the global average annual rate of energy efficiency improvements from around 2% to over 4% every year until 2030. And we will talk about the MÜSİAD's Climate Manifesto. Of course, the private sector has started to take steps regarding the matters we have discussed here. In this context, at the end of the 2021, we as MÜSİAD outlined both the actions we plan to take and the issues that need to be addressed from a policy perspective. Increasing green energy investment, developing green technologies, expanding circular economy practices. We have a different 20 items normally in MÜSİAD Climate Manifesto, and changing energy efficiency practice, promoting the zero waste policy, and combating food waste. And after that, end of this presentation, the MÜSİAD last 3 years, especially after our climate manifesto, we are working hardly for policy. I hope, especially in this COP28, and maybe I hope again, COP31, we are planning to making in Turkey, and after that Turkey will responsibility for clean energy way, and in business side we will take some responsibility and we will work for this. I hope maybe this is our, how can I explain to you, our plans, our supports, everything's for Turkey's COP31. Thank you for listening for us. Thank you, this organization again.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Karataş. I think it's like valuable information and highlights, because our minister just published long-term strategies of the climate change, and these informations are directly intended about this strategy. And also another highlight for the candidation of the 2031. I hope it's going to be like happening in Turkey, and we are ready for the support all of the issues about the gathering this COP 2031. Now I would like to give the grand floor to Mr. İsmail Hakkı Karaca, and I kindly request you for the time limit. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to our session. Last year in Dubai, when we were having COP28, so there was a signature in all over the walls which was saying that action builds belief. As we started this action builds belief, our company, Konya Carbon Certification Incorporation, is a Müsiat startup company, so which coming up around more than 100 businessmen, they invested in this company to show how we can make a modeling to transform the cities into carbon neutral ones. So we also assumed COP29, COP30, COP31 as our key points and the checkpoints for our company. Every year we have to put at least one action to our city, then we would like to present it in one COP organization. So starting from last year, we made some activities as we just, I think this one. Basically, we are focusing on the city, the industrial transformation, e-mobility, renewable energy, forestation projects, and the project development, how to convert the cities into carbon neutral ones. So basically, in our city, firstly, within this first year, we just implemented 12 steps industrial transformation process and also a kind of preparation process how to become a carbon neutral facility in our companies. So this 12 steps process also granted by Turkish SMEs SMEs government body, which name is COSGAP. Also COSGAP giving more than 50% covering all these costs to the companies if the companies SMEs. In the city right now we are running more than 40 companies. They are using these 12 steps tools to transform their carbon neutral one. Also we put some of the mobility projects. We put the charging stations all over the city, more than 100 charging stations just in one city. So we are also running the fully electric cars. This is a car sharing platform. So we committed last COP that we will put the cars into the city, then all these cars will be car sharing system and all these 100% electricity cars. So you can download your app and then you can run away with your cars. So these are fully electric, some of our cars you can see from this video. And right now, we are now just started to prepare for the next COP. We have a town in the city which name is Erenköy. Erenköy is a kind of high, middle and high upper level income people are living in this place. So we would like to transform this place and also to show people how to make this kind of assemblies and the installations in the city. We would like to change the carbon neutral one to this community. So the population of this town is 14,000, the number of buildings more than 3,000. So number of the workplaces in the place 162, and the number of houses more than 5,000, and the number of streets is 227 in this town. So as we started to this town, we just want to start with the how to convert the buildings into net zero buildings. So also some of the buildings right now we are constructing fully carbon neutral and the zero emission ones. So we would like to assemble this kind of systems to the chosen houses and the chosen buildings in this town. So we would like to put the solar panels with the storage systems. We would like to install the heat pumps, not the natural gas or the other things. Also we would like to put the AC and the DC charging systems, and also we would like to have a carbon footprint calculations into this project. Also you can see one of our platforms, this is Solar Kumbara, which means solar coin box. You can put just your address and then you can you can choose your roof system, then the system automatically calculates what you need as a solar panel into your building. It's already running right now. So what we are expecting to see, I hope, next year in Brazil in COP20, COP30. So now we are choosing the 1,000 buildings from this place. So we will put 10 kilowatt peak solar panels all over the roofs, which is totally 10 megawatt in this place. So the feasibility studies for solar thermal heat pump and storage systems all together in the buildings. Maybe we cannot put the solar thermals, but we will use the solar photovoltaic panels just to feed up our heat pump systems. We will define the number of the e-chargers we will need in the town, also including the residences, cars, and we will put also, already you can use our cars in this town, but we will put some special cars just for this town. Also, we will use and we will assign some of the high school students in the town, because we have 3 high schools in the town. Then we will use all these students as a part of this project. So maybe they will help how to assemble the solar panels, how to run the feasibility studies, how to make the maintain activities, OEM activities, something like that. And also we're going to calculate, right now we have also a platform, automatically you can calculate all your emissions in this town right now. So we will calculate the emission reduction before and after this system. So we will like to submit the carbon credits of this system if it's possible to put any voluntary market. So we are now also putting together with the municipality a center for assessment and the training of the systems which we will install in the town. And also we will have a center for monitoring and the OEM activities, how to convert all these carbon neutral activities. So total investment, as we are all the businessmen, we would like to invest around $15 million just to transform this place. So our model is the long-term grant from the creditors. Then we are expected IRR between 8 to 9%. So at the end of the project, we would like to see also more than 10,000 trained people, which would like to fight also climate change, because of this city is also having many problems with the lack of the water. So these are some of our partners we are expecting. Thank you very much for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karaca. I think like we already mentioned about the exporter side of the Turkey, about the climate change and the energy efficiency. I think it's a really critical information if you're matching with the future target of the Turkey. And lastly, the city transformation. I think it's also valuable and the example project what you did. Now I kindly request from our speakers to being here, and we will discuss. Yes, yes. COP is always because we like. Yes, please. Before we start to giving a speech in the panel session, I also would like to mention about the Müsiat a little bit more, as the chairman of Invest. We have like 60,000 firms in our roof, and we are the 99 points of the abroad. That means we are really collaborative work as the business side and the NGO side. And Mr. Altu mentioned about the manifesto, about the climate change manifesto. It's also critical for us, and it seems that like how we give importance about shaping the business sector. Therefore, Therefore, we have Mr. Ahmet Paksu here. He's directly coming from the business side, and they have type of investment areas. But one of them is critical. I think is also very important for the future target of the Turkey and the future strategy. The offshores, like nowadays, we all listen and heard something about the offshores coming, and we are wondering about what is the current position of the Turkey and what are the actions our business, our companies taking. So if you give us a little bit like conversation about the offshore future and the Turkey position, and when you compare the Turkey position about the offshore sectors, what do you think about the current world actions? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Serhat, and thank you very much for inviting. I will just start with some story about the offshore wind and then come to Turkey maybe. Offshore wind started with some on fixed basis. So technically we have installed the wind turbines on the 10 to 50 meter waters, mainly in around Denmark, UK, Scotland, those places. But those places are a bit limited. I mean, there's a bit limited at what you can do there. And afterwards, what they have done is they have go very far away. So, I mean, there were some projects around 200 or 300 kilometers away from UK, and there was, and it was pretty. It was challenging projects, and at the end, if you are producing such electricity, you need to move it to the mainland, and cabling 200, 300 kilometers was a big hassle for everyone. And at the end, in one of the projects I think it was Ørsted, there was a loss of 700 to 800 million euro on the cabling side only. So then they understand that this is not going to, we shouldn't be going like this. We need to do something else. And then in one point they have decided we have electricity and water, let's go with hydrogen. We can electrolyze the water and we can produce the hydrogen, and that's how actually the hydrogen story comes. It started with as a wording offshore hydrogen, but now this hydrogen story everyone is very hype about the story, and there are some alternative methods to produce also. People are working on it, and there are some very good stories. I hope they will be successful. But the origin of the hydrogen story is some hassles with the offshore. But still, we don't know what are we going to do with hydrogen or how efficient it will be. And that's why I think the people are decided to use some closed waters. So, but the closed waters are in many times, since they have used the good places, are very deep waters. And if it is above 50 meters, you cannot find a solution to do it with jackets or anything. So then the story comes with the floating offshore story comes. And this floating offshore story is technically a floating platform, and you are installing offshore turbines on top of this floating foundations. And the story, with the floating will be different, because maybe we cannot use the current turbine structures. That there will be so many new designs. Nowadays we are almost talking completely different structures. I mean, new designs. So almost we are talking like old days. If a turbine, wind turbine should be with 3 blades or 1 blade. Or 2 blades. So it is very baby steps that we are talking now. But now I would like to emphasize the floating offshore can be a very big potential of Turkey as well as the wind, the fixed wind, of course. With the fixed wind, we are already use our current infrastructure when it comes to industrialization of it. So we are already in Turkey. We are already producing with very good companies. I mean, blades, towers, and some of the internal parts of the nacelles as well nowadays. But once it comes to floating offshore, we can be the producer for the future. I mean, there is almost no places in the west side of Suez to produce such big structures, and Turkey will be. We will have a very special position to build those structures. Since the industry is on a baby step phase, we can take role on this side of the business, and it can be it can change our destiny as a country on this being the main producer of this floating offshore structure. So, what we need as a country, actually, we need to have maybe, as government need to maybe arrange or help investors to find maybe some bigger places, because these floating foundations or floating old structures or the blades are huge. I mean, we are talking almost a 10 flat building, with 100 meters in each side. So it's crazy structure. So I'm just hoping that our government will also help us to build those structures, and Turkey will have the role of being the center of this floating offshore structures.
Thank you so much. It's valuable information, and I assume target. It's producing the floating offshore.
We can create it.
Yeah.
Well,
like
next.
We can add as a target, and then it's gonna be scope of the future strategy of the Turkey.
Yeah, why not?
I think as Tersan, you work a lot about it. Thank you. Thank you so much. At the same time, also, I would like to speak more about maybe Mr. Ismail. Like, you know that yesterday our minister published the future strategy of the climate change, and now we are discussing about the new technologies which gonna be adapted to our future target. And because we need to like these technologies and the need type of the energy, as Mr. Ahmet mentioned, it's also valuable for the transformation of the city. But I know that you are on the EPC side as well. Which technologies can be faced, especially in the solar and the wind? Yeah, like the offshore is the one of the wind, but in the solar, what do you think about that?
Thank you. Basically, we also have, at least last 10 years, we have more than 5 main technology development we saw in the solar energy industry. So we started in some polycrystalline systems, monocrystalline systems, TOPCon systems, HIT, heterojunction systems. So the technology is increasing and they rapidly changing. So basically, when we are thinking about the silicon technology for the solar panels, our theoretical upper place is 52% efficiency for the solar panels. So we can convert the 52% of the solar radiation into electricity. This is in laboratories, the most possible place. But right now we have also, in Japanese booth, we also boot the same technology right now. We have a perovskite organic cells technology. So theoretically, it can goes up more than 80% convertible efficiency for the solar panels. Also, one of the Turkish scientists, her name is Emine, as far as I remember. So she is also made more than 35 or 36% efficiency already gained. So what I'm expecting, the solar technology is increasing and the efficiency is increasing a lot. Prices are going down. So all the other technologies, which means from the IEA reports, we know that the first and the initial main resource of energy will be converted to solar panels before 29. So less than 5 years. So what I'm expecting, these organic cells will be the really very nice and the big opportunist technology. Then all the countries will take steps also to install these kind of systems.
It's a great information. We will really strictly keep these developments and the strategies. I think the Turkey can be play a critical role in the future about that technologies as well. One step back, we came here because for the NGOs perspective, but as NGOs we are all gathered from the business side. So also, as Kübra Hanım, you mentioned in your presentation, SİBEM. I mean, the exporters, you are the representative of the exporters, Turkey Exporters Assembly. In your opinion, what we expect in near future, as you know that we are very close to the announced to the climate legislation. I think it's going to be directly affected the CBM as well. And for the exporter size, what do you expect in the near future? How the shaping in the CBM?
Thank you. Today we visited lots of pavilions, lots of different countries that to learn best practices and their applications. So they asked the same question, in fact, what's your opinion and what's your expectation about the future? I think this is not very positive or not very negative. We can see a big potential for this transformation from exporting company size. If they can do this transformation, there is a big potential and big market for this. And if they could not do this, there can be a dangerous situation. We see that big size companies can easily adapt and can access finance more easily. But when we consider middle-sized companies, especially in Turkey, they can more difficultly access finance resources. So as NGOs, as institutions, directly work with ministries and governmental institutions, we are trying to collect financial sources for companies, and we are trying to make network connection. As we see in here in COP29, ecosystem is very important. If you can easily access institution or financial partners, if you can easily find, you can easily transform. So network and creating ecosystems is very important. And we're trying to make more networks, more connection in our institutions, and I think this is very important dimension to create new networks and share information, because not only us, not only individually we can make this transformation, we have to share our ideas, we have to share more information to increase this collaboration.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I totally agree with you. In terms of the finance, like for example, yesterday we had several meetings with the top of the representative of the international finance, like EFD and EBRD. They are mentioning a lot about the energy efficiency. Like now, also like we will shape, and then our firms, and then our cities, and then our countries. At that position, like energy efficiency is also playing really critical role. Maybe in the even Mr. Altu mentioned about his speech during the energy efficiency process. But I would like to ask to Mr. Altu directly. To now we have lots of our firms in Turkey trying to shape and increase their energy efficiency methods. But what do you think about the most challenging thing about energy efficiency? It's going to be the gathering actually the finance or the regulations? Yeah, I would like to get your opinion about these challenges.
Okay, thank you. And I told you the energy efficiency is the first step.
Yeah.
You have to use the energy efficiency way before the renewable energy. Maybe some people doesn't like this, but in Turkey we are working different and many factories, industrial site. Approximately in every factory 15% or 20% there is the energy efficiency potential. How type this energy efficiency sources? Heating and cooling system, heat recovery system especially, that's very important. Ceramic sectors, glass sectors, cement is very important, energy sources is very, very high. And the other side, electrical side and lighting systems, all of them potential. I put again the same. Every year Turkey, $10 billion can recover from the energy efficiency side. But the problem, what's the problem? The problem is the finance again.
That's
because firstly you have to put the money for the projects and after that you have to wait the energy efficiency. Payback time in total in Turkey 2 or 2.5 years the main payback time, but the building sites 4 or 5 years payback times. Therefore, Turkey has this network, and World Bank and European EBRD and anything else give to much more the financing opportunity for energy efficiency. And I will say to you tomorrow we will explain again in this Turkish pavilion with energy ministries and some peoples. I will explain again. Tomorrow we will talk about the detail about the energy efficiency.
That means it's gonna be invitation for the tomorrow panel for the all participants. Thank you. Yes, it's a great discussion and the panel session. As you know that the Mr. Gürbüz Gönül is also one of our keynote speaker, but he just checks that really busy program, and as I understand it's gonna be some confusion about the before panel about the timing, but no problem, we calculated as adapt to us for the next year, and probably we will organize my best wishes from this COP29 to gather in the COP31 in Turkey. Thank you so much for your all participations and contributions, and our guests, thank you so much coming our panel, and we'll see you next year, I hope. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Sayın konuklarımız, birazdan panelimiz başlayacaktır. Lütfen yerlerinizi alınız. Dear guests, our panel will be starting shortly. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Birkaç kişi daha bize zaman.
Distinguished guests, welcome to our session. First of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change for giving this opportunity to address you today. As we move further from the goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees, climate-related natural disasters are intensifying globally. We have notable advancement, but it's clear that our time is significantly limited. This Conference of Parties presents a pivotal moment to drive global action forward. And now I think it's time to outline the roadmaps for these pledges and to explore strategies for financing the efforts. COP29 has come to be known as the Finance COP. As you may know. And before starting and introducing our esteemed panelists, allow me to introduce myself and our association and explain why we are organizing this session today. I'm Armağan Vurdu. Since 1996, I have undertaken various roles in the Ministry of Foreign Trade and Ministry of Economy and the INEP Exporters Association. I've served as Commercial Counselor at the London Embassy of Turkey, Chief of Staff of the Trade Minister, Deputy Director General for the European Union, General Director of Turkish Free Zones, and I currently serve as the General Secretary of INEP, Istanbul Mineral and Metals Exporters Association. Our primary mission is to promote exports of our member companies. We represent almost 73,000 member companies in 6 different sectors, namely steel, ferrous and non-ferrous metals, minerals and mining, chemicals and chemical products, electrical and electronics, and jewelry. These sectors constitute around 40% of Turkey's total exports. And the steel sector, the steel industry, remain fundamental to global development, underpinning critical sectors such as automotive and construction. However, the industry also faces pressing environmental challenges, particularly due to its high carbon emissions. And today we are going to address some issues about climate change and the sector's challenges towards it. Now let me introduce our esteemed panelists who represent both the private and civil society, private sector and civil society. Mr. Uğur Dalbeler has been working in the steel sector for many years. He is the deputy chairman of the Turkish Steel Exporters Association and vice chair at the World Steel Association. He also served as chairman of International Rebar Producers and Exporters Association between 2004 and 2014. And since January 2005, he has been the CEO of Çolakoğlu Group, a prominent steel company in Turkey. Hasan Akbulut graduated from Middle East Technical University, Metallurgical and Materials Engineering Department in 1989. He started his professional career as a process engineer at Etibank and worked there from 1989 to 1992, and then worked in various departments at Ereğli Iron and Steel Company from 1992 to 2017. After that, he served as refractory production manager at Kumaş Refractories Company. And from 2019 to 2021, he worked as Executive Vice President, Operations at Karabük Iron and Steel Industry. In 2022, he started working as Technical Affairs Director at the Turkish Steel Producers Association, where he is still currently employed. He has a keen interest in decarbonization activities, actively supporting and participating in the decarbonization efforts of the Turkish steel industry. Mr. Dursun Baş is a researcher and coordinator for Istanbul Policy Center's decarbonization of the Turkish steel sector and promoting the just transition in Turkey projects. IPC is a global policy research institution specializing in key social and political issues, including climate change. He has been an expert in the transposing and implementation of environmental and climate policies in Turkey since 2010. He is a graduate of Middle East Technical University, Biological Science and Environmental Engineering. Mr. Baş also holds a master's degree in Earth System Sciences. He has experience in technical consultancy and project management, and he has contributed to over 20 projects on environmental, nature conservation, and climate themes. Alice Tipping has designed and led highly respected programs of research and policy dialogues on trade and sustainable development issues. Her extensive understanding of the intersection of foreign policy, law, and economics is informed by roles in government and managing policy-relevant research. Previous roles include Program Manager, Environment and Natural Resources for the International Center for Trade and Sustainable Development, Policy Advisor to New Zealand's Permanent Mission to the United Nations, Second Secretary and Legal Advisor to New Zealand's Permanent Mission in the World Trade Organization. Alice has a Master of Philosophy in International Relations from Cambridge University and Bachelor of Laws and Bachelor of Commerce and Administration from Victoria University of Wellington. So, welcome to our panel. So far, thank you for your attention, and let me commence with our session. I would like to start with Mr. Dalbeler. I will extend some questions for him. Mr. Dalbeler, could you please provide us with an overview of world steel production, demand, and market dynamics, and what factors do you anticipate will have the most significant impact on the industry's outlook, global industry's outlook? And what obstacles do developing countries especially encounter during the transition period? And what strategies can they employ to surmount these challenges? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. I'd like to thank at least each of you, because I know the steel is not as attractive as other industries, and the time is rather getting late, but you know, I will just to at least tell you a little about what steel is and how big it is. To start with, steel is a business of about 1.8 billion tons, which is equivalent to $1.8 trillion worldwide. As per the World Steel Association's expectations this year, I think the total steel demand will drop down by approximately 1% to reach about 1.75 billion tons of consumption. So after having 3 years of decline, we expect next year a little rebound of about 1.2 million tons so that we can achieve about 1.77 billion tons of steel consumption. The main difficulties of this year were especially declining in the household purchasing power, globally. Of course, aggressive monetary tightening, the escalating political uncertainties, especially in the Middle East and Ukraine, and decline in steel demand in China, which represents today about 55% of the total steel business. Can you hear me? I'm having a little bit of an uncomfortable sound, but anyway, I'll carry on. And the key determinants for next year will be, we hope, stabilization of the Chinese real estate sector, effectiveness of the interest rate adjustments, political atmosphere, hopefully, especially in the Middle East, and US trade policies with Trump 2.0, which is uploading currently. And our expectation also for next year, the steel demand to grow about 4% in developing countries excluding China. But the main area of increase will be India, which is still emerging, so expectations that 8% of growth will be experienced. And we also expect developed world to go up by 2%. The challenges of the steel industry worldwide is still the overcapacity, which mainly exists in China. As I said, China produces today almost 1 billion ton out of this 1.8 million tons of production globally. And the second is the protectionism, which is the main issue for the last almost 10 years since Trump's first being in the office. We as the steel industry have been discussing about the overcapacity for the last 25 years, but the main subject of discussion for the last 10 years was the protectionism, because after China is being so powerful as far as steel production is concerned, of course, especially the West, starting with the US and Europe, start taking some restrictions, some measures against their aggressive approach on the steel trade. But the last 5 years, as steel industry, we talk nothing but the clean steel. Because as you know, there's 7% of the total emission being addressed to our industry. So they believe we're one of the most polluting industries in the world. But without having steel in our lives, of course, nothing really can be done. So we have to find a solution to this issue. Almost all the steel companies, just like all the governments, have announced their commitments to become carbon neutral by 2050 and have a progress to reduce along the way. But so far, all the studies and researches are showing that we're at the beginning of a long and challenging journey. So it's not going to be as easy as we thought it would be at the beginning. So we should start with the World Steel key findings about these challenges. Number one, the steel industry will still be increasing its emission for the next maybe 3 or 4 years because the steel production will keep increasing. So we don't expect the emission to be reduced up until 2030. So we haven't yet reached the peak. But then afterwards, we might start seeing some decreases. We estimate total of 3.7 billion tons of carbon dioxide to be reduced maybe down to 3 billion tons by 2040, meaning today we generate approximately almost 2 tons of carbon dioxide for each ton of steel that we generate, might go down to 1.5 tons. However, we are still much away from the International Agency Energy's net zero emission target. Because, first of all, the affordable the hydrogen is growing very, very slow. The second, one of the solutions that we believe will be the carbon capture, is also growing quite slowly. And because of what I have just told you about being the tough business, the profitability is already eroded over the last 5 years. So the industry doesn't generate enough cash to fund all these projects. The steel production is expected to reach almost 2 billion tons by 2050. And China, from 1 billion tons, it might go to 800 million tons of production, which will offset the increase in India and Southeast Asia. So as I said, the total emission will remain on the high side for a while. Maybe it will start decreasing after 2040. The main driving factors for the decarbonization are, number one, is the production level, of course. The more you produce, the more carbon dioxide you generate. Number two is technological mix. There are two ways of producing steel. One is based on iron ore, and the other one is on the recycling route, which is scrap-based. And there's a huge difference in between two. So there's an attempt to generate more production on the scrap route, but there's an availability limitation, unfortunately. Number three is the metallics mix, which is the raw material to produce steel. So instead of having iron ore directly charged into the blast furnaces, we try to charge more of recycled scrap and the direct reduced iron by reduction of natural gas and hopefully in future the hydrogen. As you know, iron is also found in an oxide form on the earth, which needs to be reduced, and the only reducing agent that has been available so far was carbon. So the world now is trying to replace the carbon with hydrogen, but today we are still far away to reach affordable, low-cost hydrogen. So in the first place, we are trying to reduce the carbon with LNG instead. Number five is grid intensity. So the more renewable energy will be available, it will help reducing also the emission. And number six is carbon capture, storage, and utilization. So these are the main solutions that the steel industry has been working on it. Of course, the main area of reduction will be China, because, as I just said, their production is going to decrease within the coming years. And for the arc furnace using scrap, today the ratio is somewhere around 30% worldwide, will be reaching up to 40%, and main change will take place in China. It will go up from 10% to 28%. And we expect DRI production, direct reduced iron with the LNG, to reach at least 15% from 10. So that will drop the direct charging ore demand more or less like 7%. And we also expect scrap availability. The more we consume, more scrap we generate. So this availability to double by next 10 years, and also reaching almost 40% by 2050. And carbon capture is the most emerging viable technology. However, the progress is still very slow. So I think we need to pay more attention and put more studies on this issue. As I said, the clean hydrogen seems is the main solution for decarbonization. However, it's still very expensive and it's not available in an amount which can solve the problem. But it looks the main issue which is being discussed around this platform is the funding. According to Wood Mackenzie's report, to achieve net zero emission by 2050, the world needs more or less $78 trillion which is more or less about $3.5 trillion need to be spent every year. And it seems that's not going to take place. So reaching 1.5 degrees Celsius seems as difficult. Even based on this report, achieving 2.5 degrees, we still need about $55 trillion of spending up until 2050. There are three main issues. The energy security, because of the political tensions lately, the tariffs and trade barriers, and the other one is the cost of the investment that I have just mentioned. There are certain attempts in certain places, like US, after the Trump administration, they imposed 25% import duty on steel, which generated hundreds of billions of dollars to the industry so that they could renew all the existing facilities with the new ones. Now, Europe so far have granted over $10 billion of funding to the steel industry to do the same. But so far, this is all being used just to renew their old facilities. So it really wasn't spent on the real issue. And starting from beginning of 26, the CBAM will be in place. So that's going to, I believe, also help European steel industry to move forward on this process. But to my opinion, I believe, based on the current situation, what we need to do is, first of all, we have to increase the efficiency, especially in the steel manufacturing and the processing. So with the less amount of steel, we can do more. And number two, we need to utilize the existing capacities rather than building the new ones so that existing funds can be spent to solve the real issue. And the third, as I said, the natural gas to be utilized more in the industry rather than spending so much money and funding on the hydrogen. But lastly, what I would like to suggest, just like we have been discussing about the excess capacity in steel industry, I think we need to start discussing about the excess emission. As I said, there is about 400 million tons of excess capacity that exists, but there are in different geographies, different ways of production with the different emissions. Maybe we can set up a limit and say, okay, about a certain emission, the steel should not be produced. So we can put a ban on the amount of carbon dioxide generated for producing each ton of steel. But that needs a global approach and a global consensus. So that's what I can say as of today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Darbere. Mr. Akbulut, I would like to continue with you. If you don't mind, could you provide us information on Turkey's steel manufacturing capacity and the carbon intensity in steel production? And also, I would like to add a second question. Are there any steel companies striving to achieve net zero emissions in the sector? The floor is yours.
Thank you for your attendance. I want to start with the structure of the steel industry in Turkey. And this is the graphical distribution of steel plants in Turkey. There is 42 crude steel production plants, and 3 of them is integrated iron and steel plant, 28 is electric arc furnace, and 11 induction furnace. Totally 42 plants in all over Turkey. When we look at the structure of our Turkish steel production, in the world, steel production routes mainly depends on the integrated iron and steel plants that is producing steel from the iron ore, and 29% is the electric arc furnace. When we look at the Turkish steel production, we are almost contrast to the world. Our main route is the electric arc furnace, 71.5%, and 28.5% from the integrated iron and steel works. When we compare the amounts of carbon dioxide produced by the steel production, electric arc furnaces emits around 0.4 to 0.6 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of crude steel. On the other side, the basic oxygen blast furnace, basic oxygen furnace routes produce about 1.8 to 2.4 tons of carbon dioxide, depending on the use of the material, etc. And what is the case in Turkey rank in the world? This is the comparison of the 2023 9 months and 2024 9 months. We are in the 8th rank in all over the world in 2 years. And the first one is the China. And what is the case for crude steel capacity and production and the capacity utilization? Our capacity reached to 59.3 million tons in 2023, and the maximum amounts we produced in 2021 is 40.4 million tons. Unfortunately, after this, we have some problem with the energy prices increase, also some political conflict in Russia, Ukraine, and the other conflicts. We reduced our production, also the utilization. Nowadays, it decreased to, 55.1 in the 2023. I hope we will increase again to 74.8% capacity utilization in next years. And what are our target in 2053 is 98.8 million tons of production total. Today, as I told before, our capacity is 59.9, and this capacity is coming from the 75% from the electric arc furnace and 25% from the integrated iron and steel works. When we come to the 2053, our electric arc furnace capacity will be 85%, and 15% will be coming from the integrated iron and steel work. What are we doing for the decarbonization pathway? There are some initiatives and working groups governed by the government side. There are some different working groups. It is related with carbon border adjustment mechanism, technological transformation development, emission trading system, national carbon pricing, and impact of climate change and sustainable development. In all these working groups, we participate, Turkish steel producers and association participate in these works. And this year, at September, our Ministry of Industry and Technology declared our Turkish steel sector's technological transformation pathway. I will not go into the details. We are two different pathways. One is the low carbon pathway scenario and the frontier technology scenario. As you can see, there are use of the best available technicians to the use of the DRI, use of the production of the hydrogen, and use of the hydrogen in the steel industry, also the carbon capture and utilization, and also some biofuels used in its steel industry. Okay, we have a pathway. Unfortunately, we need a lot of finance. And this is the case in some examples. This is in March of 2024. After that, I'm sure there are some declaration of the European steel industry. They're getting some funds from the government. And we just go a few years back and see that in 2021, European steel industry gets about 10.1 billion US dollar from the government. And 2022, they get 226.2 billion US dollar from the government. This includes some high energy because of the energy support provided by the producers. And in 2023, it is 20.4 billion US dollar, and in only just 6 months in 2024, they get 35.6 billion US dollar from the governments. These are the, we get this information from newspaper. Maybe there are some more, we don't know. As we know, during the years, we have a European Coal and Steel Committee, and in there, they say there will be no single penny to steel industry. They start with this. Unfortunately, we come to a point that they provide funds for the installation of electric arc furnace or installation of complete plant by government, and we cannot compete with this structure if they continue like that. This is the words by the I think Belgium ministry. There is a helicopter money poured to the steel industry, and when we come to our Turkish side, we are still discussing the European Coal and Steel Community rules for subsidies, and there is no single penny coming from the government. Also, there are some burden over Turkish steel industry, like environmental contribution tax or renewable energy tax, and to make a transformation, to make our steel green, we need some incentive mechanism to make our steel green, and these government subsidies needs to be reviewed and updated, this taking into account the state aids implemented by EU countries. And what is the case in the Turkish steel industry emission? This is by the European Research Center, 0.88 tons of carbon dioxide per tons of steel. We have an emission. On the other hand, European steel industry has 1.2. We are a clean steel, more clean steel than the European or just like US. What we need for steel transition and transformation, the establishment of emission trading system should be accelerated, and free allowances need to be provided for energy-intensive sectors. And as steel industry, we confirm that necessary investments must be made to reduce greenhouse gases by providing the necessary support from the funds and budgets by governments as in the rest of the developed countries. Another issue or the challenges we face with the in steel industry will be waste shipment regulation and scrap restriction. The brown countries already have restriction applied, and the blue one, they are discussing to have restriction. And there is as the Green Deal concept is talking, there is a lot of electric arc furnace investment, and for that reason, there are attempts to limit stick scrap exports from European Union and however, Turkish steel producers anticipate that export measures specifically brought with this revision may cause unjustifiable impediments to the scrap exports. These unfavorable anticipations are also shared by European recycling industries as well. One of the major shared criticism toward this amendment is that it's seen as efforts to provide scrap to European Union steel producers under more favorable conditions, namely easy access to cheaper scrap. And we have banning the European scrap exports is normally not possible because we have a free trade agreements between European coal and steel community. Also we have a general agreement on tariffs and trade. Normally, Europe cannot ban export to Turkey, but we will see in recent years, coming years, let's say. And also, the same thing is declared by the Bureau of International Recycling on just 13th of October. According to the beer free trade needed for global sustainability, an efficient and competitive market. Trade barriers create a competitive disadvantage for recyclers, effect on investment, employment, and innovation, recycling industry representation in decision making. Okay, we believe that European Union has a good goal to first carbon-free or first climate-neutral continent in the world, and we will fully support that. However, European Union should keep in mind that we live as neighbors countries, and the cleaning the atmosphere of the Europe will not help to the global problem. The banning of the steel scrap should influence the steel, Turkish steel industry, the decarbonization pathway very much. One other issue is the CBAM. This cannot be used as a non-tariff barrier trade because, as we know, we see that almost all underdeveloped or developing countries are saying their criticism on that, and there are declarations related to it from India, South Africa, South Korea, and this should be maybe this period should be extended in a giving more time on that. And I want to conclude with these words. On 24th of October, European Central Bank chief said, trade restrictions hold back prosperity. Periods of barriers in history have not been periods of prosperity. Strong leadership, says Christine Lagarde. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akbulut. I would like to continue with Mr. Baş. Mr. Baş, I want to continue discussing the decarbonization of the industry. What's your assessment of the Turkish crude steel industry's current performance in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, and what could be the suggestions for 2030? And also, what's the role of energy transition, coal phase out in the decarbonization of the steel industry? Let's hear from you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arman. And I'd like to thank the IMMIP to include us in that panel. Thanks to their kind invitation, I would like to share our ongoing study results on steel decarbonization, current state of affairs regarding the crude steel producers rather than whole sector. And let me introduce my organization. You have already heard that it is international level policy research institute, which is based in Istanbul as a part of Sabancı University. There are 6 different main study areas. Climate policy is one of them. And other than the steel studies, what we do is we are trying to build analytical base for the 2050 decarbonization of Turkish economy reports. You can also find the other decarbonization pathways reports in that website. And I will just try to introduce why we are doing this study and what are the main insights from our site visits and interviews as a scorecard at the end of my presentation. Time to time, I will also touch upon some historical things as well to make it more fancy for the real ongoing political economy behind the steel decarbonization. And this is one of the oldest steel plant in Turkey. It is also based in Istanbul before Turkish Republic times. Okay, let's go on, and you will heard many times Demir, Erdemir, Kardemir, İsdemir, and you will heard Diler Demir Çelik or Asil Çelik. And Demir means iron and Çelik means steel. This is also help us to understand why are the company names are like that. I'm just giving some seconds to check it. And we have very long, common, let's say, language family with the let me check which countries. The Turkey countries are used the same word for the iron in general. Okay, let's move on the evolution of Turkish steel industry. It will provide why Turkish steel industry has a two different division of the crude steel tax. I mean, these are the big guys, thanks to different finance from different countries. The first BF Wolf plant has been supported by England. The second one was supported by American finance supports. And the third one, the Soviet money, was there to build our third largest, the first and the third integrated steel plants in Turkey. And as I said, there are two main basic divisions before 80s and after 80s, thanks to the state supports in terms of providing export-oriented economy policy chosen by the liberal market times of the 80s. There became many different EAF plants which are based on scrap. And before that 80s, there are some big ones as well. Some of them has closed, not shown here, but these are the active ones that works on scrap-based crude steel production in Turkey. As you can see, 80s is the first accelerated phase, and the 2000s are also the second acceleration phase of Turkish steel industry. And thanks to being very close to European markets and the other Middle East and the Middle East country markets, this trade advantage also made this capacity increase and the production increase as well. And what we studied in our recent report, we are just trying to understand what are the main GHG emission sources from BF Wolf plants and the EAF, scrap-based EAF plants. And it is so obvious. The coal is the main source of GHG emissions from integrated steel plants. And for the EAFs, this situation is somehow mixed. If you compare the Italian EAF scrap-based crude steel to Turkish one, you will see that the electricity-based indirect emissions are relatively low, since Turkish grid has very dependent on coal and natural gas. In terms of grid carbon dioxide intensity, there is a kind of competitiveness loss for the EAF plants. When they calculate their total GHG emissions, since they use the grid electricity, the results for their GHG emissions are somehow higher than the Italian or Spanish ones. Even they have good technology, since they use the grid electricity, they became uncompetitive in terms of GHG emissions. And I will not go in depth. I will explain some, let's say, important figures regarding the emissions. But what I would like to say is that it's a very summary. For each 1 ton of crude steel, Turkish steel producers produce 1 ton of GHG emissions as well. And it is somehow very different, since these three big guys are very dependent on coal-based crude steel production. They have the 65% of total GHG emissions in Turkey in 2021, which was the peak year in terms of production. 2021 was the 40 million tons of crude steel. It was all-time record. Nowadays, it's not so well, as Uğur Bey explained regarding the depreciation of the total crude steel production. It is very obvious that first or most important thing for the BF both plants to reduce their coal dependency, either choosing a different reductants, either hydrogen or other alternative technologies. But the situation is not very comparable with the European guys or the Japan guys or the South Korean BF both plants. They have somehow good amount of money to transform their average technological efficiency, material efficiency. But nowadays we are just coming very lately in terms of increasing the total material efficiency and the technological efficiency with the existing technologies. This is one of the drawbacks for the BF both plants. And regarding the EAFs, yes, when you consider the whole country average, it is okay in terms of weighted average. But if you go further, if you compare EAF in Spain, in Italy and Turkey, it changed in terms of GHG intensity. And the thing is that if you add more capacity in the system, even you have very low GHG intensity, EAFs will be very large in terms of crude steel production, and this figure could be 50% and 50% rather than 65 to 35. That's why it is also a capacity issue. We need to produce less, maybe more quality products, and using less source resources. And at the end of the day, we will be providing more added value for whole country and the society as well. This is one of the missing issue. We are producing in general low value added products. And let's go. These are the results based on our interviews and site visits. You can see these bullet points as the usual suspects or the narratives of the sector or the sector representatives. There are some new narratives as well, but these are very common for other steel producing countries, common problems. But there are some important ones. I would like to focus on that based on our study. The qualified workforce and the cooperation between different steel sector partners are not so strong. When I check the European companies' cooperation and when I check the ongoing Horizon projects for the European steel producers, they had a chance to make a cooperation with universities and the other steel makers. This is not the case for the Turkish steel plants. There are some good examples, but when you compare when you consider the whole scale of the Turkish steel industry, it is not very enough. And there are new usual suspects, new narratives. Now we have CBAM, ETS, and carbon price. When you go 3 years ago and check the websites of certain steel makers, you will not see this narrative so much. But after 2020, these ETS things, the carbon price things, became a kind of narrative for the Turkish steel players, even for the governmental players as well. And yeah, we will see at the end of the day whether Turkish government will provide a cap for Turkish crude steel production and provide a cap for the total GHG emissions. But it is very unclear for the sector, for the rest of the society. There are still some preparation studies, but it's not very clear for the sector. Okay, this is very fancy and very interesting for our side. These are the quotations from our interviews. We made interviews with governmental bodies, with the high-level executives and the low-level, I mean in quotation marks, low-level workers, engineers. And what I'd like to stress is that the perception of the sector is somehow, let's say, not positive. They say that we are accounted as forgotten child from state, or when you consider the other prioritized sectors, steel is not the one that included even in the new development plan. There are some big important sectors, but steel is not one of them. And the other thing is that the steel makers say that we are perceived as very wealthy, that's why state doesn't want to help us. This is another thing. And one of the common thing is that in Turkish steel market, the steel maker says that if you don't grow, you will lose. This is also very big narratives based on our interviews. And they say that we are losing our competitive edge. This is very obvious in the interviews, and the figures are also showing that they are losing this competitive edge. And there are some different positions regarding the ongoing decarbonization things. Some of them conservatives, they said that dirt is still invented. What happened? We are just producing crude steel. What in the earth this dirty steel has just arrived to Turkey? And some of them is already know that this is a market issue or the competitiveness issue. And they said that the customers started to ask them, what about your carbon footprint? And the other ones, I mean the more progressive one also started to produce their EPD, Environmental Product Declaration reports. They started to prepare their sustainability report, although it is very late for some of them. The steel sector accepted this game. This is one of the main conclusions from our study. They don't put themselves at the opposite side of the ongoing decarbonization wind. Tabii ki. And let me move on the last slide. This is the one of the main results from our desktop studies plus interviews. The red ones shows the negative progress and the green ones show positive progress. Yeah, we don't have any progress in the qualified steel or value-added steel in terms of total production, but we have a very bad or very negative progress in terms of capacity increase for EAF-based construction steel things. And although we made a good progress for the flat steel production, we still need a more qualified crude steel production. We need to produce less but more qualified one. And we use less electricity and the less resources, but we will make the same wealth for the rest of the society. And we don't have any ETS legislation. It is under preparation, but other than ETS legislation, we don't have industrial emission legislation as well. This is also very important in terms of performance of the steel plants, energy efficiency, material efficiency, and we don't have permit system to let us the steel plants which are not very effective. But if you have your environmental impact assessment report, you can also open new EAF plant. But we need to more license-based thing to make it more effective for the resources and for the earning from the sector. Then one final thing regarding the EAFs. For example, in Italy, I think there are some examples for the use of waste heat. We have maybe 24 different EAFs, but we don't have waste heat recovery system for the EAFs, which can also decrease 20-25% of your energy consumption. That's why I can say that we are in a not bad position, but we need to increase our efforts in terms of making all the links to red to green. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bash. Alice, I would like to talk about the policy landscape and the multiplicity border carbon adjustments with you. Could you discuss the policy landscape surrounding BCAs and the key aspects where international cooperation is needed to ensure the effectiveness and fairness of the mechanisms, and particularly for developing countries, of course? And also, how can revenues generated from adjustment mechanisms contribute to the decarbonization of the sector? Thank you.
Thank you. I will pop up here because here is where the clicker is. But let me start perhaps by thanking very much Dr. Vurdu and his team for the invitation to be with you this afternoon. Dr. Vurdu has already very graciously given us his time when we brought together a group of ambassadors to the WTO from 15 different countries to talk about border carbon adjustments. We wanted to bring a real industry perspective, right? And the perspective of somebody who understood leadership and where it was going and could bring to the policy community a sense of what was going on in the real world. And Dr. Vurdu was kind enough to come all the way to Geneva. So my name's Alice Tipping. I lead trade and policy work at the International Institute for Sustainable Development. The IISD is a Canadian think tank, but the trade policy work, given the location of the WTO, is mainly based in Geneva. We've been doing a lot of work on border carbon adjustments in the last few years, and I think it's an extremely relevant topic to bring into a discussion about steel and about heavy industry. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what a border carbon adjustment measure is, in case there's anyone left in the climate community who hasn't already heard of them. I'm going to talk about what we see in the policy landscape on border carbon adjustments. And a spoiler alert, there isn't just one border carbon adjustment to worry about, there's several, and that's a trade policy problem. And then I'm going to talk, as Dr. Vurdu has said, about the developing country perspective and what we could do in the design of border carbon adjustments to make sure that they are not just effective in driving decarbonisation, but that they're also fair to trading partners, and that they drive decarbonisation not just in the jurisdiction that's imposing them, but ideally for everyone. So, as the smokestacks on this slide suggest, at the moment border carbon adjustments really only apply to a small number of industrial products, right? Those sectors that pay for their carbon emissions domestically, often because there's an emissions trading scheme in place, and for products for which the carbon price paid tends to be economically important. So it's steel, it's aluminium, it's cement, and it's fertilizers. And the reason that governments impose border carbon adjustments for those sectors is essentially to help to ensure that imports of those products into a jurisdiction pay the same amount for the carbon emissions as products produced domestically, right? So they're put in place by countries that are already starting to put more significant prices on carbon to stop the production moving, either because a company closes a factory and opens it somewhere else, or because the competitiveness of the company producing the steel is reduced because they have to pay for their carbon, and is reduced vis-a-vis the imports that come in. This is the thing that people mean when they talk about leakage. So what does this all mean? It means, from a broader economic perspective, that we're not really talking about border carbon adjustments on agricultural products, for example, right? As far as I'm aware, very few countries in the world, perhaps apart from New Zealand, price agricultural emissions because it's so politically difficult. So this, for the moment, is really a heavy industry policy question. It also means that border carbon adjustments probably aren't going to be applied to more complicated manufactured goods, right? Like a car. So once you take steel and aluminium and turn them into a car, most of the value of that car isn't in the raw materials any longer, right? It's in the value that's been added through the design, through the paint, through the fabric that you choose to put on your seats. So the price of emissions in the production of a car isn't really enough to make production patterns change. The leakage risk really applies to upstream in the value chain. So that's the 5-minute introduction to border carbon adjustments. So where are we, right? So the second point to make, importantly, is that we're not just talking about one border carbon adjustment any longer. There are likely to be several different border carbon adjustment systems in place in the next few years. And to give you a sense of where we are, here is more or less where we are, right? So the EU CBAM has been in force since October. Companies have been required to report their emissions to varying degrees of detail, but payments for those emissions are expected to start in 2026, right? Which is essentially only a year away. The UK has also announced that it will be introducing its own border carbon adjustment system in 2027 without a transition period, so 2027 is when we expect to start. Australia has conducted a carbon leakage review, and there are clear signals in the review of interest in establishing a border carbon adjustment. We'll see towards the end of the year whether they really do. And in the United States, everything's all up in the air at the moment, but there have been a number of proposals before the US Congress to establish tariffs or import protections, import prices, some which are linked to emissions domestically and many which are linked to emissions overseas. There are a number of discussions going on that we're aware of in Japan, in Chinese Taipei, and in many other countries about what will happen as carbon prices rise. Right? So from a trade policy perspective, this is a real challenge, right? And there are three parts to this challenge. So the first challenge is what we refer to as the spaghetti bowl, right? If you can imagine a bowl of spaghetti, there are many, many, many different systems and requirements and ways of reporting carbon emissions. And this is a real problem, right? Different border carbon adjustment systems could end up covering different sectors, different greenhouse gases, and even for those that require If you have two systems, for example, that require reporting of carbon dioxide emissions from steel production, they might require that those reports be produced differently, using different units or in different formats. And essentially all of this means more business time filling out multiple different forms for carbon reporting. And the cost of complying with all this reporting is tough enough if you're a big company. If you're a smaller producer or a producer in a country whose government doesn't have a lot of resources to support you, i.e. a developing country, there's a real inequity in this. The impact could be disproportionate even if the same measure applies theoretically the same to different companies in different places. So there's a spaghetti bowl problem, there's an inequity problem just in the way that border carbon adjustments could end up working. And the last problem is that border carbon adjustments are not one single monolithic thing, right? A colleague of mine refers to them as a decision tree. You can put your cursor, you can design your policy anywhere along the spectrum between pure environmental protection and pure industrial protection. And wealthier countries, we worry, could use border carbon adjustments more to protect their own domestic industries than to protect the environment. So what can we do? The first, and this is a big topic of conversation in Geneva in the trade system, is to try and make border carbon adjustment systems interoperable in some sense, right? To minimize the paperwork businesses have to do and to minimize the confusion that might arise from very different requirements. The second is essentially to do as much as possible to help developing country businesses comply. And that might be making systems more transparent, making policies more transparent so you know what's coming, and providing support to businesses that need it to decarbonize. And here's where a lot of the financing discussion comes in, and we can get to this in the discussion. So a lot of our work has been to help trade ministries in Geneva across a wide range think about these problems and realize that they need to talk to each other about it. But let me come back to one issue, and Dr. Vurdu mentioned this at the beginning. Let me come back to the question of support for decarbonization, because one of the topics that has come up a lot in our discussions with stakeholders and our discussions with companies and governments is this question of what happens to the revenues from a border carbon adjustment system, right? Neither of the border carbon adjustment systems currently in legislation, either in the EU or in the UK, plan to give any of the BCA revenue back. Most of the revenue is planned simply to be allocated to general budgets. Now, we're not talking about huge amounts of money. The EU CBAM might produce at maximum about $2 billion a year, $1 billion here and $1 billion there, and soon you're talking about real money. But the question is, what happens to that revenue, and could it be used to help other countries and other sectors decarbonize, right? And one of the ideas that's come up in a lot of our stakeholder conversations is the idea that revenues could be dedicated not just to be provided back to companies, but to help establish systems for monitoring, reporting, and verifying emissions. And the beauty of this is that it's policy neutral in the sense that every country needs better monitoring, reporting, and verification systems. It doesn't require you to use that MRB to establish an emissions trading system. You can do whatever you like with that information, but everyone will need that information. We think there's a couple of useful facets to this idea, and the first is about policy coherence, right? If you actually return some of the revenues from border carbon adjustments to the companies and the countries that need it, you're helping to accelerate everyone's decarbonization, not just your own company's decarbonization. And as we will hear many times this week and next, this is a global problem, right? We might, and I think as somebody else mentioned earlier, the EU can clean up its atmosphere, but at the end of the day, it is a global atmosphere, right? And leadership means bringing everyone along with you. We also think that there's a useful political signaling element here. Many of the concerns that come up around border carbon adjustments, and we saw this in the basic proposal earlier this week about unilateral trade measures, many of the concerns relate to the perceived unfairness of border carbon adjustments and the fear that they will turn into protectionist tools. If the revenues are clearly used, and they don't, you don't have to hypothecate it directly, you can use an aid budget to balance. But if the revenues are clearly used to help everyone decarbonize, it starts to look like a tool that's meant to lift everyone and bring everyone in the same direction. It starts to look like a tool that's really, literally and truly sincerely about environmental protection, not just industrial protection. And we think in the current political climate, that's probably a useful direction to go in. And I will leave it there.
So, esteemed guests, as our panel discussion draws to a close, I want to express my sincere gratitude to each and every one of you for your participation throughout our conversation today. And the exchange of knowledge and ideas here today is very critical as we strive to meet our decarbonization targets and build a more sustainable future. The commitment to innovation, investment and collaboration will be the key in navigating these emerging challenges. Thank you once again for your participation and commitment to positive change. Let us take the insights gained from today's discussion and turn them into meaningful action to work together towards a resilient and sustainable steel industry. If you have any questions for our speakers, you may address. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentations. My name is Ümit Şahin from Istanbul Policy Center. I have very short question to our industry representatives. As you know, yesterday, Turkish long-term strategy about climate change is published, it's announced. And there is a very clear target about steel industry in this long-term strategy, which is 20% reduction in 2040 and 99% reduction in 1953. From your perspective, what is your take on this? And especially, what do you think about only 20% until 2040 and then very sharp decrease in 13 years? How do you feel like that in terms of both finance and technology?
As I try to explain, I mean, the commitments is something, but realization is another one. Although Turkish industry has a huge advantage compared to the rest of the world, being 75% depending on the scrap, already our emissions, as Dursun and Hasan Bey have announced, it's quite low. But as you know, there are three scopes. Number one is the process, where we have a huge advantage, but relatively we still have a disadvantage on the scope 2, which is the energy side. But there is a huge progress going on in Turkey, especially on the renewables. Today, the portion of the renewable among the energy mix have already exceeded over 50%, but there is still a huge projects on the pipeline, especially is going to be conducted by the steel industry itself. So I believe that in the next 5 or 6 years that the steel industry is going to be almost not 100%, but close to maybe 90% in net zero on this, the energy side. The only disadvantage we have is the scope 3, that's logistics, because we still need the raw material to be transported from a distance and our material to be shipped again. So that's the only, but overall, I still consider the position of the Turkish steel industry as being in a very, very good compared to the rest of the other people, especially on the Western world. Because if you look at the global trade of steel, which is around 400 million tons, the main sources are China, which today represents 25 to 30%, and then Japan, Korea, they're all on the Far East. Where the main consumption is in the West, which is much closer to Turkey. So I believe we will be having, let's say, a bigger share, maybe a better position, because industry being new, technologically advanced, because it's young, and because of all the advantages. So the government might commit on something, but to realize that we're looking at a bit more realistic way.
Thank you. Any other comments? No. Any other questions for our speakers? So, thank you again for everybody. So let's